fell into a trap inside a dungeon and are losing a lot of blood. The hole is bigger than the hole of the OnlyFans girls.
What the?
Everything started on Earth with a mass teleportation, and when they looked, several confused people were already in this new world. A cute rabbit appears warning them that they were invited to a game. But obviously this was a game of life or death. You need to die to learn how to play, and now it's time to start. With only a few weapons given by the rabbit, monsters quickly emerged. The problem didn't stop there. Fights among humans began due to hunger, and the chubby ones didn't want to share anything. Our hero had gained a skill considered useless, and was therefore mistreated. His ability to purify impurities didn't help at all at that moment. This would be a night when the protagonist would sleep hungry. The next day, a giant ball was rolling behind several survivors. While they ran, some died stepping on traps along the way. Running from the ball trying to kill you without a rearview mirror was complicated. The boy who had slept with an empty stomach couldn't hold on much longer, and to top it off, he just stepped on a trap. Here we return to the point where the protagonist fell into the hole of the OnlyFans girls and the cursed rabbit was laughing at him. He still said that the chance of surviving this was 0%. Even the other adventurers who wanted to help the boy had to leave him behind alone in the big dark hole while ketchup gushed out. Sometime later, they had completed the first phase and thought they could go home, but obviously there were several phases ahead. As a reward for completing phase 1, everyone received a full recovery. And this was no different for our protagonist in the hole who was still alive by a miracle. But even though he was alive and 100% recovered, apparently he was forgotten and left behind. Suddenly the system warns that the dungeon is resetting. The hole closes again. Our hero named Dayun throws a stone and triggers the trap. In seconds, the rabbit appears not understanding the situation. Why was this human still alive? Frustrated, he orders Dayun to call for his status so he can check, and it is possible to see that the boy's name no longer appears, meaning the dungeon has determined him as dead. Realizing that the boy is no longer a survivor, but a bug in this dungeon, the rabbit says he must follow the natural order and die slowly in that hole. But of course, the protagonist is not going to give up like that and opens his inventory. He needs to survive, no matter how. Initially, he thought about digging and getting out the other side far from the monsters. However, that was a very hard job without the proper tools. His hands were already full of calluses. Exhausted from the situation and with plenty of time, he wonders if it's possible to store dirt in the inventory. And to everyone's surprise, it is indeed possible. Now with renewed enthusiasm, he digs even more intensely, looking like an excavator. Thanks to the system, he can even see how much he has already dug, until a message appears saying that his first achievement was obtained and he gained a skill. His second skill was digging, and he could dig even faster if its level increased. The boy gets frustrated since he wanted a combat skill. How is he going to tell the others that he has a digging skill? Much later, the curious rabbit, wanting to know if the boy had already become worm food, decides to go down and look for him. Entering the boy's hole, he thinks the body must be nearby, but is surprised as the hole gets wider the further he goes in. And when he sees torches on the cave walls, he starts to panic. Suddenly, he finds the boy calmly whistling with a piece of meat in hand. The boy was not only alive and well fed, he had also made an underground house complete with a bed and dining table. By taking dirt from the inventory and mixing it with a bit of water, he turned it into clay and could mold it into whatever he wanted. The rabbit, still not understanding, questions what the guy is doing. Dayun says he will serve the guests, obviously, but the rabbit doesn't care about that and says that soon the boy will die alone. Suddenly, everything starts to shake, and it seems that the new participants have just completed phase 1. That is, everything the protagonist just created will disappear because the dungeon is resetting. He starts to run intensely to avoid being buried while the rabbit mocks him, but suddenly the shaking stops. Apparently, the rules of the dungeon no longer apply to the digging boy. The rabbit, still very furious, tells him not to get relaxed because he will probably be buried in the next reset, or even encounter a scary monster underground. Noticing how furious the rabbit is, he questions if the creature can't kill him with its own hands. The rabbit is tied up, he can only eliminate players, and the boy is no longer a player according to the dungeon. Suddenly, the wall breaks and a lot of water starts to flood the tunnels. The rabbit gets excited again. The boy is swept away by the current, but returning to the spot, he realizes he will only survive if he plugs the hole. So he starts pulling a lot of dirt from his inventory and covers the hole, but this doesn't last long and starts to leak again. Now forcing his ability, he takes a piece of dirt and shapes it into a brick. Even submerged, he is happy with the result. Shortly after, the rabbit can't stop being impressed. He made a dam using bricks and almost completely sealed off the water passage. Besides solving the initial problem, he also mocks the rabbit, saying he killed 2 birds with 1 stone and solved his water shortage issue. Now excited with his ability to shape dirt, he begins to modify the new well he just created. around. Soon a small wall and a lion's head were in the well as decoration, which even helped reduce the water pressure. The system starts to shine and he completed a new achievement. His reward was fish placed in the well, and now he has infinite food. Everything the boy does makes the rabbit more and more irritated. When night fell, he was even roasting the fish he caught in the well. The rabbit is already losing hope while thinking that his magnificent dungeon is being used to roast food. Daeun, having a good heart, again offers food to the rabbit, and he even drools at the delicious smell of the food. But again furious, he refuses and starts a new argument. Minutes later, the boy had already eaten and was sleeping peacefully in his room that he created himself. The problem was that the smell of the barbecue rose to the surface, and the monsters sensed it. Tremors were felt throughout the cave. Suddenly, a giant boar was in front of the boy who was dreaming of eating pork. In the middle of his dream, he suddenly wakes up and punches the boar in the face because he was still dreaming. But upon truly waking up and looking to the side, he realizes there is a very furious boar staring at him. With nowhere to run, he will have to face the beast. Quickly using his ability to shape dirt, he creates a barrier in front of him to defend against the boar's first strike. Then he takes the opportunity to gain distance and creates a new barrier. This time, it is more resistant. Even so, the creature breaks it with little effort. Furious that the boar just destroyed his room, he decides to use a new technique. A giant stone ball starts to come out of his inventory. The boy holds it with his hands, but obviously can't throw it very far, so he has to run away from the beast again. As he runs, he starts to salivate thinking about the barbecue he could make with that boar. Then he raises another giant wall and at the same time makes a hole for the boar to get trapped. At that moment, the poor little creature already knew it was going to become barbecue. Our excavator boy would have a nice feast. Then he starts throwing various stones from his inventory to eliminate the pig. The rabbit is once again incredulous. How can the boy use such a useless ability this way? Only now does he realize how dangerous this boy is. The more time passes, the more furious he becomes with this bug in the dungeon. But now it's time to prepare the feast. In just a few minutes, he had completely deboned the boar. Even the animal's skull would be put to use, turning into a high-quality frying pan. This was much lighter and even had a handle to hold. The rabbit, seeing him store fat, warns that soon more monsters will come down due to all this smoke and smell. But this time Daeun will be prepared. He will use the same method they used at the beginning against him. As soon as the creatures fall, it's certain death. And it didn't take long for the first prey to appear. The rabbit even starts shouting for the creature not to jump, but it was already too late. A new delicious food just fell right in front of him. Could this be an infinite farm of meat? And it didn't stop there. Little by little more of them were attracted. Sensing the smell of the meat, they jumped thinking it would be easy food, but it would be easy food for the protagonist who watched everything excitedly. Now that the meat and water were infinite, our once malnourished boy was starting to gain weight from eating so much. This is because every time the dungeon resets, new pigs fall from the sky. On the surface, one of the guys who left the protagonist behind but had also tried to help him earlier had piled up dozens of pigs after slaughtering them. He even earned an achievement after killing 100 of them, and with it a skill that gave him the strength of a boar. The only problem was leaving all that meat behind. This is because there are toxins in these monsters which makes the meat inedible. Only at that moment did they realize how much Daeun's purification skill was missed. The boy who raised this question soon caught their attention. At first, everyone thought he was just a cook, but now they see how much the boy is missed since he was on the front lines solving everything. However, now it's too late. Daeun had all the comfort in the world. It was even raining food in his room. The meat was literally infinite, and that made no sense. Do the pigs' brains reset along with the dungeon, and do they always fall into the same trap? Suddenly the rabbit gets startled. Daeun was lifting the boar with his own arms. Obviously this must be due to the boar strength skill since he is killing a boar every 5 minutes infinitely. However, when the dungeon resets the count too, so he is simply stronger now, but he knows he can earn this skill and get even stronger. Daeun climbs out of the hole and comments that he should build some kind of entrance. When he gets to the top, he is startled to see the rabbit looking downcast and asks what happened. The guy, completely dumbfounded, asks if the skill the protagonist mentioned was from the Horned Boar Slayer achievement. The Daeun says yes, and a rabbit says it's impossible because you can only get it after killing 100 boars. The protagonist then explains that he caught the 100 boars with a trap. The rabbit says something is wrong because the dungeon has reset several times. Daeun asks what that has to do with it, and the guide replies that when the dungeon resets, the count also resets, and that there are only about 40 boars up there. The protagonist with a silly face comments that it seems his numbers stay the same even with the resets and asks if that wasn't supposed to happen. The little rabbit gets irritated and calls him a bug human while Daeun wonders if all the monsters he kills will count. Thinking he might get another achievement when he kills 100 more, he reflects that it will be difficult to do without a group. The guy gets irritated and says the protagonist is starting to look like a pig now that he's eating them every day. Daeun asks if there's a weight change system. How the rabbit doesn't know. Meanwhile, outside it's a beautiful day. On a tree branch, a squirrel walks near a nest. He is gnawing on a bone until he accidentally drops it. Then he quickly descends from the tree. But when he gets down, he sees a hole in the ground near the tree, and he tenses up when he realizes his bone fell straight into that hole. He stares a bit before entering. After a while, he comes out of a small hole. That leads directly into the protagonist's cave. He starts to explore, looking around. And when he gets to the kitchen, he is surprised to see all that. A little further ahead, he finds his bone, and he runs to grab it. But he is surprised to see the carcass of a horned boar. It was love at first sight. Sometime later, he returns to the tree all excited, with a twinkle in his eyes. More time passed, and he returned to the hole. And this repeated day and night, without the other squirrels knowing, and it become routine. He entered the cave all calm, and there were always more bones there. So he ate them all, until he saw something, a bowl full of bones, and he went straight to eat what was in it too. He picked up a bone from the bowl without hesitation. He was a little intrigued by it, but it only took one bite to feel a flavor explosion, and he was ecstatic. He soon started eating more and more amazed. He continued eating the bones from the bowl, until he notices something. The bowl was on top of the protagonist. Then he is worried when he remembers the old squirrel teaching that humans are dangerous, and he starts to leave, afraid that the protagonist will get up and attack him. But the temptation of the bowl is too strong. He tries to resist. He makes a determined look, focused, but he goes back to eating the bones. Daun, who was pretending to sleep, sees this and is happy. Then he celebrates that he found another living being after spending months living alone in that cave, and says it's good that the squirrel feeds on bones because he is very careful and didn't know how to approach him. While Daun is being careful thinking about how to make friends, the squirrel realizes he is awake. The protagonist worries that he might run away, but the squirrel continues eating the bones. Daun is moved by so much cuteness, so he slowly tries to pet him. The little squirrel notices and lets him. Daun is all happy that it worked, and again a glow appears. The system shows the achievement of Earth's squirrel friend for having tamed the little squirrel, and then says the dungeon admires this unexpected friendship. The human wonders if they give these things out regularly and remembers that when he was with the group he couldn't get any. And he thinks about his new achievement and says he doesn't know if it's worth anything, but thanks the little squirrel for calling him a friend. Then he starts thinking about using POKKYU as the name of the little animal, since that's the sound it makes. The little squirrel seems to like the name. Daun is astonished to see that POKKYU apparently understands him and wonders if it's the reward for the achievement. Then he tells the little squirrel to sit and even thinks that maybe it's hard for him to understand. But POKKYU sits down right after. He's impressed to see that the squirrel really understands him and even asks him to hold his hand. And then he asks POKKYU. At that instant, the squirrel jumps from his hand. Daun wonders if he didn't understand. But POKKYU waits for the protagonist, and then points in a direction indicating for Daun to follow him. The protagonist then sees the wall through which POKKYU entered and uses his digging ability to enlarge the hole. As he climbs through the tunnel, he wonders if the squirrel noticed that entrance because it's smaller. Then he remembers that every time he tried to dig an exit, he ended up facing stone walls. Daun dug several tunnels looking for an exit and was almost giving up. However, he is surprised when he notices something. It is already possible to see a tree root where POKKYU entered. Then Daun gets emotional to see that you will finally be able to get out, and soon celebrates saying that you will finally be able to have some hope. He knows that if he climbs the roots, he will be able to get outside. As he continues climbing, the protagonist is excited because he will finally be able to end this life under the earth. He can already see the sunlight, so he keeps climbing. After so much time, he finally into the outside world again, with birds singing in the sky and the soft grass on the ground. Daun can't contain himself with that view and starts to cry with emotion for finally being able to see the sky full of clouds and grass that seems endless. He says it's just a normal landscape with some sheep, but it seems so different. While he says it's welcoming and friendly, his speech is interrupted when he sees one of the little sheep suddenly attacked by a fierce wolf. Daun gets nervous and says that survival of the fittest is also part of nature, while there are several predatory looks in the forest. As the other wolves start to gnaw, the feeling of being alive didn't need to be so realistic. The protagonist starts to sweat coldly and turns pale because he knows that packs of wolves are known for having no mercy, and then thinks it's unfair to die right after escaping. The wolves start to growl and go on the attack. Daun already prepares for the worst. Then he crouches, but the wolves pass straight by. He doesn't understand, and he is relieved because the wolves were focused on the sheep and didn't see him. He asks if POKKYU knows another way because that place doesn't seem safe. But right behind him, another wolf appears. Daun tries to stay calm, thinking that this one's attention is also on the sheep, but the wolf has its eye on the protagonist. Daun runs back through the hole, yelling at the wolf and calling it an idiot. The protagonist says the entrance is too tight for the monster to enter, but it didn't take long for the wolf to break everything and manage to enter. At that moment, despair hits Daun, who keeps running and apologizing for calling the monster an idiot. He realizes the tunnels are too narrow and there's no escape. Then Daun opens the inventory and decides that since it's just one wolf, he will finish it off. And he starts to build a wall, thinking that compared to the boar of the wolf is much weaker. But before he could finish his thought, the wolf leaps and attacks him, which draws blood from Daun. He can't believe it. The wolf is extremely fast. Daun realizes his situation is bad. The wolf missed that blow but will attack again. The protagonist wonders if he will be able to escape or if there's another way. And then he realizes he won't be able to run for long, and then he has to end this. Then an idea comes to his mind. He says he still has that, and there's nothing more he can do. The wolf leaps to attack him again. Daun says it's him or the monster while the blue aura begins to emanate. Then he lands a powerful punch on the wolf after activating the strength of the horned boar. The monster is thrown far away with Daun's punch. Is even impressed and wonders if he hit. He realizes the effect that the skill is incredible. The system shows that his physical attributes will be temporarily doubled. Then Daun confirms that now that he tried to fight, he knows his skill is indeed incredible. But the wolf gets up angry. The protagonist knows he managed to damage the monster. But he is sad it wasn't a one-hit kill. The system shows there are 7 seconds left of the skill and Daun thinks to himself that the duration is his biggest weakness. And then with 6 seconds left, he has no time to waste and charges with everything. The wolf prepares for the attack, but Daun is faster and manages to jump and dodge to the side of the monster. Before the wolf could react, the protagonist lands another powerful punch on the wolf's ribs. And with a determined look, he hopes the monster dies. Daun continues to deliver a barrage of punches. So many punches that dust rises even from the outside. The protagonist is already tired, and the system shows there are still 3 seconds left, but the wolf is still standing. Again it charges, but Daun manages to dodge with Ali. Then he quickly opens the inventory, pulls one of the spikes while there are 2 seconds left, and yells for the wolf to die already as he prepares to attack with the spike. The monster growls at him, but Daun manages to hit the spike on the wolf, but the monster attacks him with its tail. This attack ends up throwing the protagonist against the wall. Even with the spike embedded in its neck, the wolf is still alive, while Daun wonders how this damn thing has so much energy, and says this won't end easily. The system shows that the strength of the boar is on a cooldown of 99 seconds. The wolf stares at him angrily, but Daun has understood the pattern of a monster. Its most dangerous attack is when it leaps to slash using its front claws. But after that, this attack is on cooldown. The protagonist asks if they can't have a truce for just 90 seconds, but the wolf launches another attack. As Daun prepares to launch his last attack, the monster is about to bite him. At that moment, the protagonist says he should have used his paw. Then before the wolf could bite him, Daun uses the digging ability right into the wolf's mouth, and the monster is caught by surprise. Sometime later in the cave, the guide appears wondering what happened since the protagonist isn't making meat. He says something is wrong, and says that Daun must be doing something bad until he finds him. The rabbit can't believe that the protagonist is dressed in bone armor. Daun says the armor turned out quite good for something made in a day. He says he made it because many dangerous things happen these days. The guide is shocked to see the skull on the plains wolf and wonders if Daun finally found a way up there. The protagonist says yes, and the rabbit already asks why he is still there. Then he says it must be because that place is comfortable and tells Daun to keep living there. Then he comments that the protagonist even got a little pet. But Daun determined says he will leave. However, he cannot leave without preparing as he only survived by pure luck. Because of the danger, the rabbit tells him to stay there. Then Daun says he still plans to use the base for a while. Now that the problems are clear, he needs to start making his preparations. The rabbit asks Daun to just give up and die, but ends up leaving the protagonist in a good mood, and the rabbit calls him a curse bug. Sometime later, Daun is training with the strength of the boar, lifting weights, and running while thinking to himself that the more he increases his physical stats, the stronger the skill's increase will be. Since he is using the skill a lot, the system shows that its level has increased and even the duration and cooldown have improved. Daun reflects that he was lucky last time, but wolves move in packs, and even if he tries to face them one by one, there are no guarantees that it will work. He uses a slaughtered boar as a punching bag, while thinking that he has to get stronger. The system shows that the strength of the boar has risen to level 3, making the physical stats stronger, the duration longer, and the cooldown shorter again. Then he activates this skill and delivers a series of punches to the boar. Daun lands a powerful punch. With a determined look, he says he will no longer run away. In the forests, some wolves are quite carefree until they notice something coming their way. Suddenly, Daun jumps out of the bushes. He is happy to find only 2 wolves. Then the protagonist activates the strength of the boar and throws a thorn at one of them. The other manages to dodge and already advances towards Daun. He then says he will show the result of his training and lands a punch that makes the monster fly and hit a tree. The impact was so strong that it destroyed the tree. Right behind the protagonist appears the first wolf about to bite him, but he has already noticed and says he knew it wouldn't die with just one hit. Then he lands another punch on the wolf and says he will hit it as many times as necessary. While the monster is thrown to the ground, the second wolf gets up. During the fight, the guide realizes that he has become very strong, and D.A. Human himself feels full of power and wonders if this feeling means he is strong. He then says he feels he won't lose and wonders if he has become unbelievably strong. But the rabbit cuts his wave and says he's not that much since Siyuan could kill 10 wolves in a second. Da Yuan says anyone is weak compared to Siyuan, but the rabbit says the boy Jian Duhu killed 3 wolves alone. Suddenly, one of the wolves starts to howl, and the rabbit mocks the protagonist saying that now the pack is coming. He warns that about 3 wolves are coming and that Da Yuan is lucky because usually there are more than 5. Then he asks if the protagonist will be able to defeat them all before the skill's time runs out and asks him to show his power. Da Yuan then asks if the guide knows what the best part of his skill is. Then he says it's the increase in physical stats that is now 2.4x, which means he can run away 2.4x faster than normal. The guide is incredulous and asks if he's really going to run away. Then he asks if the protagonist doesn't have the honor to face them. But Da Yuan says he only cares about something called life. Right after that, he jumps back into the cave hole. The rabbit says that usually players get obsessed and fight so much that they end up dying. Then he gets angry and tells the wolves to attack that hole. But Da Yuan makes an earth wall and prevents them from entering. The monsters even try to dig, but it doesn't work. Liu the guide trembling with rage. He yells calling the protagonist a damned bug player and swears that one day he will kill him. Inside the cave, Da Yuan says he managed to find some isolated wolves thanks to POK Kevin and Yu. But now that they are in a pack, it's not easy to deal with and then wonders what to do. He made 7 escape routes in the area where there are no stone walls and now knows he can withstand fighting more than 2 wolves. But he is worried that something unexpected will happen like last time and he won't be able to close the entrance in time. Even if he flees to the hole, there's nowhere he can hide. So he tells POKK of YU that he has no choice but to need his help. Da Yuan asks his little squirrel to find the wolves that have separated from the pack and tells him not to get too close and to be careful. Then he says he will start the preparations. Outside there are 3 wolves that have just hunted a sheep. Da Yuan is going to put his plan to practice and says the distance is perfect. Then he opens the inventory. Meanwhile, the guide is watching, asking if he is some kind of mole for having made so many holes in the region. The protagonist says the rabbit has this horrible habit of appearing behind people. The guide then grumbles and says the most important thing is to know what Da Yuan is going to do and asks if he's going to shoot a laser beam or something like that. Then the protagonist says it's almost that and says this is his long-range combat art. The rabbit says he doesn't have any such skill, but Da Yuan says it's possible to throw earth balls using the strength of the boar. Then he activates the skill and throws a thorn as if it were a spear, saying this is the safety first attack. The wolves are far away and unconcerned, until the attack passes close but doesn't hit any of the monsters. The rabbit starts laughing and asks if Da Yuan didn't mean wolves safety first. The protagonist throws another spear and misses again. Then the guide says it looks like it's going to end in hand-to-hand combat and that's what they call lack of experience. The plains wolves have the highest agility in phase 1. And that distance is no problem for them. Da Yuan then says that despite this, they can't dodge in the air. So he throws the earth balls and says it's going as he planned. The guide asks if he really thinks this is going to work, and says there's no point in trying to buy time with earth balls because they'll destroy them in an instant. But a ball hits the wolf right in the face. The guide is astonished and can't believe it. Da Yuan says the rabbit is underestimating the balls too much and that earth is heavier than he thinks. Then he says he used his dating ability to increase their density to the point of weighing 20 kilograms. And with the strength of the boar, he can throw them as if they were bowling balls. The guide is again shocked and can't believe those balls weigh 20 kilograms. In a few seconds, Da Yuan managed to knock down 2 wolves. Only the last one remains. Then the rabbit comments that wolves hunt in groups and they have good teamwork, while Da Yuan has his back turned. A third wolf weeps and attacks from behind when the guide thinks it was checkmate. However, he managed to defend himself from the attack by placing his arms in the way. But he was still thrown far away while the wolf waited to see what happened. Still recovering from the beast's charge, he didn't notice that the wolf was approaching to feast on him. And the rabbit celebrated because he wanted that annoying player to go to heaven soon. Hoping, the rabbit asked the wolf to attack him immediately and finish the guy off. The rabbit laughed at the scene as the good sad as he is. Dalan was now inside the wolf's jaws. As the fierce attack continued, the rabbit watched everything from afar, hoping that things would go as he planned. However, something unexpected happened. The wolf felt its teeth breaking. The rabbit, observing the scene, expected anything but that. Dalan's armor was more resistant than the beast's teeth and caused them to break when biting him. Taking advantage of the distraction, he managed to move his arms enough to free himself a bit from that dangerous mouth. He was finally in a safer position while the wolf tried to recover from the damage inflicted on itself. Dalan was pleased with the effectiveness of that armor, and if it weren't for it, he would have become a snack. The horned boars are the most powerful beasts of that level. The wolf's fangs are nothing compared to those bones. Even so, the force was felt by the guy's body and he suffered moderate damage. The status window signaled that he still had 8 seconds to use the boar's ability. At that moment, he tried to regain his calm to plan an attack. The time was more than enough, and he started manipulating something in his hands. Dalun, with the earth sphere, assumed a posture to throw it at the wolf. Finally, he was prepared to do it. With the wolf in his sights, Dalan threw the projectile towards the injured wolf. A great explosion occurred in the forest. The rabbit, still watching, didn't like the way things had turned out. He then asked if the guy had finished off a wolf that lay in front of him. Definitely, this was not the result desired by the rabbit, who wanted the player in the wolf's place. Da'un's strategy was to use a chain of tunnels, attack stray wolves, and then flee. That strategy is definitely efficient, but at a certain point they began to be vigilant with the tunnels. They just didn't expect to be watched by the squirrel, who promptly relayed the information to his friend. Using it, he took the opportunity to train when an attack became too risky. The trading caused his skill to level up more and more until the wolves were no longer able to resist. The forest apparently was at peace, but within it, Dalan was controlling the wolf population. The rabbit couldn't believe that human was still alive. The anger he felt for him only grew, as did the desire to resolve the situation himself. And he said the guy was a coward for the way he attacked them. But his armor was already almost completely destroyed and it was necessary to keep him safe. He decided to discard it and might make another one in the future. Who knows? Da'un noticed that the day was very calm, and they should have already arrived because of the howls, for he knew he hadn't finished off all the wolves in the forest. The rabbit was completely unable to hide his annoyance, and Dalan asked what was wrong with him. Then he happily asked if he had finished off all the wolves. The rabbit said he was a coward and would soon die while he celebrated being able to deal with all the wolves. And he also said that if he found other players, he should tell them where they were, but the rabbit wished he would perish and said he wouldn't do that. Dalan celebrated the success of his strategy and was now ready to move on to the next step. He needed to defeat the boss but knew he couldn't do it alone. So he needed to find more players and join them. Now he was in the plains forest. With 10 days left until the reset, he imagined they would soon pass through there. But he recognized that it would be problematic if they were far away. A loud sound echoed through the forest. In the middle of it, there was a small clearing. In that clearing, a group of players was confronting a pack of wolves. They knew the wolves were fierce, and on that occasion, there were many of them. One of the players blamed the situation on his colleague and they argued. The rabbit passed by there completely downcast. He looked at the group of players and realized they were having the expected tense behavior. To him, that was what was missing in the dungeon, more tension. The wolves advanced towards the people. The rabbit rejoiced in the scene and hoped the pack would take care of everyone. He wanted no player to remain so that Dalan would have no hope of getting out of there or living for long. One of the wolves is thrown far away. A player with an axe is responsible for it, and it was just as the rabbit imagined. Not everyone is weak. He noticed that the old man was hiding an ability for emergency situations. Windblade. The stronger the weapon is swung, the more damage it inflicts. However, this is an ability that can also hit allies. The players ask him to restrain himself as he could hit them too, but the old man ignores them. Either he does that or everyone becomes a snack. Only the strongest survive. The rabbit loved it. This was the spirit of the dungeon. The most cruel monsters are always the humans. The rabbit hopes that the reckless one ends up killing all his allies because if everyone dies, Dalan will be left alone. But the guy is planning his life thinking he should go to a higher place. Dalan is happy to have gotten out but doesn't know what to do now, and the rabbit won't take him to them. He asks Pakyu if he can imagine where the others might be. He wants to know where the humans are and the squirrel becomes thoughtful. But he gave up insisting because he knows his friend doesn't know everything. He can't search because it might put him in danger, but he also can't face the boss alone. He thinks about building something to help him find them, like an observatory. It's a waste to think too much and not execute, and he is confident in his building skills. And for that, he'll need to get above the tree canopy. So if he started summoning earth bricks, the walls will be made of earth and it will be easier to do since he has experience with the material. It might collapse since there's no cement, but he learned a technique that could reduce this risk. He brings his hand close to the bricks. He can change the shape of the object with his hand and intends to fuse the bricks with his digging technique. It's not a stack of bricks, but rather earth, and it won't collapse so easily. By the end of the day, he managed to accomplish a lot and was quite tired. In about 10 hours, he completed the task. He looks up the sky from where he stands, and he contemplates the beauty of the forming twilight. Far away, blood flies through the sky. The rabbit roots for the conflict and says they'll need that food if they want to fight tomorrow. He is pleased that the players have adapted well to the game, and he comes across a type of person he doesn't like who's looting a body. He thinks that this player must have many items in his inventory. The guy doesn't know, and the rabbit introduces himself as the guide of all this. He said he hadn't spoken to him, but that construction wasn't there yesterday. It's the first time the rabbit sees something like this. He is upset, and only one person there could be capable of that. At the top of the tower, Davon is building something else tired. His hands are quite shaky, and he finally completes that small object. The rabbit appears beside him and asks what he is doing. He says that he scared him and that it's important, and that the rabbit should be working. But he says Davon only does things that hinder his work. He said that Davon has a lot of free time and that now he stopped making tunnels and is making towers. Davon asks the rabbit how long he thinks it took him to make that tower. He said it only took 4 hours, and the rabbit didn't believe it. It was difficult at first, but it got easier with the skills he acquired through achievements. Just with that tower, and there were 2. The first was as an observatory. Everything he sees from there appears on his map, and he shows it to the rabbit. It's outdated in real time and even differentiates hostile monsters and players for neutral people. The rabbit doesn't believe it, and Dallin said he has already tested it. Now he wants to know what other achievement he obtained. He imagines he got it when he finished the 5th tower. A beam of light appeared. Builder's reward, a new building skill, was granted to him, and the construction time was reduced by half. He said it helped him so much that he didn't even need to rest. With the skill, he builds so quickly that he can invest his time in interior decoration. He pointed to a place where he said he would put the bed, much to the rabbit's displeasure. He imagines Dylan has completely lost his mind since he is getting so many achievements. If he finds other players, they could turn that into a giant park, and the rabbit doesn't want that to happen. He is too dangerous alone and will make sure he stays that way. Dallin asks if the rabbit is already leaving, and asks him where he can find more people because he hasn't found anyone yet. The next day, the players observe the tower that wasn't there the previous day. The rabbit appears near them and gives a sinister laugh. He tells them to follow him to the tower because he has a surprise for them. One of them says the rabbit is a liar and shouldn't be listened to. He must be leading them to a powerful monster, so they should change their path. The rabbit pretends to be innocent and says it took him a long time to prepare that. But they change their path, and the rabbit is happy to have fooled them. He continued doing this so Delon wouldn't find other players, and allowed them to take the easier path just to buy time. Maybe this way Delon would perish. Now the time has come to finish them all. Delon analyzes tracks on the ground, but it's just a group of monsters. But something on the map catches his attention. There were many signals on the map now. 10 signals appeared there suddenly. Then even more appeared, so many that he couldn't count them. Delon is scared because he can't imagine what it could be. A monstrous rat is running, and with it, there's a horde of other rats. They are advancing through the forest without stopping, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The trees tremble with their advance. If Dallin had taken any longer, he would be in trouble and is glad to be near his tower. Every 4 weeks after the reset, the rats descend from the mountains, devouring everything in their path. Dallin had been counting the days for this, but forgot for a brief moment. Another reset is on the way, and it's at this moment that he has an epiphany. If players don't appear on the map, it's because they've died or moved on to the next stage. He thinks he can stop looking for them now and head to the beginning. The squirrel tries to say something to him and makes a funny face. Dallin says they don't need to worry about the rats. They just need to pay attention to the map. A large gate stands before them. The players, despite the adversities, have managed to reach it. But they don't know how to defeat that enormous golem. Swords are useless against it. The golem prepares to attack them. The bald guy says he's going to take down the golem because he's very tough. He gets ready to strike the golem with his mace. The other players are stunned by the scene. The weapon was on the ground, and there was a lot of tomato sauce. The monster advances unstoppably towards them. The player is terrified by this, because he imagines there's nothing he can do against it. He asks for Bao's help. The golem is ready to finish him off, but something hits it from the side. The golem's hand fell with that impact. The player gives thanks, but the woman tells him to look in the direction of the attack. A brick was flying through the sky. Dallin has arrived and is using the boar's strength to throw bricks. This golem is different from the map monsters, so it's possible that if the player doesn't know why Dallin is so strong and the woman asks him to be careful. The golem continues attacking with his remaining hand. Dallin prepares to throw another brick. This time it hits the side of the monster's head. A large hole was formed. Now it turns towards Dallin. The golem is enraged by this trick. Dallin realizes that it might be better to run now. The golem is fast and is already very close to him. Dallin doesn't know what to do now, and he remembered when they defeated the boar. They stretched a rope across his path, causing the beast to fall, and so they managed to strike its vulnerable belly. Dallin said that it was very well planned. Sung said it was nothing and uttered a cliché phrase. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Dallin throws another brick at the golem. This one hits its leg at knee height. Dallin waits for the impact's result. The other players watch very surprised. The golem began to fall to the ground. Dallin is pleased with the result and thanks Sung for the advice. The golem tries to get up after the fall. It doesn't move and must be trying to regenerate its missing leg. But that didn't matter because now Dallin had plenty of time to finish off that immobile monster, and he throws another brick at it, but nothing happens. The brick falls to the ground and the golem remains intact. A window appears for Dallin, startling him. The boar's strength is on cooldown and will take 70 seconds until it can be used again. The golem is now fully regenerated and ready to finish off the players. It attacks Dallin, who manages to dodge. He fell nearby and prepares to react. Da'an arms himself with an earth brick in his hand. He threw it at the golem, but nothing happened. The golem, enraged, brings his arms together. He doesn't understand what it's doing. The monster begins to concentrate its strength and prepares to strike the ground with all his might. He slams the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The other players are terrified and wonder what happened to the guy. But Wonan still holds out hope that nothing has happened and thinks they shouldn't just stand there watching. Her companion is too scared to think of anything. There's not much that can be done against that thing. The woman runs toward the golem. The guy yells, asking what she's going to do. Dava knows he just needs a little more time, and something hits the golem's face from a distance. The woman is there now, protecting him. She wants to know what she can do to help him defeat that thing. Davin says he just needs 1 more minute, nothing more. That's too much time, and she wants to know if 10 seconds will do. But Dalan can't do anything about the time and warns her of the imminent danger. The golem is about to strike her now. He executes his strike without mercy. The woman closes her eyes, fearing the worst. Feeling that she's still alive, she opens her eyes cautiously. The other players are there now, helping them. They are a team and wouldn't leave her alone, and they ask Da'an what to do. He tells them to attack the golem's chest. It's difficult to attack there, but he saw the golem protecting that area. There must be something there. They cling to the monster, and the woman goes to help them too. She launches a fireball in its direction, and it hits the chest directly. The armor was damaged and a light shone from that spot. The golem places its arms over its chest to protect itself. That was what Dela needed to see. The guy asks if it was only him who saw that. Now everyone is motivated and knows they need to attack the monster's chest. Dalvin checks his screen to see if he can use his ability yet. Meanwhile, the other players continue fighting the golem. The golem defends itself as best it can, and it's stronger than they imagined. Dalvin notices that the monster seems to be made of earth. If it's made of earth, he has an advantage. And it finally dawns on him that it's made of clay. If that's the case, he should be able to control this monster. The golem opens its arms, throwing the players away. Dalvin runs towards it. The woman asks if a minute has already passed. Dalvin nods affirmatively to her. It's been a long time, he just didn't have enough information to attack. The golem regenerates, so it needed to be studied. And those people risk themselves, so he could react. The time he gained allowed him to plan his attack. He's grateful to them for their effort. He crouches down as already using the boar's strength. He jumped towards the golem with it. The players watch Dalin in amazement. The woman also can't believe what she's seeing. Dalin is high up, heading towards the golem. He prepares one of his hands to attack, and manages to pierce its chest, going right through it. He looks back as the beast loses its balance. The golem now collapses into a great pile of earth. Dalin is pleased that his strategy worked. The other players also celebrate. The one is happy that everything worked out. Now his digging ability has reached level 9. The experience was so much that he also reached level 10. The boar's strength is now at level 5. The players go to him, cheering him on as they manage to defeat that beast. The rabbit is furious with their success. He burns with hatred for Dylan. The players begin to complain to the rabbit, who promised to send them home as soon as they defeated the boss. He's upset that Dylan's ability worked on the golem. He's deeply irritated by this. He says the game isn't over and that they have to go to the next stage soon. The woman asks what the next stage is. His umbrella begins to glow. A door opens and he tells the players to enter it quickly. They are disheartened because they didn't expect more stages. The woman is a little thoughtful about this and encourages her companions because there's nothing more to do there. One of them decides to pass through the portal right away. They thank Delun, and the rabbit hurries them along. The woman says Delun was very brave. He thanks her and asks her to go ahead. They head to the portal for the next stage. Delun prepares to go through as well. He waves goodbye to the rabbit, who is seething with rage. But as soon as he tries to pass, he is immediately barred. The system blocked him, apparently for no reason. He tells the rabbit to fix it quickly, but the rabbit says the system rejected him. Dalin has no idea what to do now, and the rabbit is thinking the exact same thing. A week after the reset has passed, Dalin's clothes are spread out on the floor of the cave. There are also several bones scattered around the area. The guy is lying down staring at the ceiling. He's bored and says he can't keep living like this. He goes to the water source to drink a little. After washing his face, he starts thinking a bit more. The squirrel stayed with him and the base was at reset, but the towers he had built disappeared after the reset. The surface resets while the underground remains intact. He wonders if this part is considered part of the dungeon or not. Then he notices something. The system's creator only placed him in a place that already existed, so he can go anywhere as long as it's not through the system. South and west are deserts. To the north are the ruins, and to the east is the mountain of rats. He doesn't have enough food to cross the desert. All that's left is the mountain of rats, and maybe he can pass through it if he goes underground. He's pleased with his idea and decides to give it a try. He's now to the east in the forest. He hit a wolf on the head with a stick. Around him, some wolves are writhing from the blows. Another one tries to attack him by surprise, but he manages to dodge just in time. Opening his screen, he attacks it. He summoned an earth block over it, crushing it. The wolves keep coming and the boar's strength is on cooldown. It was time he used his other abilities. He builds a small tower that places him above the wolves. Dalan is quite happy with this distance now. He can't be attacked there but can attack the wolves. The rabbit is upset because Dalan is getting stronger and stronger. He descends, boasting, and the wolves are down now. And he tells the rabbit that he's heading for the mountain, and the rabbit can't believe it. He looks at the rabbit suspiciously. Judging by the rabbit's reaction, there must be something about that mountain. The rabbit tries to convince him not to go, but the guy ignores him. The rabbit says that was his home, but the guy says they never like each other anyway. The rabbit says that without Dalan, he will die of loneliness. Seeing footprints on the ground, he imagines he's already close to the mountain. Quickly, he builds a tower with underground access, much to the rabbit's dismay. With a map that appears with a tower, he'll be able to plan his advance carefully. This way, he can get close to the mountain quickly, avoiding dangers. The rats that appeared along the way were properly dealt with, and if he encountered a group too large, you would just go underground. And since the map was essential for his safety, he built several watchtowers. He was almost done building his 4th tower. It's at this moment that a system notification appears. Players cannot leave the territory of the first phase. Dalan didn't expect this to happen. The rabbit says that if he goes beyond that point, he'll find out if there's bread in heaven. That was the end of the world. Dalan is amazed that the rabbit doesn't get tired, and he asks the rabbit what was beyond that point. Not even the rabbit knows, so he decided to ignore him. Something else catches his attention now. This was apparently more serious. In front of his foot, there was a line of energy, and the color of the ground ahead is different. The rabbit says that this is the territory of the rats, and that he wouldn't be able to pass through there. But he had already crossed it, and the rabbit gets angry. A system screen warns him of this. The rabbit, incredulous, orders him to return. Dalan continues walking, ignoring him. The rabbit keeps yelling without success, and the guy taunts him, saying that if he doesn't like it, he should come and get him. The rabbit is furious but can't do anything. Dalan observes him impatiently. The rabbit is right at the edge, and the guy teases him, asking if he's unable to cross it. The rabbit is sweating cold with fear, and says that's not it, and that he's not scared. Dalan taunts him a bit more, and the rabbit says he doesn't like the color of that place. He was right, the guy can't go there, and this world was divided into phases. It's possible that the reset doesn't work in that area. He wanted to confirm this, and the rabbit decides to run away. The guy would like to ask a few questions, but prefers the rabbit far away anyway. He has 2 weeks until the reset, and will build some towers until then. If nothing resets, his life will become much easier, and he'll be able to reach the other side quickly. If everything goes as he suspects, he'll be able to leave that dungeon forever. He built a tower and is working on the second one. He worked for 3 hours and is now hungry. He's checking what items he has in his inventory. Something on the list caught his attention. There it was, the golem core that he hadn't even noticed he had received. He imagines that with that core, he could make his own golem. He's at the base of the mountain now because he's worried it might attract Q&A monsters on the surface. The tunnel isn't very tall, so he thinks about making the golem differently. It doesn't need to have a human appearance, and if it's quadrupedal, it will move more easily. He's thinking of making an elephant now. He draws the design on the ground and prepares to create it. He summons some blocks of earth, and with his hands, he begins to shape the golem. The squirrel gives his hard-working friend a discreet pat, and Dalan pats him back. With the final touch, the golem is finished. Dalan is pleased with what he's made, but as soon as he's done, the sand elephant collapses. He thought the belly gave way due to a lack of structure. He decides to make it slimmer even if it looks strange. An hour later, it's completed and he's very tired. It now has 2 extra legs and an empty space that can be used to carry things. A spider elephant golem is ready. He climbs onto the golem's back and prepares to implant the core into it. He places it inside its forehead. He gets down from the golem afterward and positions himself in front of it, waiting for any reaction. After some time, nothing happens. Dalan wonders what could have gone wrong. Then the golem's eyes begin to glow intensely. The elephant rises and makes a loud noise. He earned another achievement, Golem Builder. It will follow and obey him. The guy is quite pleased with his golem now, and he thinks about giving it its first order. He commands it to sit like a dog. The golem lowers itself as best it can to obey the command, much to Dalan's delight. Then he climbs up its trunk, him on top of its head. He exclaims how incredible this is. He commands the creature to stand up again. Obeying every command, it's going to be very useful. Now Dalan becomes a little pensive. The squirrel wants to know what that was all about, and the guy says they need to go somewhere. The golem is ready to obey, and Dalan says his golem needs a brother now. The rabbit is in front of the players, wishing them luck in their fight against the boss. They still have doubts about whether they'll be able to return home after this. A strong light blinds them momentarily. They open their eyes to see what's there, and there's nothing, just a mass of destroyed earth. The rabbit can't believe what he's seeing. Then he remembers Dalan. He's furious, and the players ask if they can go home now. The guy flees with his golem. The tunnel he made with his ability leads him from the mountain to the ruins. It took a week of work, but it was worth every drop of sweat. He can't wait to get back to his base. He finally arrives at the Mountain of Death. It took him 2 hours to return, a very reasonable time. He opens his system screen to view the item. He's thinking about what kind of golem to make this time. He's considering making one for combat, a bite with sturdy arms. He already knows what he's going to do. Time passes and the day is breaking. He should have made the elephant this way. It wouldn't have collapsed after being completed. He extends the cord of his construction, and he names it the Fierce Gorilla. The gorilla's eyes begin to glow intensely. He shouts with excitement. It worked. He gives it a few commands and tells it to be cautious with the ceiling. Afterward, he introduces one golem to the other. The squirrel is very happy, and Dawn says he's the oldest one here, and he wants to see how strong they both are. Outside the tower, many rats are moving around. Some of them start to notice something happening. A noise is coming from the entrance of the tower. Soon the golems emerge with Dawn. The rats immediately become enraged. They charge at the golems, and Dawn gives a simple order: attack. The gorilla leaps towards the rats. It raises its powerful arms, striking the ground with great force. The rats are stunned, and the rest try to attack, but the gorilla sweeps them away as if they were nothing. And it continues like this, practically unstoppable. The guy watches the strength of the level 1 boss in awe. The gorilla continues pounding the rats with its fists. Instead of decreasing, the rats keep coming in greater numbers, and some of them are already climbing onto the elephant. He orders the elephant to react and prevent the rats from climbing. It begins to stomp the ground violently, but the rats are too many and are starting to surround them. The guy realizes he needs to attack in a different way, and he thinks about attacking on a larger scale. Then he has another epiphany about how to defend himself. He tosses an item to the gorilla. The gorilla grabs a large block of sand in one of its hands. Dahlin orders it to throw it. The gorilla prepares to launch the object. It flies far and high into the sky. The block crashes violently among the rats. Dahlin is pleased with the result and asks the elephant to move closer to the gorilla. Then the guy climbs onto the other golem. Now he asks the gorilla to extend its hand. This way he can place the cues quickly, and orders the golem to continue attacking the rats. And so it does, using the cues. Each throw crushes several rats. Dahlin keeps applying cues to his golem, which hurls them at the rats. Though it's an interesting solution, he had an even better idea. With the elephant close to them, he took advantage of its empty space to fill it with blocks. Now the gorilla's attack was even faster. Quickly, most of the rats had been dealt with. A message appears on his screen, warning that the dungeon is about to reset. Dahlin wasn't expecting the dungeon to reset. The ground starts to tremble as soon as the message appears. The rats begin to screech as if something is happening to them. They flee as if they've gone mad, sparking the guy's curiosity because they seem afraid of something. The little squirrel also seems scared of something, and Dahlin tries to console his friend. The squirrel tries to tell him something about the approaching danger. He knows that during the last reset, his little friend wasn't scared, but this time it's different. He opens his mini-map to see if he can find anything that might explain this unexpected reaction. At first, there's nothing unusual happening, but the area surrounding the first phase is starting to darken, and the towers that have begun to disappear. Even though everything is vanishing, the area still appears to be safe. However, something in particular catches the guy's attention. Several points appeared around the border. They seem to be monsters. Dahlin calls his golems. They need to leave that place now. He orders the elephant to go underground and the gorilla to climb the tower. Now he and the gorilla are up high observing the surroundings. The earlier tremor was an earthquake, to his relief. That sound was much easier to explain. It was the sound of all the monsters from the first phase moving underground. Dahlin can't let this opportunity slip by. This is the perfect chance for him to refine his abilities, and he starts using the boar's strength. After doing so, he also summons some earth cues and ordered the gorilla to throw the cues at the monsters. It would be his bazooka. All he had to do was create a block that the gorilla could lift with its ability, and the two of them start hurling the blocks from the top of the tower. A little rat looks up suspiciously. A massive block of earth is descending from the sky toward the monsters. They fall like meteors, and there's nothing the rodents can do to avoid them. The goal wasn't to eliminate the monsters, but to refine Daeun's ability. Because of the ability's cooldown, it wasn't easy to level it up like the digging ability. This time it was different because he could use it for an extended period in a safe place, a golden opportunity. The rats writhe in agony as the boulders rain down on their heads. They gather in one spot, trying to form a living tower. It grows rapidly, reaching towards the tower the boy had built. And you realize what they were doing and that it would be very difficult to hit them now, as it might damage his structure. However, there's no other option but to bring them down. Turning to the little squirrel, he says he's going to nip that problem in the bud, striking the living tower at a critical point. The rats begin to lose their balance and their tower becomes unstable. The rats fall to the ground, defeated by Daeun's stones. Focused on finishing what he started, he concentrates even more, preparing to use his digging ability. He uses it to create a large object in front of him. He'll continue repeating his pattern as long as he can. He prepares his hand to use more of his ability. In front of him now is a block decorated with numerous spikes. He says the gorilla can do its job with that. The beast lifts the spike block with its immense strength, and using its power, it hurls it toward the monsters below. The spiked hue spins rapidly in the air. Its fall was intense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A large trench was created by the impact, clearing the rats that were in the block's path. Dawn is amazed that this idea was so effective. The light discreetly appears in front of him. The system informs him that he has finally mastered the digging ability. He never imagined there would be a level beyond 10, and the boar's strength is now at level 7. From the top of his tower, he concludes that all of this has been very productive. He wants to leave the tower and tells his little squirrel that they're heading back to the base. Night is approaching in this barren land. Now that everything is quiet, he wonders if all monsters have really left that place. Looking at the map, he guesses they've hidden in the caves. There must be many nests given the number of rats, and the upper part of the map will become dangerous. He knows that it was difficult because they were stationary, and if a large group wanted to attack them, there would be little to be done. However, he is motivated by his results and wants to keep digging. This has become much easier now that he has a master level in this ability. With little effort, he can create enormous tunnels. Using his ability underground, he encountered something unusual. The tunnel met a rock formation different from the usual pattern. The stone was too dense, and no matter what he tried, he couldn't get through it using his digging ability. Without a solution in sight, he decided to return to the surface. The air is a bit chilly. He imagines this is due to the area being open and without trees. Walking in that area would be dangerous with the rats. He needs to think of a path that won't leave him so exposed to the monsters. Even if he can't dig, he could still erect towers, but with the underground blocked, there's little to be done, especially if he ends up facing another giant horde of rats. Things could get dangerous. He realizes that having more golems might be useful, and now that the dungeon has reset, he can get another one and ask the gorilla to accompany him. He's on the mountain in one of the towers he had built. He's already giving orders to gorilla number 2, which has just been created. That's his second combat golem. While the gorilla fought against the boss, it was easy to get the unprotected core, and once he has more golems, he won't even need to interfere in combat. And with his digging ability at the master level, things have become more practical. This way, he can train his bore strength ability, because he's able to produce larger and consequently heavier blocks. With their weight, most monsters won't be a problem at all. However, it's possible that a more dangerous monster exists, so caution is still necessary. Being careful, all he needs to do is plan, especially now that he has 3 golems with him. After a lot of digging, he decided to return to the surface. Once there, he began shivering from the cold almost instantly. The cold was so intense that he even sneezed as if he was already catching a cold. And since he's on the mountain, the altitude makes the place colder than the surroundings. Opening his inventory to search for items, he pulled out the horned boar's hide and used it as a blanket to shield himself from the cold wind. The little squirrel was there with him, bundling up. The coziest was so much that it put his little friend to sleep. The scene was cute enough to bring him joy. After a while, he asked the golems to stop marching, and once they stopped moving, there wasn't as much wind to make him feel cold. Dallin imagines that if he made a roof on the elephant, it could solve his problem with the excessive cold wind, and decided to put his idea into practice. Climbing down, he ordered the gorillas to secure the perimeter. He started handling the clay to shape what he wanted to create. Then he used his digging ability. But something unexpected began to happen in front of him. Making something thin like that was impossible before, but now that he's at a master level in this ability, he managed it. It was not only thin, but also extremely smooth, not even resembling ceramic. Pressing it with his fingertip, the piece broke because it had become too thin, compromising its hardness. Analyzing the piece, he realizes the edges need to be thicker to prevent it from breaking. Even so, he could make a piece that was strong enough. After many attempts, he finally managed to create a result that wasn't excessively thin. Now with the piece thicker, he wonders if it would be a problem if it fell. He spends a few moments deep in thought, imagining what might happen. It was then that his thoughts led him to a conclusion. He should shape the piece as an arched dome. This way it would resist its own weight and provide better protection. Now he was hunched over it, thinking about where he could improve it. With the piece ready, he asked one of the gorillas to carefully place the object on the elephant. Now the elephant had a well-crafted roof capable of protecting its occupants from the elements. Darwin lies down on it calmly, pleased with what he had accomplished. The little squirrel appears and says something to him now. The guy thinks he can better use his skills and perhaps build a wall to prevent monsters from passing. Now that he can't hide underground, raising a wall would protect them during surface travels. Since it was very cold, he thought of first making an insulating wall. And now that digging was at its maximum level, he could create even more elaborate things. He could replicate things he had in his life in Korea. And after much work, he created something that hadn't existed in that dungeon until then. A campfire similar to an oven had been built. The elephant golem now had a chimney and could produce heat. There was a space for burning wood, a bathroom, a storage area, and a well-designed steam passage through the golem's trunk. The work was so well executed that the little squirrel was extremely impressed by it. Another achievement was unlocked for creating a heating system, and a heat manipulation skill was added to the craftsman skill. He hadn't expected a reward for that, and he wasn't even surprised. 2 long months passed, and they were now in the historical ruins. The rabbit is incredulous at what he observes. Once again, the golem had been destroyed, and the players want to know what to do now. This is definitely not good. Darwin continues to collect the item from the level 1 boss. If things keep going this way, his superiors will start to complain. At his base, the guy just laments a little that he can't show what he's made to anyone else. If the rabbit were there, he would show him his entire army of golems, which now numbers 5. The group of golems advances up the mountain. The guy is inside the mobile home and his elephant has become. Through the window, he doesn't see any rats and assumes it's because they're now high on the mountain. If they continue at this pace and without any unforeseen events, they'll soon reach the top. He finally dismounted from his elephant, and contemplating the horizon line, he was quite impressed with what he could see from there. The mountain range formed a beautiful landscape as seen from that spot. Perhaps that's why people enjoy hiking. The scenery is not only beautiful but also takes you places with refreshing air. He looks back for a moment, and something immediately catches his attention. In the distance, it's possible to see a fort, and he doesn't know why that structure is there. Now he's wondering what that could be. As he gets closer, his doubts only grow about why the historical ruins are in that place. He was far from the location of the first phase, and now he wants to know why it's called a historical ruin. Since it's the rabbit who calls it that, he doesn't know the reason but assumes it must have been built a long time ago. He wonders if it existed in that world before it became a giant dungeon. And if he stays there in front of it, he won't discover anything, so he decided to enter to investigate. And since he has 5 golems with him now, he doesn't need to worry as much. He climbs the stairs and looks at the gargoyle beside him. He hasn't seen that before and wonders what that statue is. The statue appears to be very well made with rich details. It was crafted from raw stone. However, the color was a bit strange. Even so, it's clear that it was very well made. He continues climbing the stairs, passing by the statue. As he ascends, the statue suddenly moves. A large explosion occurs and pieces of stone fly in all directions. The guy falls backward, worried because he doesn't know what just happened. The statue is now in front of him, holding a large trident in its hands and in a threatening posture. Dahlin can't hide the panic on his face. The statue is enormous, and the flapping of its wings stirs up the dust in the area. It leaps into the sky, causing a strong gust of wind. The guy has no idea why it's alive. The gargoyle is high above, ready to attack anyone below. Dahlin thinks he's in big trouble because there's little he can do against such a huge beast. The gargoyle swoops down fiercely towards the intruder of the ruin. Dahlin desperately calls for his golems to do something. Before the gargoyle can reach him, 2 of the gorillas were already prepared to attack the aggressor. The statue strikes the first one of the blow from its trident. The blow is powerful enough to cause one of the gorilla's arms to snap like rotten wood. The gargoyle then turns to the other golem to try to attack it. Noticing more golems coming to attack, it leaps into the air again, avoiding being grabbed by them. Now it descends towards the one that had collided with each other, and with a swing of its powerful tail, another of the golems is damaged. The gargoyle lands on the ground while the gorilla succumbs to the damage it has taken. It stands tall with no damage to its body. Dahlin is genuinely worried because the statue is much stronger than he expected. However, the golems, despite suffering extensive damage to their bodies, are already beginning to regenerate. Dahlin realizes he needs to distract the creature to give the golems a chance to attack. He summons an earth cube, placing it on his elephant's trunk. He then orders the elephant to hurl the cube toward the statue. The boulder is launched with great force. The gargoyle notices the cube flying towards it and shields itself with one of its wings, blocking the attack. The dust from the cube begins to settle, revealing the condition of the statue's wing. Despite the impact, it hadn't suffered any damage. Dahlin realizes that the strength of the earth he's throwing is nothing compared to the resistance of the stones the gargoyle is made of. And that's all he can do right now, nothing more. Thinking quickly, he uses his abilities once again. The elephant shoots another massive earth cube at the statue. Once again, the statue defends itself with one of its wings. He then orders his gorillas to attack the creature. The statue is grabbed by them, becoming immobilized. The stone dragon begins to writhe, and by spinning rapidly, it manages to break free from the gorilla's grasp, sending them flying. Dahlin had hoped the gorillas would be able to hold it off for a bit, but at this rate, they'll turn to dust and he doesn't know what to do. The guy hears a faint voice. One of the gorillas stands up resolutely. He doesn't understand at first what is happening. The gorilla roars fiercely at the statue. It manages to grab it from behind, successfully immobilizing it. Dahlin observes the cleverness of the 4th gorilla. Seeing what was happening in front of him, he orders the remaining golems to flee the area. They manage to escape while the last gorilla holds the gargoyle in place. This was far from ideal. The situation was merely catastrophic. They're now close to the summit of the northern mountain, and the gargoyle hasn't followed them there. It's a miracle that he got out of there losing only one of his golems, and now he can only wonder what might be in that ruin. According to the map, that wasn't a monster, and since it's not in the phase area, it's not a boss either. He hadn't expected this to be in his path. That must be why the rats don't go there. There's definitely something behind all of this. Now Dahlin needs to find out what it is, no matter what. Another month has passed in that place, and he remains on the mountain of death. Amidst the land of rocks and various boulders, the guy works tirelessly. But no matter how hard he tries, it seems impossible to make any progress. He's already frustrated because that stone is impossible to mine. The guy tries to calm down because he knows he can't lose his sanity in this place. A bit calmer, he looks at the ground. He observes the tool he was using to try to mine the stone as he's planning his revenge against the gargoyle. And to understand the preparations he's been making, it's necessary to go back to the beginning, about a month ago. He was in the forest and found what seemed to be a large hammer. Someone might have abandoned that item there, a metal hammer, and he had only returned to that place to make more golems. What he learned from the battle is that earth golems are ineffective against beasts made of stone. He needed something that was tougher than stone since his golems couldn't do it. And after thinking a lot about the subject, he decided to create weapons that the golems could use. Finding the hammer ended up being a fortunate discovery in that land. The mountain peaks decorate the horizon line. The hammer was too small for the golems to use as a weapon, but he had found a material that could be shaped into one. He opened his inventory to use some of the items he had. The hammer was more of a tool than a defensive weapon. Dalan's skill tree was entirely focused on creating objects and things. After working hard, he wondered if it would be good enough. He asked his little squirrel if making an axe was a good idea. What he managed to achieve was the recovery of the golem lost in the battle against the gargoyle. He had no experience with stone and spent an entire month working with this material, refining his skills. The work was exhausting, and even though he had made 5 axes, he was very tired of having to mine the stone. He wielded the hammer, but the progress in shaping the stone was slow and tedious. Even so, he kept working day after day. Striking the stone once more, a glow erupted in front of him. Another achievement was unlocked due to his efforts. Now he had the stone carving ability. It was yet another thing he didn't expect to happen. The dungeon provided all kinds of skills, and that's how he acquired the digging ability after digging extensively. Now he just needed to figure out how to use this newly acquired skill. He imagined he needed to punch the stone, but doing so didn't achieve anything. So he grabbed the hammer in his hands and thought of using it to see if something different would happen. He spoke the name of the skill as he prepared to strike the boulder. A bluish glow emanated from the spot where the impact occurred. He observed the stone he was trying to break intently. After some time, it cracked. He didn't mean to hit very hard, and yet the cut was clean. Remembering the effort he had put in all those days trying to shape the stones, he recognized the value of this skill. He struck a few more stones to improve his affinity with the skill, continuing to understand how it worked. Looking at a larger stone, he wondered if he could break that one too. Now he was determined to try. The sound of the strike echoed through the place. The single blow wasn't enough, but he imagined that with more strikes, he could break it. Now he was thinking of making the axes with the help of this skill. It was much easier, and it took him only an hour to carve the axe. And now the time required to make them was much shorter. In total, he managed to make the 8 axes he wanted, and with the different shapes, he learned more about the characteristics of the material. He needed to strike with something harder than the stone. The heavier the tool, the easier the stone broke. He could also control the direction in which the stone would break. He wondered what would happen if he struck without the guide. Even though it would break, the impact would have no direction, and it would be slower and less efficient, just scattering unusable pieces on the ground. However, one of these pieces caught his attention. He decided to hit it with a hammer, and saw that there were even smaller pieces. He wanted to see how far he could break them down. He repeatedly struck the small pieces of stone. The stone had turned to powder, resembling more sand than stone, and in this state, he thought of testing his digging ability on it. Extending his hand towards the stone powder, he used his ability. A block began to form in front of him. He was impressed by what was happening before his eyes, and looking at his inventory, he realized that it had worked. The material of the brick was the same as the stone, so it was very hard, almost as if it had turned back into stone. He needed to break more stones to make more bricks like that. He couldn't stop thinking about how this skill would be once it reached the maximum level. With a stick, he began drawing on the ground. He was planning a strategy against the gargoyle, which had the advantage in open spaces due to its ability to fly. Using the stone carving skill on it could be dangerous, so the boy kept thinking he just needed a way to get close without putting himself at risk. He needed to dig a tunnel, and with the stone carving skill, he might be able to. But it was possible that at his current skill level, the time required would be impractical. He continued trying to think of a solution, and looked at the drawing of his golems on the ground. And finally, it seemed he had an interesting idea. The first golem was the elephant, but he made a gorilla right after. And he needed mobility to fight. What could help him now was a more agile golem. He began sketching shapes on the ground that could fulfill this objective. The little squirrel was impressed by the drawing. Dalan looks at his friend, wanting to say something. The boy tells his little buddy that they need to create his new siblings. The squirrel is very happy to see the family growing. At the entrance to the ruins, the gargoyle stands guard. It remains still but alert to its surroundings. It begins to move slowly as his eyes light up. Its hand grips the trident tightly. The boy is there for his revenge. And the gargoyle senses that there's an intruder. Golems are approaching, and they have the shape of centaurs. The form Deban chose to achieve the agility he needed was that of centaurs. They advance in formation. Behind them is Daun riding on a clay ostrich. With his idea, he managed to create an entire cavalry. The bonus for having the digging skill at the maximum level allowed him to shape the earth with little effort. The older golems are intact. They just don't have their cores. The gargoyle takes to the air, preparing to attack those who are trying to enter the ruin. The boy says the lizard can cry all at once, and the first stone hits the flying gargoyle. It defends itself from the attack, but this time its wing cracks from the impact of the stone. Da notices something even more interesting. The wing remains cracked, a clear sign that it isn't regenerating. Perhaps it doesn't have a core, making it less dangerous, so he orders the centaurs to attack the beast. They advance, carrying the stones carved by the boy. The gargoyle descends to attack, heading toward the lid centaur. With this trident, it cuts through the centaur effectively. A second centaur tries to strike with the stone it's carrying, and the edge of its axe hits the shaft of the trident, breaking it. Even so, the gargoyle uses the broken weapon to slice through the centaur in front of it. The boy ordered the two that had attacked to fall back so that two others could take the lead in the assault. In this way, attacking in pairs, he could give his golems time to regenerate, and with more precise commands, they could react better. This was only possible because he was issuing orders very quickly. No matter how strong a gargoyle was, it wouldn't withstand infinite attacks, and one of his weaknesses finally became apparent. It was now closer to the ground. Its feet were almost touching the soil, and Dalan ordered his golems to grab the gargoyle's legs. He tried to take off again, but the golems were pulling it down. The boy advances toward the battle, mounted on his ostrich, and he remembers his friend's advice about the size of monsters. Because the bigger they are, the harder they fall. He remembers this saying and his focus on the statue's defeat. Closer to the battle, he created a staircase of blocks of earth. Getting closer, he reinforced the command to pull it down with more force. After some struggle, the gargoyle was thrown to the ground. While it's held down by the centaurs, Dawan leaps toward the gargoyle. He opens his inventory while still in the air, and attacks it by releasing several blocks he was carrying. The gargoyle is being buried by the stone blocks. The impact is violent, and the golems ensure it doesn't escape during the process. The gargoyle tries to move, but the successive impacts make it difficult. It attempts to flee once the stone blocks have fallen, but the boy now summons his earthen bricks, and more blocks fall on the gargoyle's head. Dawa notices that the gargoyle is breaking the blocks with its mouth before they can hit it. There aren't many auctions left, so he opens his inventory once more and hurls the bricks he had made toward it. The gargoyle tries to react, but it's futile. In its mouth is a stone block, and above it is Da'un, wielding his ore-mining hammer. The gargoyle is finally subdued with almost nothing left to do. Even so, the centaurs continue to immobilize it. The little squirrel celebrates from atop the ostrich. The boy prepares to strike the statue using his rock-breaking skill, and he hits it in the jaw while activating the sculpting ability. The impact point of the hammer begins to produce numerous cracks. The gargoyle implodes on itself. As the dust settles a bit more, the little squirrel tries to see what happened. The gargoyle's hand tries to rise, agonizing, but it soon stops moving. The squirrel celebrates the victory even more. The stone sculpting ability leveled up several times. After that battle, it reached level 4. Looking at the shattered statue beneath his feet, Dawan celebrates, knowing his team had succeeded. Meanwhile, the rabbit is terrified by what's been happening. A monkey in a suit approaches him for a conversation. The mandrill asks how the rabbit has been spending his days. Is the guide for Phase 2, and the rabbit wants to know what he's doing there. The hierarchy of guides is based on the number of dungeons they control. The more dungeons one controls, the more respected they are. The mandrill is responsible for 2 dungeons, so he outranks the rabbit. And unlike the rabbit, the mandrill has a name. The rabbit asks what the mandrill is doing there, and the mandrill retorts, asking if the rabbit has been doing his job in the past few days. The rabbit says yes, but doesn't understand why the mandrill is upset. The mandrill asks again if the rabbit is sure about that, and once more, the rabbit confirms. The mandrill says the number of survivors reaching his phase has doubled and wants to know why the rabbit's performance has dropped so much. The rabbit promises to work harder, but blames it all on the Bolgado who keeps killing the level 1 boss. The mandrill seems to be running out of patience. He suggests the rabbit stop lying to him. Davan decides that he might need those bricks later, so he stores them away again. Noticing that his stone sculpting ability is now at level 4, he assumes it's because the gargoyle was so strong. It would make sense since that battle wasn't easy. It wouldn't have been great if the gargoyle had a core, but if it did, he might not have defeated it. Even so, he decides to carve the body to save bricks. Now he's even more convinced that the gargoyle didn't have a core, but thanks to it, he managed to level up. Looking at the ruins, he remembers the rabbit saying that this was the end of the world. He wants to enter and see what secrets lie within and wonders if he'll encounter others like that along the way. Patiently staring at the entrance to the ruins, he makes up his mind. He finally decides to enter with his golems. He called out to golem number 3, who was lagging behind. After a short march, he was impressed by something he saw. The rabbit tries to evade, saying he's an honest rabbit and wouldn't lie. The mandrill keeps laughing but says he's already figured everything out. He's talking about the exile who defied fate, Dawan. The rabbit is in trouble and the worst possible person has discovered it. Dalan is trying to purify the place with his ability. He noticed that the place doesn't reset at all, and he can't explain why there are so many bones in that corridor. There aren't many carcasses, and he's starting to get a bit worried. One of the centaurs steps on a plate in the floor that sinks. This triggers a barrage of arrows that hit it in the head. He didn't expect to find traps there, but he's glad he sent one of the golems ahead. The golem looks at him, riddled with arrows, which is a bit bizarre. Even so, the golems aren't hurt because they regenerate. Seeing this, Daman praises their work. Then he orders them to break the walls so he doesn't have to worry about hidden arrows. An arrow falls to the ground nearly broken. The boy praises his golems and suggests they take a break now. With them stopped, he begins to remove the arrows one by one. He finally removed the last arrow. The golems start celebrating while he examines the arrows he removed. They are so old that they're falling apart. In the other traps, instead of liquid oil, solid oil fell, and some magic circles couldn't activate due to excessive mold. The boy wonders how many years that place has been abandoned. The squirrel is pacing in circles, passing the time. It suddenly stops, and Dalan asks his little friend if something happened. The squirrel runs off, and the boy follows. Seeing to enter a small hole, he says that's a dead end. He then orders the golems to tear down the wall in front of him. They strike it together with devastating force. The power is so great that the boy thinks the heavens are on his side, and soon, his eyes widen. The squirrel points to something. There's an enormous gate, and he wonders if it's a hall where the boss is hiding. Running his hands over the gate, he senses that the boss there has already been defeated. Even so, he decides to use the boar's strength at that moment. He looks through a crack calmly, but soon his whole face is illuminated by what he sees. In front of him is a massive dragon skeleton. The little squirrel is in love with all those bones, but the boy holds it back, realizing the squirrel has a strong interest in bones. Not knowing what could happen, he orders his golems to enter as well and stay with him. Dalan told the little squirrel to be quieter because, in the worst-case scenario, they might have to flee. As he approached the dragon bones, he remarked that they were much more interesting when seen up close. He continued to hold back the excited squirrel. There was an interesting box nearby, but it seemed like a complicated night. Something was written in Hebrew on its lid which caught the boy's attention. He lived once more at the table, and a strong light overwhelmed his vision. The brightness caused him to fall to the ground, and he wondered if it was a trap. The light became increasingly complex, and the symbols began organizing themselves in the air. The boy watched it all unfold before him, unable to understand. The letters were now in a language he could comprehend, and they were calling him the Chosen One. Assuming it was addressing him, the screen confirmed it was indeed speaking to him. The boy stood up, startled, and asked who was speaking. The screen responded that it was the ruler of that place and that the hall he was in belonged to it. The boy asked if this being was the dragon whose bones were there. The screen confirmed, stating that the dragon was merely hibernating. The boy joked, saying it looked more like the dragon was in eternal sleep. The screen explained that this didn't apply to dragons and that after a battle, its life force was depleted, but to the boy, that just sounded like a fancy way of saying the dragon was dead. The boy felt pity for the entity speaking to him, assuming it hadn't accepted the passing of its master. But the screen insisted that the dragon hadn't departed. Changing the subject, the boy asked why the screen was so serious, sensing that it had a short temper. The screen then explained that the resurrection of the dragon was the reason the temple existed, and the boy asked why this hadn't been done yet. The screen revealed that the dragon's life force was at its limit. The boy joked that it's always the same, and the screen mentioned he was lucky to be the chosen one. Shifting topics again, the boy asked why the screen said he had what was necessary. The screen explained that it was because he had passed all the tests set by the dragon. He was qualified to meet Lord Earthia. The boy tried to recall when he had passed those tests. The screen asked if he had already forgotten the challenges he faced to get there. Now he could associate the difficulties he had encountered. The screen congratulated him for accomplishing all this, and the boy thought he might receive something in return. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The screen then said he would inherit the temple, which made him happy. But he quickly asked the screen to repeat what it had just said. He wanted to know what benefits came with assuming the temple. The screen said he would receive eternal happiness, and the boy turned away, saying he didn't need that. The screen mentioned that it would soon perish, and the boy assumed it was trying to make him feel sorry. The screen explained that only its soul remained, and it was ignoring his own departure. The boy scratched his head, deep in thought. He said he was sorry about that, but didn't want to stay there, as he had other things to do, even if it didn't seem like it. The screen asked what was wrong with him, insisting that he was refusing an honored position, and he replied that he wanted to find his comrades in that place. He was surprised by his own words, not realizing that this was his true goal. Then he said he wanted to go home. The screen asked if that was really what he wanted. Despite everything he had been through, he had been ignoring in his heart that what he truly desired was to return to his world. The screen said that if he wished for that, he should assume the temple, as he would be able to use the dragon's authority. The boy, now interested, asked what that was. The screen explained that this ability granted the power to open portals. He lay on the ground, saying that all of this was very amusing. He looked at the screen and contemplated his title as Master of the Historical Ruins. He was now organizing his thoughts, realizing the unexpected title he had gained. He wondered if he could open a portal to his world. The screen informed him that there were no limits to the portals. But opening portals consumed life energy, and the farther the destination, the more energy was required. And the way this happened was through an offering. Both living creatures and inanimate objects possessed life energy, and the boy realized that the object before him was an altar. Picking up a piece of food, he asked if it would work. The screen instructed him to place it on the altar. As soon as the food is placed on the altar, it is immediately consumed. The screen remarks that the offering was exceptional, but the boy wants to know if he can open a portal now. The screen explains that while the offering was good, one piece of meat is insufficient to open a portal, so he places much more meat on the altar. The screen, surprised by his ability to use spatial magic, asks for permission to analyze the boy. He agrees, and after a quick analysis, the screen states that it understands now. The screen, now displaying some information, reveals that he is a being who has already been offered as a sacrifice. The status window is a mark left by the death dragon on its offerings. The boy is shocked by this information. His status window has changed and he hopes he is no longer an offering. He begins to think that his friends might also be offerings, like him. He became the master of the ruin because the screen said it would erase the mark of the offering, but he still wants to know if he can use the portals. Noticing his new abilities, he realizes they are quite powerful. He calls out to the screen, now known as Alpha. He asks if he can enhance his new abilities using vital energy, to which Alpha replies that he can. He is determined to use everything at his disposal to achieve his goals. He plans to offer more sacrifices than the system can handle. Alpha asks if it can make a request, and the boy wants to know what it is. Alpha asks him to restrain the little squirrel that is gnawing on the dragon's bones, and the boy is surprised, not even realizing when the squirrel got there. Meanwhile, the mandrill is still intimidating the rabbit. The rabbit can't believe he's being demoted. The mandrill says the rabbit allowed an offering to the death dragon to escape, which made him fail as a guide. The mandrill came there specifically to strip the rabbit of his powers, but the rabbit knows that the mandrill had wanted to get rid of him for a long time and finally found a pretext. The mandrill repeats that he is now in charge of that area. The rabbit asks where he should go now. The mandrill says that's not his problem and that the rabbit isn't square, so I'll manage. He orders the rabbit to hunt down the survivor and bring him to the mandrill. The rabbit wants to know what will be done with the boy. The mandrill says he needs to be taken down, and that this is the rabbit's final mission. Now the rabbit realizes the truth. The mandrill wants to eliminate him. The boy tells Alpha he has one last question before he leaves. He asks if Alpha knows that he wants to go home, and Alpha confirms this. The boy wants to know if he'll be able to leave peacefully once he's prepared everything, and Alpha says yes, as long as he finds a replacement. He asks if he can go out to find a successor since there's no one there. It's just an excuse. He wants to go back, but he doesn't want to abandon his friends. The next day, in the Mountains of Death, someone is wandering aimlessly. It's the rabbit, searching for human. He's frustrated, unable to believe the boy has gone so far. Seeing several towers, he assumes this is the path the boy took. Meanwhile, more meat is placed on the altar. Alpha consumes the offering to produce vital energy. The boy asks if it's possible to use the vital energy from all the offerings, and Alpha confirms that it is. He wants to use the first ability he gained in the temple, opening portals. Placing his hands on the ground, he manages to create a portal in front of him. Now he observes it, curious to know where it will lead. Alpha explains that in its current state, the portal leads nowhere, as 2 portals need to be created. The boy finds this illogical since he can't create a portal in Korea. Alpha explains that his ability is still restricted by its level, and that when he perfects it, he'll be able to go wherever he desires. Alpha adds that if he continues progressing at this rate, he'll master the ability in 20 years. Eager to test the ability, the boy summons another portal next to the first. Now they're connected, Alpha says. Alpha explains that if he enters one, he'll come out the other, and the boy is excited to test this. And that's exactly what happens, but his little squirrel didn't go with him. Even though the squirrel tries to force his way in, cannot enter the portal. Alpha explains that only with the master's permission can other beings pass through the portals, so Daewon gives permission for the little squirrel. As soon as he says this, the squirrel is able to pass through and begins to playfully jump in and out of the portals. Daewon then asks if his golems can do the same, and Alpha confirms that they can, though it will consume a bit of mana. Daewon finds this very cool and already imagines summoning his golems anywhere. Alpha agrees that it's a good idea, but suggests that if Daewon is ever in danger, it would be better for him to use the portal himself. Daewon stretches and says he's going outside because it's too stuffy inside. Outside the ruin, he celebrates. Looking at one of the peaks, he imagines there must be something behind it. He moves closer for a better look. Peering down, he is soon impressed by what he sees. It's a vast sea of clouds, and Alpha asks if he finds it beautiful. The boy replies that he does. He asks Alpha if it knows what's beneath the clouds, but Alpha says it doesn't care about anything outside the temple. The boy comments that normal people might have a problem with loneliness, but he's used to it. Curiosity is natural, and he decides to create an observatory there. Soon, his tower is built. With it, he can get a sense of his surroundings using his mini-map. The map reveals that they are surrounded by trees. He thought that this was the end of the world, but it seems they are surrounded by plains, and Alpha asks if he plans to descend the mountain. Alpha is concerned about losing the temple's ruler, but the boy says he's come this far and wants to explore. Alpha asks why he wants to descend the mountain, but the boy is distracted, deep in thought. He pulls out his hammer from his inventory. He asks if it's sufficient, and Alpha, curious, asks what he's doing. The boy replies that he's going to make stairs. He begins to carve the ground, and Alpha asks how he plans to create the stairs. Daewon explains that his stone sculpting ability helps him control the direction in which the rock breaks. Alpha comments that it still doesn't look like a staircase, but Daewon asks Alpha to just watch. He extends his hand over the markings he made. Then he gives a command to carve, and the ground begins to change. Much to Alpha's surprise, it worked perfectly. Descending the mountain is now possible. It will just take some time, and Daewon will be able to perfect his technique in the process. He's excited and can't wait to achieve it. Elsewhere, a small group of players is making their way through the forest. One woman wonders where they are at that moment. She doesn't say it out loud, but she's very scared. Some will comment that they've come quite far. He wonders what kind of monsters they might encounter now that they've passed the phase, but they've already defeated many enemies, and in the process, they've become stronger. So even if problems arise, they'll manage. Wherever they are, they will survive. He has an iron will that keeps his determination unwavering. His words end up motivating his companions. They calm down amidst the uncertainty of that place. One woman asks if they should plant potatoes there, and he agrees. Looking in another direction, Sunwoo becomes a bit pensive. The mountain on the horizon seems familiar to him, like he's seen it before. A system screen appears in front of him. It congratulates him for reaching Phase 4. Meanwhile, on the mountain, something else is happening. Dalan is quite tired and wants to rest for a bit now. He has made a large staircase and comments that it's different from digging on flat ground. He's ascended a lot and it would be exhausting to go up and down all the time. He begins to work on the slope and Alpha asks if this is an alternate path. But the boy says he's placing a portal there and Alpha praises his ingenuity. However, the boy forgets that he needs vital energy and is out of offerings. Alpha explains that he's connected to the altar and can make an offering from wherever he is. Alpha tells him that all he needs to do is eat, and once he's satisfied, whatever exceeds that will go to the altar. Dalan is pleased to learn this and starts eating. Since he just needs to eat a lot, he won't complain. After eating a bit, he tries to create the portal. Meanwhile, the rabbit is trudging along the mountain slope. He's completely hopeless, not expecting anything to happen. He's also feeling very hungry. The rabbit had climbed too far up the mountain. He was frustrated because he hated climbing. He was hungry, cold, and tired and couldn't remember the last time he got paid. His payment was to take down a player, which transferred their vital energy to him. He was upset, blaming everything on the human. He spotted a rat in front of him. The rat squeaked threateningly. The rabbit was startled, not realizing the rat could see him. But the rat walked on normally, unable to see the rabbit after all. He could resist for now, but if he continued to weaken, the rats could become a real threat. The more he walked, the more his life force dwindled. The rabbit collapsed on the ground, exhausted. He was so tired that he lost his ability to fly. He tried to pull himself together as best he could, but a few rats began to gather around him. At that moment, it dawned on the rabbit. If he slipped up, he would lose much more than just a few abilities. He fled from the swarm of rats that inhabited the mountain. Terrified, he shouted for them not to follow him. He knew he needed to find shelter or risk dying. Ahead of him stood a tower and thought of hiding inside it. The rabbit quickly entered the shelter. Once inside, he tried to catch his breath. He looked up and saw a point of light. He began to climb the stairs to escape the rats that were still pursuing him. The rabbit was frustrated that the human built such tall towers. He was now very close to the top of the stairs. Finally, he reached the top of the tower. He looked back frightened because the entrance had no door. The rats leaped to him aggressively. He said that even though he seemed weak, he could still defend himself. And he started punching the monsters. After all, he was the guide of the first phase. His plan was to lure the rats into the narrow passage and knock them out with his punches. The strategy worked, giving him the advantage. And even without his guide powers, he managed to handle the situation with just his fists. What he didn't expect was that the effort would be too much. His health was at its limit, and he was worried that he might end up being taken down. The rats kept coming, and just like him, they were starving. The rats charged at him, desperate and furious. The rabbit realized this was a battle of the famished, so he decided to make a final leap with the strength he had left. The rabbit threw himself out of the tower, with the rats following him. In a final gesture, he told the rats to try eating him. As he fell, he thought it was better to do this than to experience being eaten alive. Accumulating hatred for the mandrill, the rabbit cursed him in his final moments. Like the mandrill, he also cursed the bug human who was directly responsible for everything that had happened to him. But instead of crashing to the ground, the rabbit landed in Dalan's arms as he was passing by. Dalan had come to see why there were so many rats moving around. Now he wanted to know what the rabbit was doing there. The rabbit was terrified because he hadn't expected to run into the human at that moment. But being so weak, he began to lose consciousness. Sometime later, he started to smell something very pleasant. He woke up startled and jumped to his feet. The rabbit was inside the dragon's temple. In front of him was a plate of potatoes. The smell was too inviting and he rushed for the potatoes, intending to eat them. But someone stopped him and said he couldn't eat yet. The human told him that he had worked very hard to make those potatoes. Now the rabbit realized he wasn't dreaming. However, he didn't care about anything anymore and begged the human for some of the potatoes. He pleaded desperately, saying he was starving. Dawan asked if he really wanted some of the potatoes. The rabbit nodded vigorously. Dawan then made him an offer to become his successor in the temple. The rabbit was caught off guard by that proposal. He still hadn't understood what it meant to be a successor or exactly what it entailed. He said that he became the master of that place by chance, and that he would like the rabbit to succeed him since he has experience in administration. Offering the potatoes once again, he asked if the rabbit would like to eat and if rabbits eat potatoes. The rabbit took them from the boy's hand and said that they don't eat them because there aren't any. The rabbit is eating voraciously and even the boy is wondering if they are that good. He is satisfied, and Daewon asks if there's any problem of eating something cultivated in the dungeon, but the rabbit said that he was demoted and doesn't care anymore. Now the boy wants to know why he had been demoted. He didn't expect to hear that, and after some time and a bit of reluctance, the rabbit explained everything to him. The boy is now fully aware of everything and understood that the mandrill is planning to overthrow the rabbit. He wants to know if the rabbit went there to deliver him to the mandrill, and if he could have told what he said. But the rabbit, determined, said that he won't change his mind anymore. His situation was already bad, and there's not much to be done now. Now he wants to know more about this thing of becoming a successor. One door closed, but another is opening now. And resolutely, he says that his dedication is now entirely to Dawn. Alpha is listening to everything and asked if he could interfere now. The rabbit started sweating cold as soon as he heard the voice because he knew it was Urvi the dragon, and he had no idea that he was in his temple. Alpha asked them to go to the altar, and the rabbit was hesitant, fearing he might become a sacrifice, but the boy assured him that it wasn't about that. The rabbit asked if he had managed to open that door, and Dalvin said that he would be surprised much more. And opening the door, he said the rabbit would probably go crazy. The sight was really too much for the rabbit, who couldn't hide his emotions. On the ground, there was a small sprout developing, and Dalon introduced him to his potato plantation that covered the entire floor of the hall. The rabbit couldn't believe that Dalon had turned the secret room into a plantation where Urthia's skeleton was. And the boy said that to survive, food was necessary, so he couldn't waste such a useful space. And he said that the dragon must have liked the plantation, and both the rabbit and Alpha said in unison that no, he probably didn't like it. Alpha said he was almost crying for having someone else with common sense there, and Dalon couldn't see anything wrong with his conduct. The rabbit asked if he had survived all this time like that, and he said that first, he made some stairs. Then he started taking care of his small garden, and occasionally he used some rats as sacrifices. And after some time, he ended up finding the rabbit again, who couldn't believe this story. He wanted to know how he managed to deal with the rats. He then called his golems. They presented themselves, and the boy asked if they were cool, but the rabbit finally understood why there are no more bosses on level 1. That human is simply out of his mind. And the rabbit is fascinated by this madness while he's just trying to adapt to the new environment. Alpha said that if they were done, the rabbit should climb onto the altar, and the temple master should place his hand on him. He did as told, and a circle appeared on his hand. A new ability emerged, the ability to designate an administrator. Alpha said that the requirements were met, and Dalon didn't even know if he'd still have new abilities. Alpha said that his devotion was too little to tell him everything, and Dalon asked if he was talking about offerings. He thinks he needs to try everything, and the rabbit asks what is going on. Dalon doesn't know if it's luck or bad luck, but he didn't expect to get so involved with that sadistic rabbit. Extending his hand once more, the circle reverberated in his hand. He designated the rabbit as an administrator, and his clothes started to shine, as did the power that was renewed in him. After shining brightly, his clothes returned to their normal color. He had become an intermediate administrator, but didn't have a name yet. He couldn't believe he had gone from being a guide to becoming an intermediate administrator. Alpha said that the rabbit's previous experience helped him, and he celebrated by saying that the flat earth had turned over. Dalon didn't expect the rabbit to be so happy about that. He called him master and said that all his loyalty was his, and that he wanted them to forget the past, and Dalon just asked him not to be over the top. But he remembered that they had been through a lot at the beginning, and he ordered the rabbit to kneel, who didn't understand. It finally hit him. The rabbit had gained a new master along with his new title. Dalon ordered him to look down now. The rabbit received his first command. He is in the garden planting potatoes, a whole bunch of them. The rabbit is already exhausted from so much work. He asks if he really has to do that, and the boy says he needs to pay for his sins. The rabbit realized he had become a slave and needs to urgently think of something to change the situation. Screams echo through the forest at the beginning. A frightened boy tries to defend himself from an enraged boar. He tries to fight back, but even with the sword in his hands, his efforts were useless. Mandrill observes from above that the new participants perish very quickly. He feels something different happening. He lost his connection with the rabbit, and he starts thinking about what could have happened to him. In a pot, there are some cooked potatoes, and Dalon calls his administrator to have a snack with him. He doesn't understand that the potatoes are those because in the pot, he only sees plant roots. The rabbit says that the floor of the room is warm, and Dalon responds that he did that so he could plant. The rabbit asks if the little squirrel disappeared, and Dalon says it's in the room too. He has his mouth full, and the rabbit wants to know what he ate. Dalon said that the squirrel likes to eat bones. The rabbit asks why the squirrel climbed onto the golem, and Dalon told him not to do that. With his tiny hands, he made a hole in the golem. Once the hole was open, he was ready, and he opened his mouth, dropping the bones inside. As soon as he did that, he quickly closed the hole and hid his bones. Dalon said it must be a habit of storing food, but he wished the little squirrel would stop doing that. With him in his hands, he started noticing something. He had a task for the rabbit, who said he had just started resting, but he ordered him to get up anyway. The rabbit is very annoyed because careful and hardworking bosses are the most annoying. The rabbit is now carrying the bones from that place. He wants to know why he's carrying those bones, and Dalan already knows what to do, so he called everyone there. He ordered the golems to crush the bones, and the rabbit was afraid of their strength. Once that was done, Dalan used his purification ability, and he told the rabbit to spread the bone dust over the field, and he asked why he should do that. He said that they are fertilizers, and the rabbit was thinking that he was crazy, but now he understood and even found it genius. Despite working hard in that place, the rabbit had his moments of joy, like the meals, and there was one dish he liked more than the others. Wild boar barbecue. It was simply fabulous. And with excitement, he takes each piece of meat to his mouth. He feels like he is being transported to paradise with every bite of meat he consumes. Outside the ancient ruins, something is happening. The mandrill is perplexed by what he is seeing. The boss was no longer there, only his remains. The core was already in Dalan's hands, and farming golems is another thing the rabbit loved. He asked why the rabbit was smiling, and he said he's sure the mandrill must be going crazy right now, and he knows exactly how he must be feeling. He didn't expect there to be a tunnel there. That is why he couldn't find Dalan, who asked why he seemed offended, and the rabbit changed the subject. He suggested placing a portal there so they wouldn't always have to walk, and Dalan praised the idea. The portal was immediately created, and soon they were home. Alpha warned that he was wasting vital energy, but Dalan said that it was an investment, and now that he was there, he had something else to think about and do. The potatoes had grown too much, and the rabbit says they eat people now. Dalan thinks it was the fertilizer that did this. He is sad because the plants he took such good care of are now trying to devour him. Alpha suggests that he use the trap installation skill, and the rabbit says that if those things are named as traps, they wouldn't attack them. The boy realizes that this skill would be very useful for them. Meanwhile, time continued to pass in that place, and more players kept arriving at the dungeon. The mountain remained isolated and feared, but Dalan continued to build his ladder on the mountain. The rabbit says that no one is more addicted to work than that boy, and he doubts if he is really human. But after much work, even he needed to rest, needed to lie down and eat something. The rabbit thinks about it and suggests they eat something sweet. Truelight reached the forest at the beginning. The rabbit said he heard a participant say that there's honey inside a carnivorous plant while he was being devoured, and they went there to investigate. Dalan clears a path through the bushes, and soon he spots something that catches his attention. There were large carnivorous plants there, and from what seemed to be their mouths, a viscous yellow liquid was dripping. He asks if that's what it is, and the rabbit confirms, saying they'll eat them if they get any closer. Dalan thinks for a moment about what he can do now. One of the golems starts lifting a block of earth. Through a portal, the golems come out and collect the plants. The liquid is corn syrup, not honey, but it's still sweet. The rabbit thought it would be difficult, but there's nothing Dalan can't do. He looks back and gets startled because he saw more players. The rabbit immediately hides, disappearing from sight. Dalan already knew that the rabbit would hide if he saw players, but he didn't expect him to do it so quickly. Some of the players are harassing a small person. They are threatening a boy, demanding that he hand over his belongings. Dalan notices that adults are threatening someone who still looks like a child. The rabbit says telepathically that this is human nature, and Dalan gets startled and almost screams, but the rabbit says it's his ability. Dalan wants to know if he can do that too, but the rabbit says he probably can't because he's human. However, he ends up managing to do it. Alpha explains that since they're from the same sanctuary, they can communicate like that as long as they concentrate. He asks the rabbit what they can do without risking being caught by the mandrill. The little boy clings tightly to the bag he's carrying. As Dalan watches him, he remembers some things he went through. These are definitely not good memories he has. Dalan thinks it's almost time for them to be there. The adults keep harassing the boy more and more. An animal approaches them, making noise. It's the Dakmo, bipedal frogs, armed and as friendly as a loan shark collecting a debt. One of the adults realizes they're bigger than the frogs and arms himself with his sword. He prepares to strike one of the little frogs, but his arm is quickly sliced off, and his arm falls to the ground, still holding the sword. He starts screaming in desperation. They may not look like it, but the little frogs are quite vicious, steeped in malice. They say they grew up in a rough place. The kid who was being bullied is terrified by the situation. The players are now horrified because they didn't imagine the little frogs would be so brutal. One of them, clearly with a deficit in intelligence, charges towards the frogs. The frog opens its mouth with glee, and it strikes with a mocking move because it only disarmed the fool. Now the oppressor is being oppressed, and the guy's underwear is already getting heavy. The bell rings because the little frogs are slicing everyone up at snack time. The little frogs are the weakest monsters in the dungeon, but what they lack in strength they make up for in malice. If you slip up, it's the end. But it's in the face of danger that humans awaken their hidden potentials, just like what happened with Dalan's little friend who turned into a beast after a stressful event. Dalan imagines that the kid might become as tough as his friend Sum one day. The kid was running in panic and ended up crashing into Dalan. They fall to the ground, completely knocked down. He asks what that was and thinks he almost cried from the pain, but Alpha insists that he did cry from the pain. That was the kid, who is now terrified and begging for help. He tells the boy to get up, but before he can finish the thought, they hear the sound of a little frog. Two of them were already coming at them with the speed of tourists in a dangerous neighborhood with iPhones in hand. But Dalan already knew the procedure and called upon the strength of the wild boar for wreaks and havoc. The first little frog was quickly taken out, and the second got a free orthodontic treatment. The kid looks at Dalan completely impressed. That guy is way too strong and doesn't have any side effects from substances because he's very hairy. One of the little frogs makes a face as if it knows things have gone wrong for them. They advance cowardly, ready to slaughter the humans. Dalan narrowly dodges the amphibian's big mouth, but coming at him in a cowardly way is just wrong, and now he's furious. And he quickly delivered a knee to the frog's belly to make sure it understands the situation. The second little frog charges in thinking it's the main character of the story. Dalan held its head with great love and care, and prepared to throw it, and he hit the first frog with the body of the second to show that the situation here is serious, and if it weren't, it would be for the frogs. A third little frog advances with a broken sword in hand. The blow barely missed Dalan. He narrowly avoided being hit by the beast. Taking advantage of the proximity, he quickly delivered a friendly elbow strike, the kind that only breaks ribs. Behind him, a little frog was armed with some sharp weapons. It charges for the attack, thinking that this story is all about its fraudy way of life. The kid screams in desperation, warning Dalan of the danger. He turns quickly, facing the threat. And with the privileges that only the plot can provide, he managed to pull an item from his inventory. A large block of earth fell on the little frog. The remaining frogs, still alive, are now reflecting on whether it's really worth continuing to take that free being. And after a simple deliberation, it decided to get out of there. Dalan realizes the fight is over, but he's feeling chills running down his body. He thinks it might be the impressed look from the kid. The snotty kid was looking at him as if he was seeing a god incarnate. Dalan still doesn't know how to react. He stands still as the boy approaches him. He warned the boy not to follow him because he's going to a dangerous place, and he said that he couldn't use the ability again and was almost passing out from a lack of glucose. The boy asks if he mentioned something about sweet food, and reaching into his bag, he asked if this would help and extended his hand to him. Dalan observes it for a brief moment. He can't believe what he's seeing. In that hostile environment, food is one of the few things that make life interesting, but he hadn't been able to fully enjoy the taste of things for a while. That's why he took a risk to get something sweet from carnivorous plants. He was already missing eating something sweet because sweetness is happiness, and the snotty kid's offer is too good to refuse. The boy has a bottle of Dali with him, and it wasn't just any bottle. It was 1.5 liters of the purest sugar syrup, and he innocently says that he has 2 more bottles. Dalan says that 1 bottle per day will last for 3 days. The kid didn't understand anything, and he says that's the cost of special training. Twilight falls over the dungeon. He's on top of one of its towers, looking at the map, and the kid asks who that really tough guy is. He said that he's human too, and that they should go underground now. He drinks his Dali Guarana, thinking that the kid must be exhausted and that going underground is the safest thing to do. Once there, the snotty kid can't stop being amazed by what he sees. He asks the boy to choose a pillow, but can only think that all of this was done by Dalan. Night finally falls upon them. The boy said that he was summoned while he was leaving the market because he was shopping for his mother. He's an enthusiastic kid, 14 years old, and his name is Dom. Dalan thinks he acts too nice on purpose out of fear of being judged or hated, and he's the first adult to help him in that place and tells the boy that you should see him as a savior. But the boy thinks he's talking to himself and is already thinking about being cautious around him. The kid asked if some kind of ability was used to build that tower. Dalan said yes, and the boy wants to know what it is. He gave a small demonstration and said it's an earth control ability, and now he wants to know what ability the boy received when he was summoned, and he said it's the god of food's ability. He gains strength when he's full, and his physical abilities are doubled when he's hungry. Dalan didn't know something like that existed and realizes it's similar to the boar's strength that he has and asks if he gets weak when he's hungry. The boy doesn't know because he gets hungry easily and hasn't been full since he arrived there. Dalan thinks that's tragic and decides to take care of him from now on. He puts plenty of food on the table and asks the boy to satisfy his hunger. The moon lights up the night sky of the dungeon. The rabbit is in the forest because his boss sent him to get salt stones. He complains that Dalan is too arrogant. He's moving stealthily so as not to be noticed and hopes not to encounter the mandrill around here. He doesn't even know what a salt stone looks like and is very upset with his boss because of that. Telepathically, the boss asks if the rabbit is doing his job, and he ended up getting a big scare. The rabbit says he doesn't know what it looks like, and neither does Dalan, like he suspects it looks like a regular stone. However, he asks the rabbit to come back because it's already late, and he wants to know if the boy is still there and that he's very hungry. Dalan tells the rabbit that he finished making the barbecue sauce. The rabbit was so happy about that he shouted in the middle of the night that his boss was the best there is. He returned to the cave, and his boss thanked him for his hard work. He laughed at the rabbit's camouflage, which looked funny, and the rabbit said it was his fault for making him go out at night. He removed the camouflage, and Dalan asked him to keep quiet because the boy was already asleep, and the rabbit asked for soda, but there was only a little left. The rabbit complained about the taste of the drink, saying it tasted like meat, and Dalan said he knew he would react that way. He told the rabbit that he should eat the leaves he was wearing, but the rabbit said it was awful to have to eat leaves. Dalan told him he shouldn't say things like that. And with the rabbit squirming on the floor, he noticed something. He reached out his hand toward him, and the rabbit began to apologize, worried. He begged to be spared because he thought he was about to be punished. But Dalan simply removed a leaf that was still on his face. He tasted the leaf, and the rabbit asked if he hadn't also said that he didn't like leafy greens. The boy took out a piece of meat, much to the rabbit's surprise. The rabbit wanted to know if he was going to eat the meat with that leaf, and Dalan said he would show him the taste of paradise. And showing him, he said that he had finished wrapping the meat, and he made sure to put it in the rabbit's mouth. The rabbit fell in love with that combination of interesting texture and wonderful flavor. Don explained that the leaf on his clothing was edible, and that it's even better with meat. That leaf is perilla leaf, and he had the rabbit collect more of them. And after using the leaves, he also used the remaining seeds, and in a large pot, he fried them over the fire. And after pressing them, he managed to extract oil from them. He finally produced perilla oil. Now he only needed salt to complete the sauce. The rabbit didn't know what that was, but Don said he would know as soon as he brought back a salt stone. The day dawns in the dungeon. The boy has a piece of meat in his mouth and a stick in his hands. Dalan asks him to stay focused because the little frog is coming. The little frog is heading towards the boy. He told the boy not to be scared and to remember that when he's full, he gets stronger. But it seems the lesson didn't go too well. The boy apologizes, but Dalan says that no one is that good right from the start. Even so, the boy was very surprised that the young man had managed to capture one of those little frogs. And he said that where they're going is dangerous, so he should train the boy here because his ability is very good for fighting. He said he would give him food to store in his inventory, but the boy didn't know what that was. It's his personal storage, and he asked if the guy didn't tell him anything about it, and the boy said no. It seems the mandrill didn't tell him out of pure sadism, which explains why the boy has been carrying items in his hands. The rabbit said that it must be the boss's fault because without the first level boss, many players are moving on to the next level. The boy is worried because to him, Dalan seems to be talking to himself again. Then he says they should continue the training. Time passed, and the rabbit is now a leaf collector. Dalan gives instructions to the boy as if he were his coach, and this time he manages to hit the little frog. The boy's ability is leveled up to 2 now. He signals his thanks to Dalan, who is watching him with gratitude for the progress made. The last day of training arrived, and the sun heated up the dungeon. The 2 of them are now in what is called the burning desert. 2 humans were there now, and with them, a rabbit. After hearing that he had seen a salt desert, he made him lead them to it. The heat was so intense that it irritated Dalan, who said that if they didn't find anything, he would be upset with the boy. And the boy said it was someone from his group who said that near the desert, there was a place with white sand that appears when the tide goes out. Dalan hopes to find it because they have a bottle full of oil, and he says that he has now made up his mind. That night, they will have braised pork belly for dinner. 15 long minutes of walking through the desert passed. Dalan is exhausted and starts to imagine that they won't find anything there. Even the boy is losing hope and says it's hard to walk in the sand because his feet keep sinking. He says that the salt desert might not exist, but that's not what Dalan was talking about. Their method might be wrong. And in front of the boy, he installs a portal. He told the boy not to be surprised and asked him to stay behind him. And from the portal, the golems begin to emerge. The boy is amazed because they look like tanks, and Dalan says they are made of earth. That's just the beginning, and the boy will learn to handle himself well. And he says, grateful, that he will do his best. Dalan is pleased because the boy is smart and regrets not being able to go with him. The rabbit telepathically asks, and his master hasn't forgotten anything. He's very hot, and Dalan says he couldn't build a tower because it would attract too much attention. But he could come inside the golem if it's too bad out there. He continues outside, exhausted from the heat and fatigue. He doesn't even know what salt is and doesn't understand why they work so hard to find it. Soon, something appears on the horizon. The rabbit wipes his eyes to see better. He focuses a bit more on what's ahead. There were many giant scorpions, and many camels too had heard. He wonders where those creatures are headed. He calls his boss to come outside and see it too. Dalan and the boy are surprised by what they see. It seems the salt desert really does exist. An achievement was unlocked for discovering the salt desert. The reward is to enhance the taste of the salt. Dalan doesn't even understand the reason for that achievement, and the boy is very impressed because he had never seen anything like it. He boasts to the rabbit, who says he's not like a mandrill. The little boy takes a bit of salt on the tip of his finger, and tasting it, he confirms that it's really salt. A whole ground is made of salt. He suggests they compete to see who can collect more salt. He asks the boy what he said, and the boy realizes that Dalan had already collected quite a lot of salt. The boss says that amount should be enough. They have the perfect combination to make that day's dinner, and the rabbit doesn't understand why they went through all that trouble just for that. Dalan gives the boys some blocks of salt and says they should last in a lifetime, to which the boy thanks him and says he will remember him. And the young man returns the thanks because they only found. It thanks to the boy. Has his hand touched the boy's head, a yellow light appeared. Alpha says that the requirements of helping the master and having a sincere opinion from him have been met. Now the boy can become a dragon apostle. The rabbit suddenly appears, and the boy is startled because he can now see him. He tells the boy to be quiet because it's not the time to be promoted. Dawan pushes the rabbit aside and asks Alpha if the achievement was to be impressed, and he confirms that it was like a kind of test. Now he realizes that as an apostle, the mark of the death dragon can be erased. But Alpha says that the boy won't have as many privileges. Dawan wants to know what the good part of that is then. He said that it was good for them, especially for Dawan. The boy will be able to gather vital energy while he works. He can perform sacrifices since Dawan is too lazy to do them. Dawan says he goes out and always brings back a lot, and Alpha says it's not just that, and that the temple's goal is to bring the dragon back. He now wants to know what the benefit is for the boy, and Alpha says the benefit is serving Artia. The rabbit interrupts and says that the apostle doesn't need to eat to bring vital energy, and Alpha confirms the information, and he told him to think about the boy's ability. Dawan remembered the god of food ability. The strength doubles if he gets full. It remains to be seen what would happen if he got completely full as an apostle. The duration of the ability will increase. The boy has no idea what they're talking about. Dawan sums it up by saying that the boy will be able to keep eating even when he's full, and he loved that. He asks if the way to designate him is the same as the one used on the rabbit. Extending his hand, he designates him as an apostle, and the boy is enveloped in energy. He felt much stronger and asked if this was the power of the dragon. He felt incredibly powerful now that he was a dragon apostle. Dawan doesn't notice any difference and thinks the boy is emphasizing the dragon part too much. The snotty boy shouts out loud that he's now a dragon apostle. Dawan thinks he's thirsty for attention. The rabbit doesn't know what that's about, and the young man says it's something you gain with age. The kid is very happy, but he quickly looks scared in a certain direction. They were surrounded by giant scorpions. He asks his boss what they will do now that they are surrounded. Dawan says they'll think of something. He's not even worried. He mentions that this is the boy's graduation test. The boy can't believe he has to do this, and Dawan says he just needs to avoid the venom and thinks that even if the boy gets hurt, he'll heal him. The young man calls for the elephant golem and promptly climbs on it because it's fun to watch a fight from up high. The rabbit says they're weak monsters, and Dawan encourages the boy, reminding him that he's now a dragon apostle. He throws a Bechtel to the boy. He tells him that even though he's scared, he should remember what he trained for, and the boy remembers why he needs to become stronger. The boy was almost ready to give up on his training. He doesn't even know why Dawan trains so hard, and a young man says it's tough to be young and have to work so hard already. However, the boy should continue because he's capable of doing it, and the reason for this is just one thing. The boy needs to fight to survive, and to make it back to his world. Dawan praises the snotty boy's determination. The kid runs towards the scorpions. The first one tries to strike him with its stinger, but the boy managed to dodge the attack. He continues advancing, much to Dawan's surprise. He jumps, ready to hit the monster, and he brings the baton down with a precise blow to what would be its head. The boy realizes that his attack was super effective. Dawan reminds the boy to always check his fullness level and that another scorpion is approaching from behind. He eats a bit more and lands another blow on the scorpion. The rabbit notices that the boy isn't having any trouble but wonders what Dawan is up to now. The young man is holding a large pot in his hands. He looks at the boy, who's fighting well, and finds it hard to just stand there watching. The rabbit is wondering what he's going to do. Dawan says he's going to eat those scorpions. The rabbit now thinks this human must have come from China. One of the scorpions tries to grab the boy with its pincer, but he uses the baton to defend himself. He puts in some effort to avoid being overpowered, and lifting the baton, he manages to free himself from the scorpion's grip. With another strike, he manages to tear off one of the pincers. It falls to the ground, lifeless. Dawan calls for his successor, who responds timidly, and he orders him to collect the scorpions. Given the possibility of venom, he purifies them with his ability. One of the pincers is now in the basin. Everything is properly prepared. Meanwhile, the boy is surrounded by scorpions that join the wrong team. Soon, he smells something in the air. He quickly asks what it is because the smell is really good, and the rabbit is fanning the fire as best he can. He asks the boss if putting salt in the oil is a good idea, and he says he can taste it if he wants to. The boy is upset, imagining that they're eating something delicious without him. He's distracted, and one of the scorpions sneaks up on him. The boy asks to eat too, and while he does so, he strikes the scorpion that was behind him. The appearance was very appealing. The pincer looked like that of a giant lobster. Dawan says that if the boy doesn't hurry, they'll eat everything without him. The boy is now determined. He heads towards the remaining scorpions with a clear goal. There was nothing the scorpions could do against the boy. Soon, they were all eating peacefully. That same night, they were in the forest at the beginning. Dawan gifts the boy with a hide and says he might encounter other players there. He's very grateful for the gaze that only cost a few sodas. He told the boy not to cry because he'd soon realize that soda has a different value there. The boy smiles at that remark. He says goodbye and continues on his way alone. But Dawan hopes they'll meet again in the future. Not just the boy, but all his friends. Dawan is at the dragon's temple and asks if the little squirrel was okay in his absence. He's sad about parting ways with the boy, but happy to have made it back home. Now he sees that the little squirrel probably didn't stop eating because it's quite chubby. Alpha asks if he could take care of the temple like it's his home, but the young man thinks he's being annoying. But after thinking a bit more, he decides he'll work more on the temple. Alpha has been observing him and thinks that human is impressive, and only time will tell if he found that temple by luck. Investigating the temple, Dahlin was thoughtful about some things. He wants to know if for setting a trap will bring the oil back to it, and Alpha says yes. And he asked the rabbit to bring it, much to Alpha's surprise. Appreciating the rabbit's work, he said he'd let him eat some meat. Alpha wants to know what he's going to do, and Dahlin tells him to watch. He cleaned the pot and filled it with the oil he had made. Now he used his trap installation ability. Then he removed the oil and used the trap reset ability. The idea worked. He had made more oil now. Alpha asks what kind of trap that was, and Dahlin says it's an infinite oil source. Much to the system's annoyance, Alpha's patience had reached its limit. The day dawns in the first phase region. Mandrill notices that the boss has disappeared and the boars are becoming increasingly scarce. Quality is better than quantity for vital energy, and the first phase isn't filtering them well. Only the little frogs are in sufficient numbers, so he needs to do something about it. A stone falls to the ground, bouncing. It's the rabbit who kicked him, annoyed at having to collect more leaves. Dahlin told him to do that while he built the staircase. He could refuse, but then he wouldn't be eating meat anytime soon, which made the rabbit extremely frustrated. Nearby, some movement catches his attention. There was a small group of little frogs walking by. He hid, thinking it was the baboon, but it was just frogs. And he saw they were armed with enchanted weapons. Those items shouldn't be in the first phase. Mandrill appears behind the rabbit without recognizing him, almost scaring him to death. The rabbit is now sweating cold, completely terrified. Mandrill looks at the bush below him. He saw familiar white fur and ears. Now the rabbit was even more terrified. Mandrill reaches out his hand to grab the rabbit, and pulling him by the ears, he realizes it's just an ordinary rabbit. He observes it for a moment. The rabbit is munching on some leaves, and he confirms that this isn't the rabbit he was looking for because he's using an ability that deceived him. Mandrill tosses it aside, uninterested. The rabbit stays on the ground for a few moments. He starts trying to get up. In front of him are some little frogs looking for a snack. One of them prepares to strike him, but the rabbit, enraged, shakes off the frogs, saying that Mandrill will pay for this one day. On the opposite side of the mountains, Dahlin works with great dedication. Being on the mountainside makes him adrenaline-fueled, and he asks the ostrich to watch over him. He brought the golem as a precaution because he was always crossing a cliff. His stone-breaking ability was already at level 7. Sacrifices are hard work, but repetitive tasks are his specialty, like breaking the cliff. And suddenly, a message appears saying he had entered stage 4. Even he wasn't expecting that. In his mind, it didn't make sense for the stages to be so close, and Alpha says he doesn't know what was done with the land. Dahlin asked what Alpha had said. The color of the mist in that place was different, and it also had a different smell. Dahlin begins to lose consciousness. After a while, he wakes up with the ostrich in front of him. Alpha asks if the temple master has woken up. He asks what happened, and Alpha thanks him for bringing the ostrich. The mist is poisonous, and the ostrich brought him back before something worse happened. That was a close call. Dahlin needs something to help him with this, and it seems he had an idea. Alpha says he should return to the temple, but the young man says he'll continue descending. With a handkerchief in hand, he says he'll deal with this fine dust, but Alpha insists again that it's poison. Alpha can't believe he wants to go through the poison using just a piece of cloth. He says no, what if he uses the purification ability on the handkerchief? It might work. At first, that ability wasn't very good. He used it to purify mushrooms, but after a while, the ability didn't develop any further. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't progress until the poison cloud appeared. The gas mask is just a small protection. His plan was to use the ability on the entire poison cloud, and he began to use his ability little by little. He noticed that the clouds didn't regenerate, which would make his job of clearing the path easier. He purified the cloud and made the staircase repeatedly. This would be very tedious for some people, but Dahlin isn't a normal person, and after much effort, he managed to pass through the thick mist, contemplating a beautiful scene. In a single day, he reached level 10. Perhaps by increasing the ability, he might be able to purify even bigger things. Birds fly across the dungeon sky, but one of them has a silhouette that's far too different. Dahlin tries to see better because it was too big, and the griffin was already too close to him on the mountainside. It attacks him with its claws. The attack kicked up a lot of dust in the area. Dahlin had protected himself with a block of earth. Letting it go, he made his way back with his ostrich. He ordered the golem to climb as fast as it could. The griffin watched them fleeing up the stairs. It took flight in a direction. The beast sensed something was wrong. It halted its advance upon reaching the poisonous cloud, as if it were a barrier separating the phases. Dahlin saw that it couldn't pass through the cloud, acting as a boundary between stages. Soon, the griffin gave up and returned to where it came from. Stage 4 might be full of such creatures, and now he doesn't know what to do. The griffin is flying high above. It clings to the mountainside with its powerful claws. It sees that above it are the stairs and the poisonous cloud. It climbs the slope carefully, and finally reaches the stairs. It begins to follow the path now that it's clear. Unaware of what was approaching, Dahlin continues to excavate the mountain. His carving ability is now at level 8. He was pleased with this because if he continues like this, he'll be able to descend much faster. The rabbit is returning to the temple, tired and thinking about talking to his boss. Finding leaves is becoming increasingly difficult, and his boss never seems to get tired. Yoon wonders what the human is doing now. High in the sky, a griffin is flying. The rabbit can hardly believe what he's seeing. Dalan is exhausted and thinks about stopping to rest for a while. Telepathically, the rabbit says they're in big trouble. He's panicking, saying that things have gone crazy. Dalan wants to know what it is, and the rabbit says there's an eagle there, and Alpha corrects him, saying it's a griffin. Alpha says it must be stopped because if the temple is destroyed, a contract will have problems. Dalan has no idea what contract he's talking about, and Alpha says you could lose the temple's abilities to Dalan's despair. The griffin soars into the sky with its wings and dives down, destroying part of the ruins. The debris begins to fall to the ground. The rabbit is thrown aside. He wonders if he should flee now. He only receives useless orders and wishes he could find his safe shelter, but he pauses to think about it. He shouldn't think about it because that place is now his home. The rabbit becomes resolute and determined. Dalvin arrives and puts his hand on the rabbit, saying that's the spirit, but he made one mistake. That temple in front of them. It was their home, and it would be protected. He calls his golems to assist him. They appear ready to obey. The griffin hovers above them in the air. Dalvin looks at the griffin and asks if it had already forgotten about him. The griffin screeches angrily. As it approaches, Dalvin summons some cues and orders the golems to hurl them at the griffin. The first block hits it squarely. The dust obscures the view of what happened, and the griffin emerges unscathed from the attack. Dalvin is impressed by its physical resilience. The rabbit says it must have caused some damage, but they need to attack with something sharp. Dalvin opens his inventory to see what he has. He grabs his spear and uses the strength of the boar, and hurls it forcefully at the griffin. It strikes, seemingly embedding itself in the creature. Dalvin realizes he hit it. The griffin writhes in pain and strikes the spear with one of its paws, and it falls among its feathers. The young man concludes that his throw wasn't strong enough, and now the griffin seems even more enraged. It resumes its assault on the temple, much to everyone's dismay. Alpha says something strange is going on because the griffin is focused on the temple, not Dahan. Alpha suspects it's searching for the altar, which makes sense given the direction of the attacks. Dahan remembers the dragon's chamber, and the rabbit says the griffin is headed for the altar. The rabbit explains that it must have identified that the altar is the temple's energy center, which is why it's targeting it. Dahan thinks that if they go there, they might be able to stop it. He tells the rabbit to take care of the golems and runs off. The rabbit is frustrated because the golems don't listen to him. Dalan is searching for the griffin. The rabbit thought Dalan would do something clever, but he just ran off. The young man is on the ostrich, looking for something, and he finds what he was looking for. Inside the temple, the griffin is breaking walls with its strength. It has finally reached the place where the altar is located. He's positioned behind the carnivorous plants. The griffin is drooling with anticipation, but its beak is struck by a rock. It was Dalan trying to get its attention. He said that this place is cruel for invaders, the potato field. The vines surge forward, attempting to capture the griffin, which is now startled. The griffin is completely entangled by them. It struggles with all its might not to be dragged away, and the vines begin to snap under its strength. Dalan didn't expect this creature to be so strong. He opens his inventory while running. He searches for items that could help him. He places an item on the ground, and Alpha asks what he's doing. The young man says that if attacking from afar doesn't work, maybe up close it might. With his hand on the ground, he reset the trap in the room, and from the ground, structures begin to emerge. The trap had reset, and he orders the arrows to be fired. They are launched directly at the griffin. The griffin can't dodge because it's held by the vines. The arrows hit the griffin squarely. Alpha was pleased with this, as the traps had been used very effectively. The attack ceased after a while, and Dawn asks why. Alpha explains that the arrows ran out and the trap needs to be reset again, but Dalan doesn't have enough vital energy for that. The griffin is motionless, and he's unsure if it's alive or if it's been defeated. Its eyes were closed, but as soon as he approaches, the eyes snap open. The griffin moves, destroying the arrow trap. Dawan can't believe this creature is so strong. Now he thinks it might be the end for him, and Alpha doesn't understand why he said that. The griffin attacks with one of its claws, and the young man narrowly dodges. Alpha starts lamenting to RT for not being able to fulfill its duty. Dalan says he could reset it later. The beast continues its assault, and Dalan barely manages to keep dodging. Now in the air, he feels he won't be able to avoid the next strike, but one of his golems catches him with its hand. The rabbit said that the golems didn't want to listen to him, but he arrived just in time to save the day. Dalan is safe in the hands of the gorilla golem. The rabbit gives orders to the golems to finish the griffin off. The rabbit asks his boss if he's okay, and Doan says that his successor arrived just in time. The golems are holding the griffin, which is struggling as much as it can. He instructs 2 gorillas to hold its wings and the others to secure its legs, and tells the rabbit to move away from there. The griffin is now completely immobilized. All it is left are close combat attacks, and the only ability that could do something to it is the strength of the boar. Da needs to try and see if this works on monsters from the 4th phase. He activates his ability, preparing to strike, and hurls himself toward the immobilized griffin. He focuses all his strength into a single attack. and brings down the metal bar on the creature's head. The bar bent as soon as it made contact. It was bizarre and he could hardly believe what had happened. The griffin shakes its head, causing Dallin to fall. The rabbit is terrified that his boss might get hurt, because the griffin intends to snack him up in midair, and closing its beak, it manages to catch him. The rabbit watches the scene saddened and in disbelief. The metal bar falls to the ground, bent. The rabbit says that none of this makes sense. The griffin stands with its beak closed, victorious, but soon it begins to sweat profusely and look unwell. The desperation is so intense that it manages to break free from the golems. It flees, smashing through walls. The rabbit is happy it's gone, but still worried. Dawn appears behind him, saying that he thought he was going to die, and the rabbit says he understands. He takes a brief pause to process what he just heard and from whom. He's crying because he thought his boss was done for. He tries to hug Dallin, who pushes him away because he's dirtying his clothes. Outside the ruin, there's a lot of debris. Inside, there's also plenty of destruction. The young man says the place is turned into a dump. The rabbit wants to know how he managed to survive that. He explained that as soon as the griffin tried to eat him, he threw some salt stones into its mouth and the salt caused it to react that way. The rabbit says he's very lucky and wants to know how the griffin managed to get there. And Dallin spoke of the route that leads to the fourth phase via the cliff and that he encountered the griffin there. The rabbit never imagined that the fourth phase was so close since he had never been there. The rabbit wants to know if the griffin is dead, but Dallin says that the salt wouldn't be enough to kill it. Alpha warns that the griffin will return, and the rabbit adds that the poison clouds will reset, but the griffin might come back before that happens, and then it will be over. Dallin asks the rabbit if he knows when the reset will happen, but he doesn't know. Thinking that the griffin might return, the young man decides to build a line of defense. Using his reset ability, he begins to reconstruct the temple. However, he doesn't have enough vital energy to finish everything. He needs to go out hunting and doesn't know how many sacrifices it will take to rebuild the place. The rabbit asks Alpha what can provide vital energy, and Alpha says that plants and animals can work. Dallin asks the rabbit what he plans to do. The rabbit presents a few items and Alpha identifies them as enchanted weapons, explaining that they can also be used as sacrifices since they contain vital energy. Dallin wants to know where the rabbit got them, and he explains that he took them from the frogs. They're from the second phase, but Mandrill brought them to the first phase. As soon as Dallin holds one of the enchanted weapons, he earns another achievement and, as a reward, gains information. One of the knives has a cutting force ability. He examines the instrument closely. He asks Alpha if he could use this ability, and Alpha explains that in his current state, he could only use it if he were a mage. Dallin asks if Mandrill is a mage, but the rabbit explains that Mandrill uses the dungeon system and only places vital energy on the altar. Dallin then asks if their altar is an altar, and the rabbit confirms that it is, reminding him that they're in the dragon's temple. The young man grins mischievously because he's just had an idea. The rabbit feels uneasy, sensing something bad about this idea. The path leads to the altar, so they will steal it. The rabbit and Alpha are speechless at the suggestion. The rabbit thinks his boss is mentally unwell, but Alpha says in theory makes sense. The altar must be a battery of vital force, and Dallin plans to take that energy for himself. Stealing the altar is dishonorable, but if it belongs to the Death Dragon, it's different, Alpha says. Please, Dallin asks the rabbit what he thinks of the plan. The rabbit imagines that if the altar disappears, Mandrill will be in big trouble. With a wicked look in his eyes, he admits that his boss has had the best idea ever. Dallin assigns the rabbit to carry out an important task. The rabbit is pouring a viscous liquid over the grass. The trail he's made is reasonably large and he's quite tired. He sighs because even he has to work now. If Mandrill enchants weapons, he must be visiting the altar frequently, and if they go without a plan, they'll be defeated. That's why Dallin asked him to do this. But the rabbit still doesn't know exactly what his task is. As he strikes two stones together, he says he knows nothing. He just did what he was told to do. Soon the fire begins to spread through the forest. Mandrill is surprised by the growing fire. He has no idea how it happened. The rabbit telepathically says that it was fun, and Dallin thinks the rabbit might have some issues. He sits patiently waiting. In front of him is a hole, and out of it emerges the little squirrel, very cheerful. That was the signal. Mandrill had left the temple. Now was Dallin's turn to enter the ruins. Inside, he encounters something different. The altar was in plain sight, to his surprise. But something seemed different about it. Alpha explains that the altar's vital force has changed, making it usable by non-mages. Although he's reluctant to admit it, the Death Dragon used the separator. Even Dallin with enough authority could use the altar. He notices that Alpha seems a bit unsettled by this. The young man starts digging around the hole to steal the altar. He hears a sound and wonders if Mandrill has already returned. The rabbit tells him not to worry about that. It's just Mandrill shouting angrily about the rabbit's work, who has never been happier in his life for causing arson. In the temple, this should be enough, and Dallin wonders if he should call the golems to help. Setting up a portal, the golems appear, and they carry the altar through the newly opened portal. Alpha suggests they should use magic to erase their tracks and throw Mandrill off their trail. It's just about creating new tracks to cover the old ones. Dallin comments that Alpha seems a bit aggressive. Now they have to destroy the temple. The young man starts using his hammer to cause destruction. Mandrill, far away, senses something is happening. He doesn't know why the temple would be collapsing. Mandrill rushes back, worried about the integrity of the altar. He runs desperately towards the temple. When he arrives, he's faced with the scene he didn't want to see. The temple was completely destroyed. Players are wondering what that noise was in the middle of the night. The snotty boy knows it was the voice of his master, who must have done something grand. The rabbit suddenly appears beside him, startling him. Snotty boy whispers that the other people can't see him, but the rabbit tells him to stay calm and listen. They finish everything and there should be good weapons on the ground. He advises using them and avoiding wolf meat because it causes stomach problems. After giving these tips, the rabbit takes off, leaving Snotty boy without a chance to thank him. He whispers that he's grateful to the rabbit. The rabbit hears him, glances back briefly, then continues on his way. The rabbit, once a criminal and temple destroyer, had reached a day in his life when he received a thanks from a dungeon player. They're now at the dragon's temple. The stone carving ability is at level 10, and Dawn received the achievement of Temple Destroyer with an unknown reward. Dawn obtained a new job by stealing an entire altar. Now he has 2 altars, and even Alpha is impressed by this feat. He asks where to start, and Alpha suggests sacrificing a marble. Dawn asks if he can use the enchantment system, and Alpha says he'll only get a portion. It was very heavy, and Dawn asks if it's enough to revive Artia. Alpha says no, and the rabbit mentions that not all the vital force is there, just a small amount. But Alpha notes that it's enough to restore the temple, which is already a big deal. He positioned the sphere on top of the altar. He was ready to perform the sacrifice. A strong light illuminated the room. The sphere, once blue, turned golden yellow. The altar began to glow intensely, startling Dawn. The achievement popped up again, but there was no reward, and the rabbit was surprised to see that his status window was glitching. The rabbit grumbled after taking a few hits and walked away complaining. Strange letters began to appear on the screen. He earned the achievement of Temple Restorer, and as a reward, he now owns an altar. Both the rabbit and Alpha were shocked. The altar of death had now become an altar of life. Alpha told Delon he should be happy about this. The rabbit said that with 2 altars, they could create a second temple. But Jalen doesn't see the advantage in that since they're always on the move. What he wants now is to use the enchantment system, and Alpha says is possible, so he decides to finish restoring the temple. He uses the reset ability several times but wishes he could do it all with a single command. Alpha tells him that he needs to improve the ability further. Dalan continues his work of resetting the temple. After much effort, the temple was fully rebuilt. The rabbit wants them to have another barbecue soon, but Dalan still has work to do because the griffin might return to attack them. The golems are carrying some things to set up traps. Alpha says that if Dalan were a mage, it would be faster. Dalan asks if the temple was designed for mages, and Alpha replies that everything was done with slaves like him. They're now on the cliff trying to figure out how to reinforce the place. The rabbit begins to explain how things work. Reinforcements can be made with a number of altars, and they could add whatever options they wanted. And the higher the level of enchantment, the more vital force is used. Dalan decides to enchant the arrow trap with penetration level 1 and paralysis level 1. He wants to test the effect of the enchantment. The arrows are fired toward a boar carcass. Apparently, they didn't hit the target. The rabbit says they did hit. Dalan goes to check what went wrong. The arrows were so strong that they weren't visible. That was incredibly powerful. This gave them a deep sense of relief, because in that place there's a monster yearning for revenge. A minor detail delayed its hunt with a bitter taste in its mouth. The griffin is climbing the cliff full of hatred, and it's furious with Dalan. It climbs with the determination of someone bent on causing chaos. It continues climbing until it reaches the top of the cliff. At the top, the rabbit was already waiting for it, and he fires the enchanted arrows at the griffin. The powerful barrage hits it squarely. The force of the arrows was enough to make it lose altitude. They pierced its hide this time, but it's still alive. The rabbit is pleased because the enchanted trap was effective. The griffin continues to fall toward the ground. The griffin, using the last of its strength, clings to the cliff wall once again. It continues its ascent. This was the first time it had been wounded, and the poison from the arrows was slowly taking effect. Yet even all that wasn't enough to make it give up on its revenge. The beast had taken the situation personally and was already considering drastic measures to settle the score. The rabbit, observing the griffin's determination, realized that he once felt the same way and apologized for what he was about to do, but a sadistic and discreet smile formed on his face. He poured boiling oil over the beast. Now there was a large, circular staircase. Dalan heard a noise but couldn't tell what it might be. The rabbit said he got it and saw it fall. Dalan asked if it was finished. The rabbit wasn't sure but suggested that if it were still alive, the griffin would return flying, and they would take it down again. Dalan complimented the rabbit's work and noted that the enchantments were quite effective. But something happened that shifted his attention. A large hole appeared in front of him. Alpha asked if he needed to go into the hole, and Dalan said no. However, he found something inside. At the bottom of the cave, there was a source of light, and he felt he needed to check it out. Alpha urged him to ignore it, but Dalan didn't listen. With his golems, he investigated where the passage led. He saw that the glow was coming from a small sphere. It was on the ground with nothing around it. Dalan looked ahead and saw something unbelievable. It was the nest of the griffin that was trying to take him down. The griffin had woken up because its sleep was disturbed. Dalan was annoyed because the rabbit had said he had dealt with it. The griffin reacted quickly, charging toward them and breaking the wall. Dalan narrowly dodged and wondered if that creature was immortal. He noticed several arrows embedded in the griffin's belly. The rabbit was descending the stairs as fast as he could. He was ready to mock Dalan, thinking he would be rewarded. He found the hole and looked down. Dalan was down there in trouble. He dodged the griffin's attack again and ordered his golems to attack as well. The golems advanced toward the griffin to engage in combat. The griffin stood tall, but the golems managed to hold its legs. The rabbit couldn't believe what he was seeing and didn't understand why the griffin was still there. Dalan gave him a few slaps, annoying that the rabbit hadn't done the job he was assigned. The rabbit said he saw the griffin fall and didn't think it had a nest in the mountain. One of the golems was split into 2 pieces, and the other was sliced from top to bottom. A third golem advanced to strike the beast. But the griffin, now furious, destroyed it with a single blow. The golems were destroyed and the griffin was enraged. Dalan had only one option left. The rabbit said that this was a creature from the 4th phase and that they couldn't do anything there. Dalan looked at the rabbit seriously. The rabbit began cheering for golems like a cheerleader. Dalan asked Alpha if he could bring the traps through the portals, and Alpha said yes, asking if he wanted to bring the arrow trap there. Dalan said there wasn't time but create a portal anyway. He entered the portal and the rabbit thought he was being abandoned. The rabbit tried to hurry the golems so they could escape as well. The griffin turned its attention to the rabbit, who was terrified. But Dalan had just returned through the portal. He told the rabbit not to be afraid, and the rabbit tried to play it off, thinking that if he were wearing underwear, it would be heavy now. Dalan said he heard everything. In the first fight with the griffin, he already thought about what to do with enemies whose abilities were not effective against. The strength of the boar was only useful against weak enemies. He needed an offensive ability that would be effective against strong ones. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't know how to solve it. That was until he gained a large amount of vital energy, the raw material for temple abilities. While holding the rabbit by the head, he said, "Duck." And after that, he sent fire. Various things started coming out of the portal he created in that place. He and the rabbit were lying on the ground, and above them, arrows were flying nonstop. They hit the griffin squarely. Its face and head were riddled with arrows. The rabbit didn't understand how they passed through the portal. Alpha says there is another portal in front of the traps and that, thinking about efficiency, a lot of vital energy was spent. But even if it's inefficient, the attack was extremely effective and well planned. After seeing the wounds on the griffin, he was sure it would work. That was the moment of his victory. The griffin agonizes over the wounds it just suffered, and it collapses in front of them, defeated. He achieved the Griffin Hunter title, and now he will be as brave as an eagle. He finds that reward practically useless. He gained another achievement for using arrows, and now his eyes will have a target. He doesn't know what a unique achievement is and thinks the griffin was weak, but the rabbit says that the monsters in each phase are special. That is not an offensive skill, and he wants to know how it works. A red dot is appearing on the wall. Don says that after picking up the bow, he was seeing it now. The rabbit asks if he is still checking the skill, and the guy says he is now understanding it. The dot shows where the arrow will land because it was in a different place from where he aimed. The rabbit suggests that he shoots the arrow right away, and he prepares to do so, tightening the bowstring. And he shoots the arrow using his skill. It hit the ground and deflected to the wall. The rabbit said he was terrible at that. The red dot was still on the ground, and the arrow that was up high still fell exactly on that red dot. The skill predicted where the arrow would land, even though he was terrible. If he trained, it could be very useful. He wants to see the rewards and asks if the rabbit did what he had asked. He plucked a bird, but doesn't know why he asked for that. Their dinner that day would be roast chicken, and even Alpha is surprised by this. Since the griffin has a different anatomy, the edible parts are the wings and hind legs. The other parts are complicated, so they were saved for emergencies. Even though it's seasoned, it must be hard to cook all that without the aid of an oven. Alpha says that with the solar stone, the fire will get hotter, and Daman asks if those are the yellow stones. Alpha says they store the sun's brightness and are a valuable treasure. The guy didn't even imagine that would be useful, and it seems that solar energy works because plants are growing there. He steps on one of the plants, and Sudit starts screaming very loudly, scaring him. The rabbit told him to be careful because that's a screaming plant that yells when stepped on. But he said they are tasty. Dalan asks how he knows that, and the rabbit ate some while looking for sesame. He wants to know if they stop screaming if purified, and Dalan notices they look like radishes. The rabbit starts smelling something delicious. The smoked griffin leg was ready to eat, much to the delight of the hungry rabbit. But to eat happily, the rabbit swears to follow his master forever, and Alpha felt left out. Time passed as special day arrived. Some stones are thrown to the ground. Dalan was standing before something. The day he was seeking had finally arrived. After 2 long months, he had crossed the entire cliff. His stone carving skill is at its maximum now, and the rabbit says he completed that achievement after breaking an entire mountain. And he's already surprised that his boss continues mining. He wants to go down another mountain and leave this safe place. He told the rabbit not to slack off and to take the golems to check the surroundings. He placed the solar stone inside the place he had dug out. His new hideout was finally ready, and Alpha asks if he doesn't plan to decorate the temple in the same way. He thinks about decorating the entrance, and Alpha asks how he's going to hide that place when he leaves, and Dawan says he'll close the entrance with stones. The rabbit comes back terrified, saying they are in trouble, and he asks where the golems he took are. And that was exactly what he wanted to talk about. Listening to the rabbit, he couldn't believe what he had heard. They are running because the rabbit had found other players, but they attacked the golems as soon as they saw them. And it makes sense. Anyone who saw them would think they were monsters. But if they were able to reach phase 4, it means they are very strong. He asked the rabbit that the golems would be okay, and he said they would certainly be annihilated. The participants, of course, not the golems. In a nearby clearing, a fierce battle is taking place. A player summons his shield to protect himself, and the big gorilla smacks him hard. The gorilla used so much force that it broke its own hand. Another player doesn't know where the golem's core is, which should be in its chest. His golem's cores are scattered in random places. The players notice that another one is approaching. Da'an spotted the players and told the rabbit to hide for now. Da'an is happy that they aren't really there. He approaches them, offering his greetings. The players don't understand this at first, because to them, it looked like he was fleeing in terror. One of them says there was another person being attacked by the golems. Da'an didn't understand why he thought that, and he finally realizes that they got everything wrong. He imagines they'll be upset if he says the golems are his, and the rabbit says he'll be lucky if they don't think he's a guide. But he will try to approach them anyway. The players are terrified and tell them that there are already too many golems there, and Da'an can't do much other than run away. He raises his finger in the air. The golems that were there pay attention to the gesture. They start moving immediately. The golems begin to run, following Da'an and abandoning the players. One of them noticed what was happening, and seeing that, he couldn't believe it. He imagined that Da'an did that on purpose to save them. There's a camp of huts in the forest. A player reports to another that they found other ruins, and he wants details about that. He followed the mysterious player to the mountains, and it's on the stone mountain, but he preferred not to enter there. The old man reflects because the hunting squad didn't find food and still found new ruins. They are hard to take down even with his skills, and he said he should send the rookies there. The player said that was very dangerous, and the old man said that's why they will send the rookies, and he would take the opportunity to show the rookies who is in charge of that place. The player listens to those words with some apprehension. On the mountainside, something happens. Da'an told his golems to stay there, and he closed the access to his hideout. The rabbit asks if they will be safe, and Da'an says he doesn't want to be misunderstood. The rabbit asks if he is going there because he heard the squirrel and if he can really understand it. And he said yes and asked the little squirrel again if it had seen people there. Worry is the mother of all virtues, he said, and he built a tower there to use his mini-map, and the rabbit noticed that he builds much faster now. Looking closely at the map, he followed the direction pointed by the little squirrel, and they continued their journey there. A message says he left the dungeon and arrived in the Valley of Death, and that he had entered the rift. Da'an doesn't know what that means. He didn't understand the concept of a rift in that place. The rabbit teases him, saying he doesn't know what that is. After giving the rabbit a few slaps, he asked the know-it-all to explain it to him. The more you advance through the stages, the more dungeons there are. In stage 4, there are 4 dungeons. Since they are not together, there are neutral zones between each one, and these spaces are called rifts. In other words, the space between dungeons is a rift. It's where players set up camp so they can do the dungeons more than once. Da'an has difficulty understanding because he never left the first stage. The rabbit says that thanks to this, there is a place they're called a village. Maybe this is the place Squirrel mentioned, and by the explanation, it seems to be a safe zone. The rabbit was immediately surprised by something, and he jumped on Da'an to save him from something. The boss doesn't know what happened, and the rabbit says the humans are too stupid. The villages or safe zones. In the dungeon they are in, there is no such place. A strong stench rises. A bunny hand appeared in front of him. Then undead begins to rise from the ground, and the name Valley of Death starts to make more sense. The little squirrel charges forward, starving, and Da'an warns that it will have a terrible stomachache if it eats that. He uses the boar's strength to defend himself, and hits the skull with force. He didn't expect that to be so easy, but there were already other reanimated bodies there. But Da'an is not intimidated because he found them weak. Yet something makes him change his mind, and he begins to observe things more closely. In front of him now are many skeletons. A group charges toward the young man. The skeletons are determined to make him one of them. Da'an defends himself against one of them with his staff and prepares to strike it, saying that those numbers are nothing. The rabbit is already going all out as well, and he sliced through a group with his rabbit strikes. Da'an hadn't imagined that the rabbit was capable of doing it, and the rabbit asks his boss to watch what he can do. He destroys the skulls happily, expecting to receive more praise, and Da'an praises him earnestly because he realizes that the more he praises, the less he needs to fight. The rabbit is already very tired, and falling to the ground, he says he's at his limit, and Da'an complains about his performance. He grabbed him by the ears and started running away from there. One of the skeletons prepares to throw a spear. It heads towards Da'an and almost hits his foot but lands on the ground. Another one also reached in and landed in front of his foot. The young man tripped over the spear, and fell clumsily to the ground. He starts to get up from the ground. Not long after, the skeletons had already surrounded him. Meanwhile, something was happening in the Rift Village. The old man asks if the reconnaissance team had left, and notice that the rookies are in high spirits. A young man is using his lightning skill, and with it, he takes down several skeletons at once, saving Dan. He asked if the young man was okay since he was on a reconnaissance mission, and said there's a nearby village they could go to. Dalan immediately recognized his friend. He starts crying emotional. Sung also recognized him right away. In the Rift Village, a player asks if that's for real. The boy was crying but said that he had returned, and the young man asks if the one who had returned was Sung. And as he arrives at the village, he informs the others that Dalan is now with them. Another player gets emotional at what he's seeing and starts shouting Dalan's name. The boy said the adult was crying more than he was. He asks if that was really his friend and is happy that he is there. Other players observe the commotion and say that a friend had returned to them. He didn't expect to cry so much and asks why Dalan didn't cry, but he said he had already cried plenty with Sung. The old man approaches because he heard they have a new guest, and the other players point to where Dalan is. Sung greets the elderly man who arrived there and said he found him on the reconnaissance mission. The rabbit starts thinking about the elder and Dalan asks if he's important. He said no, but he heard some things about him. The elder approaches the newcomer to get to know him better. Dalan bows and introduces himself formally to him. The elder comes even closer, making him uncomfortable. There was a man in the dungeon, weak and cowardly, and they thought you would soon be done for. But he had an interesting skill called clarity. The first time it left him disappointed, but as he perfected it, the true potential of it was discovered. Inside a very dangerous dungeon, he could see the weaknesses of opponents and how they attacked. He could see the enemy's strength, this clarity. But he realized that before the last dungeon of level 4, he was nothing, and if he entered there, he would certainly die. Knowing this, he abandoned his team and fled. He left his past behind and built a house in the rift. The creator of the village, the elder of the village. He is chatting with the elder, and he looks intently at Dalan. He is trying to identify Dalan's weakness with his skill. He does his best to analyze the boy, who, without knowing what was happening, felt embarrassed for being watched by the old man. After a few awkward seconds, the old man said it was a pleasure to meet him. Then he said the boy was welcome and that he would show him around. However, the old man cannot tell if the boy is dangerous or not. Only his skills and survival ability can answer that. Perching his friend, he said that the old man was way too weird. Nonetheless, that impression was mutual, as the old man couldn't form an opinion about the boy either, finding him strange as well. Since they were together, the boy said he would go later and his friend could go ahead. If that was the case, his friend went ahead, and the boy bid him farewell, hoping to see him again soon. The rabbit asked that he was happy to meet that person again, as it was an interesting scene to watch. It didn't take long for him to be properly trained, so he would avoid being so arrogant. The truth is, he needed to observe this village for a while longer. There were some barricades around it capable of keeping monsters out. However, the tents there were poorly made and of terrible quality. He was so intrigued by them that he even imagined it was intentional, but the rabbit said it wasn't. In fact, they probably didn't even have the proper materials there. Indeed, they didn't, and he wanted to know if the rabbit had found anything on the way there. The rabbit didn't see much but emphasized that there were penalties for those who didn't reach the next stage in time. In the first phase, it was rats. In the fourth phase, it's the lack of food. If there's no food, how could there be materials? It makes perfect sense. Thinking about it, he concluded that these people were possibly starving. Someone said that the old man had asked for everyone to gather. Thus, the villagers gathered. Among them, he introduced John to everyone, which was embarrassing for the young man. He hopes this will make him reveal himself or give hints of his personality. Looking closely at him, he assumed that, judging by the quality of his skin and the fullness of his cheeks, he wasn't only well-fed, but must have food. Then the old man placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, who reacted shyly. Since he had joined the community, he had something to ask him. If he intended to stay, he would need to share the food he have. It wasn't necessary to get everything he had, but in the community, people share what they have, and John didn't think that was a bad idea. So he opened his inventory. Soon, the remaining meat from the griffin appeared, and he wanted to know if it was enough, which stirred up the others. They didn't know what was more surprising, the amount of meat or the fact that it was from a griffin. Seeing that, the old man's underwear instantly felt as heavy as an anvil. He couldn't believe that Zhang had hunted the griffin. There was food right in front of them. Griffin me or not, they celebrated because, indeed, food was scarce there. The old man wanted to know how he caught the griffin, and Zhang said it was there, so he had to catch it. The casual way he recounted his feat sparked admiration among the villagers. His friend was happy for Zhang's achievement, as was the small boy who admired him even more now. Who didn't like it was the old man, who was envious and unloved. It was possible to see several wounds on the carcass. There was no way he could have done it all alone. He then asked if Zhang had used a trap, and Zhang confirmed it. After all, they saw the griffin fall from the sky. He'd assumed that Zhang must have been lucky to find the carcass, and now felt more at ease thinking that way. Soon, other people were thinking the same, and the envious old man felt happier because they stopped praising Zhang. It would be terrible if someone capable of hunting a griffin were among them. as it could threaten his leadership. Jung's friend called for the old man. He said they were going to finish their reconnaissance shift now. That was what he wanted to hear, but he pretended to be surprised. The task was indeed important, but now, he can't do things alone, and his companion had only come to find him. He didn't want to appear as a bad person, and today he had only one task for him. To take a break with his friend, he did this just to boost his reputation as a good-natured old man. He accepted the villagers' cheer, and Jung found it strange, that's all. That old man's behavior was already bothering him. He realized he only did it to get attention, but his friend asked him not to get irritated. At least now they will all be able to talk a little in that huge place. Jung didn't see anything huge there and asked if his friend's talent is that small. It's not about talent, they help a lot there. In fact, he reminded them that his friend doesn't have a blanket, so he should sleep in her tent tonight. Jung was already completely fed up with the whole situation. He tried to take it easy because they're living there. They don't have basic things and they lack sheets and furniture. The place is small and dirty. He can't stand another minute. His aura became threatening and he asked if the nights are cold there. If that's the case, he understood it's cold and activated his crafting mode. His friends are speechless now, but he says that from now on they can say goodbye to cold nights. Now the place warmed up, they want to know how he did that, but that's his ability. In fact, if he tried a little more, now they not only have beds, but sofas and even a coffee table. That's not all, it's still too early to be surprised. John can do much more. It's proof for your health to drink mandrake tea before eating. The man cried, moved as he never imagined he'd drink such a tea. Meanwhile, the boy looked at his cup, intrigued. Then he told Jin Su that if a tea was too bitter, he should just add 2 more spoonfuls of that and it would taste better. Now the drink was sweetened, and the others wanted to taste it too. The sound of their joy filled the inside of the tent, and John watched them closely, happily. Memories are triggered by sensory experiences, and tasting something sweet after so much time in that hell. For his friends who were there, revisiting those memories is something good. It helped them forget the hardships of the dungeon. He remembered when he received the little gift from his student, because she was grateful to her teacher, who taught so well. He finally saw what he had received. The little girl had given him a lollipop. They were all completely moved. John knew what was happening because he felt it too. That's why he watched without saying a word. The one who couldn't take it anymore was the rabbit. He had no more patience for that nonsense because one of Mandrake's effects is to make the body excrete toxins in the form of tears. Now John was scared as the rabbit had revealed himself. It didn't take long for a sword to be drawn, as well as a great battle axe, and a small and deadly dagger. They told the guy not to try anything worried. They asked Zhang to move away from him. The rabbit says it's a misunderstanding and desperately asks Zhang to do something, but he blames the rabbit for undoing his invisibility. Now there's no way to fix the situation. The rabbit is on the ground in an extremely uncomfortable position, learning a lesson for being such a fool. They finally hear that the rabbit is now Zhang's servant. Besides making objects using earth, the rabbit is his servant. They want to know how it all happened. So he started telling from the beginning, from the golems, the fight against the temple's protective statue, and the other things that let in there. After hearing everything, they were extremely surprised, and moved by the sad parts in the story too. At the end, he put his hand on Zhang's shoulder in brotherly way. He praised his friend's efforts and said he had done very well. Those words caught him off guard. He didn't want to get emotional, but he did. The man cried again and complained that the tea's effects take too long to wear off. Now out of strength, the rabbit said he was very sorry for bothering them and also regretted everything, but that his neck was about to snap any minute now. After some time, they took pity on him. Lying on the floor, he was thankful that at least it was warm and pleasant there. The boy was happy that John was fine and that the rabbit was his servant was a day to celebrate. But Zhang said they hadn't seen everything yet. What was in front of them was Zhang's special pork chops, and since the occasion called for it, he was even going to open his treasures. They definitely weren't expecting a soda there. That simple bottle made them completely ecstatic. The boy ate the pork like it was a delicacy, while the man ate the veracity of a fentanyl addict, and Jum's friends savored the drink. Even the rabbit was immersed in the flavor of the chops. It had been a long time since they had celebrated this much. The night passed happily for them. Stuffed, they thanked for the delicious food they had eaten. Praising Zhang's food, the boy wants to know if this is also a skill granted by the temple. But he says that cooking is practice, and if the food was good, it's because he's good at it. Seeing that his friend had gotten nut, he asked if he was going to the bathroom. But he was thinking about something and asked if they could also have that. Zhang thought he was talking about skills, but that's not it. What he wants to know is if they can have the title of Dragon Disciples. Zhang is surprised and asks if his friend really wants that title. Donmin speaks to him telepathically, saying he found something interesting. He asked if it was an item or a monster, and the others want to know who he's talking to. The rabbit said it's called Whisperin'. The boy wants to know if Zhang knows how to cook. What was in front of them was definitely surprising. From the portal, Zhang pulls out some things, but he said he likes trying new foods and apologized for getting distracted, then went back to talking about becoming Dragon Disciples. Alpha asks if they also want that title. He wants to know if it's really possible because it would be very useful there in the dungeon. Alpha asks, and it's because of the skills. And indeed, he won't lie about that. With a whisper, they can avoid dangers, and with the portals, rescue those who need help. And he definitely doesn't want to be separated from his friends again. John, who is emotional, cried once again. That said, this is why he desires those skills. It makes all his friends emotional as well. Zhang asked Alpha if it would be possible, but he said it wouldn't. But he is deeply moved by the moment, and Alpha said that when it was with Dom Min, that was the condition. That condition is indeed important, but there's a limit to how many people can accept it right now. At the current juncture, he can't increase the number of his disciples too much. This left him extremely disappointed. However, Alpha said there's still a possibility. The next morning, the day begins in the village. The villagers gather and are much happier. The old man looks at them, imagining that everyone must be there. In front of the meat, he prepares himself, and his ham is a knife ready to be used. He performs some radical maneuvers with it to show off. Then he wields it firmly as if it were a weapon. He made the first cut into the griffin's carcass, and several more as if he were already used to it. Indeed, he had skill for this kind of thing. Now there are several portions of meat properly cut. The smug old man had finished his work. Looking at the others, he said they should do this in order, besides showing gratitude to the one who contributed with this food. The villagers shout in joy, congratulating John. Even though he's old, that kind of performance is always effective. Zhang saw his skill with the knife and wondered if he would be able to handle the griffin alone. But the rabbit said that skill is limited to carving carcasses and nothing more. Not to mention the knife is an enchanted item with at least 3 enchantments. The skill must be in the knife and not in the old man. Zhang remembered that when he tried to cut the meat, he had to use a lot of energy. Now he hopes to find a knife like that in the future. Even so, that food isn't enough for everyone in the village. It's time for them to prepare for business. Smoke rises from the lit fires. The rabbit doesn't like that. It's as if they were celebrating, and besides, he hates the calm of that place. It brings some very large cues. The boy, for his part, handles a brush. They want to know if it's enough because it was so much that they wouldn't be able to consume it all in a lifetime. John wants to know from the rabbit how the others are doing, and he says there's not a single tent that isn't cooking. The boy finished and asked him to see his work, and Zhang said it was very good. Looking at Hoyle, he wants to know he's ready, and jokingly says he is. Then they wished him good luck, but he warned them to keep their expectations in check. With that, it was time for Zhang to be in. A large banner was set up announcing the sale of salt stones, which are on sale. The boy wants to know what Hoyle went to do. Well, it was obvious. He went to throw bait to those people. Excellent bait. The long-haired one wants to know if everything will be okay, as Hoyle had never done business this way before. Zhang is adamant that no sales skills are necessary because he asked him for only one thing. They say the meat is good, but the taste is bland. Still, it's good to eat meat after such a long time. Hoyle suddenly appears, agreeing that the meat is tasteless. Just a single pinch of salt, nothing too intense. The boy wants to know what it was that Hoyle put on his piece of meat, but the appearance is familiar and he didn't imagine it would be that. Before the boy could ask if it would be enough, people were already asking Hoyle to sell the salt. The crowd runs towards him and Zhang is happy that they took the bait. With everyone gathered there, they want to know how he has so much salt available. Besides that, they don't know what to use as currency, since money has no value there. Maybe they should use food. The price is simple. 1 bowl of salt costs a second-hand enchanted item. Any enchanted item will do as payment. For some, that's a price they cannot pay. But others are very interested in this exchange. The boy warned that it's not just any object, it must be enchanted. But everyone there knows how to get enchanted items, which can't be said about the salt. In Stage 4, every player has at least 2 enchanted items they don't use, but they are valuable because they are hard to obtain. Salt is precious, and the items are scarce, and everyone has the same doubt. They were nearly boiling from thinking too much. It just needed a small push for the reaction to happen. One of them acted rashly, which ended up being the trigger. That was enough to make everyone more inclined to go along. It didn't take long for the salt sale to be a complete success in the village. Just as quickly as the commotion started, it spread throughout the village. The old man was perplexed to learn that salt was being sold. It's not possible that they have salt available too. Then he watches everyone gathering to buy it, and saw Zhang collecting enchanted equipment. He said that Zhang had a talent for surprising people. The old man said he would get some salt. Zhang said all he needed to do was give him an item, but the old man disagreed. His intention was to take all the salt that was there. They thought the old man intended to buy all the salt, but he said that salt is food too, and that he would manage this resource better, and that the weapons he was receiving were too valuable. Zhang says he can't do that, even though the old man is the leader. So he decided he would buy it all at market price, as he has many pieces of equipment that are completely useless. The important thing wasn't the salt, but the reputation he could gain from it. Zhang says buying all the salt will be laborious, but he accepts anyway. That made him question the old man's seriousness. In any case, that clown must be loaded with money. Zhang makes a scene and isn't sure if the old man can pay for all the salt he has, but the old man tells him not to worry. He says he's concerned that it might be a burden for his old back. The old man says he's a man of his word and won't go back on his offer, and he was adamant in saying that he would buy everything. It wasn't a bluff. He used his ability to calculate the amount of salt and compared it to the number of items. But there was something his ability couldn't foresee, and Zhang said he would get the rest. The old man had to hide a heart attack when he asked what the rest was. John apologizes for taking too long. Then he showed them a statue made entirely of salt. Now the old man can't believe that all of that is salt. John says that's pure salt, and if he wants, he can taste it. The question remains if the old man will be able to keep his promise with all that salt there. Otherwise, it would be terrible for his reputation. The old man's face couldn't hide his frustration and anger. People comment that the old man was caught off guard. He's sweating cold as he doesn't know what to do and can't even hide that his underwear is already soiled. Time passed in the camp. The night had been productive for Zhang. Alpha praises him, as for the first time he had acted like the owner of the temple. Even though they are low-level equipment, it was a huge quantity obtained just from salt. Almost 60% of what was there belonged to the old man. None of them seemed to be very useful. The long-haired man asked his friend to take a closer look at those gloves. They could be useful for handling hot traps, but John thought of using them in the kitchen. Most of the items were like that pair of gloves, useless. The ones that had the potential to be more useful had their durability compromised. And if it wasn't compromised, the item was certainly of no practical use. By saying they would accept anything, they only received junk from people. Zhang says they can't be blamed because they can't give up items that protect their lives. Not to mention that the purpose of the sale was to achieve a greater goal. They needed to recruit more apostles for the temple. He gathered everything necessary. Now it was up to Alpha to do his part. Before moving on, Alpha has something to say to him, and Zhang asks if he needs more equipment. Actually, he needs to explain how to use that equipment. Zhang was curious and wants to know if Alpha can restore their durability. But that's not what he wants to talk about. When an object becomes a sacrifice, enchantment is imprinted, and he can enchant another object with the same ability. The long-haired one realized they could make more enchanted objects, and Alpha praised his cleverness. However, these are all secondary actions. He says this doesn't make much sense. He can't believe Zhang is going to build a temple there. The conditions are the objects, the altar, and the people. The rabbit doesn't even know when the altar appeared there. These are the criteria for having another temple, and they need more to be able to have more apostles. The problem is that soon the others would find out and the old man could become a nuisance. But Cham isn't going to build a temple there, so they want to know where he's going to do it. The night continues in their village. Looking at the stairs to the underground, he can no longer see end of the tunnel. Even in that void area, he could never predict the dangers that exist underground. The boy told him to stop daydreaming and come help them, because he knows he's only pretending to be concerned to avoid the hard work. He said his hands are too big, and the long-haired one asked to take a look at them. Looking at them, he said the task would be easy for him. Just rub your hands and the hulls will come off the grains. That's how you make rice. He wanted to know how the long-haired one knew this, but he learned it from Sun. In fact, that work was therapeutic for him, almost like meditation. Hearing that, he could only imagine that the long-haired one was a weird guy too. The rabbit says he knows how he feels. Jung is complicated, and when he starts digging, only God knows what he'll do. From down below, he scolded the rabbit, who didn't expect to be overheard by his boss. Faced with that huge rock, he's wondering if he should use it or not. The equipment he got with the salt, and he's going to enchant it with even more things. His strikes on the rock are now powerful. His stone-breaking ability had 2 important steps. He needed to place the spike in a spot and hit it with a hammer, 2 necessary steps when using the 2 tools. But using a pickaxe, he became even more efficient. After a lot of work, he sighed in relief. There was a lot of space now, and he thinks he overdid it because he got excited. His friends say they're done with the rice. Even though he's far away, he can hear them well, maybe because it's this artificial cave. So he asked them to come down and for one of them to cook the food. The man stayed to cook and asked his friends to be cautious. The long-haired one was already surprised when John made the furniture, and now he's even more impressed with everything. Arriving at the temple hall, he came across something even more incredible. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was a large plantation there, and he thought the wheat John had given them was all he had. The truth is, he has a lot in his inventory, and he couldn't leave the ground uncovered, as it would be a waste of space. Since they're there, they want to know how they can help. He and the long-haired one will harvest the right grains, and the boy will protect them, as there might be skeletons around. The long-haired one didn't expect his friend to be afraid of skeletons. It's not fear he feels, he just doesn't want them near his precious wheat. So he started harvesting the grains. The long-haired one was also helping with the harvest. As for the boy, he was alert and focused on protecting the perimeter. Jog looked to the side for a moment. His other friend was there along with the rabbit. In his hands was a large pot filled with food. There was a lot of cooked rice inside, and it smelled good. That made those working very happy. John blew on the rice to cool it down. The other 2 were also very enthusiastic. Now they had everything, happy people. A large amount of sacrifice material, as well as the area for the temple. All the preparations have been completed. The boy is very happy with everything they did there. The man, on the other hand, said dust got in his eyes, but the truth is that he cries easily. The long-haired one, besides being happy, is proud of Jung's abilities. Being the only sensible one there, the rabbit wonders why he's feeling a colossal sense of secondhand embarrassment. Jung established that as the second temple of Artia. Immediately, a great and intense light emanated from the altar. Alpha suggested activating the temple's defenses to prevent unwanted intrusions, but Zhang doesn't know who could invade them. Still, He installed one as a precaution, and the rabbit was surprised to hear that. Zhang pointed to where the trap was, but all the rabbit saw was rice. In the middle of the field there's a pit. The plants hide it well, and it will be quite effective against the unsuspecting and distracted. The rabbit found it inefficient and useless, but Zhang tries to reinforce that his trap is good. To the rabbit, his boss wants to replant the rice as soon as the trap resets. Zhang doesn't know whether to leave it as is or make more improvements. Alpha says he can appoint a manager for the second temple. The rabbit thought this would be his moment to shine once again. Zhang looked at him and asked why he was acting so smug. He wants to appoint Sung, the long-haired guy, as the manager of that temple. The young man ended up surprised and the rabbit furious. But Alpha said that wouldn't be possible. The rabbit said a manager needs to have experience, and Zhang said that if a rabbit can do it, anyone is qualified. But he is better than the other rabbits, and the long-haired guy is just normal. Alpha says it's almost like that. A manager needs to transcend their peers. That's why most managers are animals. The more unique they are, the easier it is to meet the criteria. He kicks up a fuss, saying he's the only capable one among them and wants to be a manager. Zhang is comfortable giving him more power, but he needs more apostles. Since it's his only option, the rabbit was named the manager of the second temple as well. He feels the power in his body. Now he's a transcendental rabbit, but to them, he's just a talking rabbit. He said now he could have a name too, to his boss's surprise. After that, he was finally ready to have a name of his own. So he asked his boss to name him with a noble and powerful name. Seeing his name, he asked his boss if it wasn't a mistake. The name he expected to be something noble is just rabbit. Zhang says it's better than not having a name, and he is a rabbit, after all. This made him furious, as in the end, nothing had changed in his life. Thus, both Sung and Jin were accepted as disciples of the Dragon Temple. This granted them more skills. They can use the whisper to talk among themselves, as if it were a virtual conversation. However, the number of apostles has a limit. Hoyle preferred the other two as apostles because they have more combat experience. Thus, a long search for apostles had come to an end. But in the village, there was someone who couldn't sleep. The old man taps his fingers impatiently. He's sitting on his throne thinking. He doesn't quite know what he's feeling, but he thinks it's anxiety. For his experience, he assumes his life is in danger. Maybe the griffin meat was poisoned, but it tasted too good for that. Perhaps it was the salt, but if it were, it wouldn't be salty. He can't imagine any more possibilities. He used his ability on himself to discover what was bothering him. The answer he found was Zhang. Two young men are talking about what they need to do to kill skeletons. It was his first time on guard duty, and he had no field experience. This made his partner worried because, alongside a rookie, he's also in danger. But there's a special sign every time they appear. A tombstone sprouts from the ground. That's the sign they're coming. He can't say why, but whenever it appears, they need to react quickly. Even if you break their limbs and spell, they won't die because they're already dead. Thus, they're at a great disadvantage. They cannot be underestimated. The defense strategy is to find the tombstone and destroy it. If he didn't know this, he'd be in trouble, and now he wants to know what the tombstones look like. Then the young man points to one that just appeared. Now he realizes what's happening. This terrified him because there are so many. He then told the other to go inform the old man about what's happening. From the underground, they hear movement and assume something must be going on. The long-haired guy wants to go there because he has a bad feeling about it. The old man orders the builders to reinforce the barriers and the warriors to prepare for battle. No wonder he was feeling anxious, but he doesn't know why these skeletons are bigger. His ability tells him there's no option this time. They will need to fight. Even though he's old, there are things he must protect, like his precious village where he lives. He shouts for everyone to protect the town. The skeletons advance on the village in hordes, but the player's barricade has already been formed, ready to defend. The first of them charges at the hostile mass, destroying the first skeleton with ease. Near him, one of the skeletons prepares to attack, but there is another player ready to fight as well. Thus, the skeleton has its chest pierced by his weapon. The others begin to shout in unison, ready for war. The session of dismembering skeletons begins. They are crushed and dismembered without mercy. One of them prepares his spear to be thrown and hit the bald head of one of them. Even though they are only bones, the battle is dangerous. From above, the old man watches the battlefield. This is never a pleasant sight to witness. For the battle's end, the gravestones need to be destroyed. But given the formation of the battle, it's impossible to reach the gravestones. It doesn't take long for exhaustion to show among them. Now that player is completely unarmed. With limited physical strength and stamina, the humans are at a disadvantage because the dead never get tired. The chance of victory is becoming more and more scarce. The thought of that possibility makes the old man smile. It doesn't matter if they have a chance or not. That particular situation is important. With one strike, he destroys a skeleton that was nearby. Resisting is their only chance to survive one more day. He looks to the side, watching the warriors. One of them is already exhausted as there are many skeletons. Looking to the other side, he notices the same thing. The girl is also very tired from fighting so much. A prolonged battle, they have no chance of victory in this context. The more time passes, they can only feel one thing, and that thing is a brutal and intense fear. When someone is scared, the body trembles and moving becomes much harder, making it difficult for them to show their potential. The old man soon noticed the agitation of the village residents. To overcome that difficulty, he needs to raise everyone's morale. He took a deep breath to shout. He called all the village residents from the void. Some heard the old man's voice in the middle of the battle. The battle is fierce, and some are already thinking that victory is impossible. But they should think carefully about this. About all the hardships they faced, the courage and perseverance that brought them here, as well as all the good times they had together. That's the reason they have to keep living. Even those who were scared stopped being afraid, and the tired ones became more motivated. They need to survive so they can return one day to the world they belong to and escape this hell. Surviving the dungeon, that was the routine of many there. Routine can make dreams seem distant, but remembering the goal can give strength to the weary. They need to return home. The old man's speech encouraged them by reminding them they can get out of there. He thought they wouldn't win, but he remembered that losing is not an option. Determined not to die there, the fight intensified. They were clearly more motivated, and the old man believes that a miracle could happen now. Jiang said that was a heartfelt speech. The old man looked back surprised by the boy, because the true miracle had just arrived. That is definitely a cliché, one of the most mediocre ones. For the rabbit, it would be embarrassing, but there's no better word to describe them now. They are heroes. The tired fighters looked on in admiration. Those lightning bolts descending with the blades. Definitely a powerful and fierce strike. Not even the old man imagined the long-haired one was that strong. That sword that controls lightning seems to be a formidable weapon. But the boy says it's not just the weapon that matters, and asked him to watch more closely what he would do next. He closed his eyes while holding his bow. When he opened them, a yellow energy enveloped his arrow. What really makes the difference is the skill. A woman said the child was incredible, which made the child annoyed. He quickly snapped back to reality, noticing Hoyle was missing. One of the fighters had been injured by one of the skeletons. The strike made him drop his weapon to the ground. Hoyle says it's not cool that a dead man wants to take the life of the living, and walked towards the skeleton full of anger. The monster hesitated for a moment. However, it drove its dagger into his stomach. That wasn't what he was expecting. A skeleton had caught him off guard. The monster smiled at its feet, thinking it was tough. But Hoyle was just playing around. With a single blow, he turned the skeleton into a big jigsaw puzzle. The boy doesn't know how Hoyle is still alive as he was stabbed. Hoyle's skill is replay, excellent for a tank like him. Seeing all of this, the old man swore that he was just a useless novice. Not to mention Sung, who by himself is an enormous destructive force. Meanwhile, Jin can deal damage from a distance with his bow. And there's also the physical resilience of the old man. Now the elder realizes that the three of them together are an unstoppable force. They definitely make a well-prepared and balanced team. Zhang doesn't understand why they're fighting outside when they could use the fence to their advantage. But the old man says that was the best option. It's hard to find good quality wood around here. The barricade may look strong, but it wouldn't hold much. Not to mention there are many who fight in close combat, so they need to be in front of the fence. Zhang said the fence is useless then, but the old man insisted it still has a purpose. With that many enemies, the fence reduces the directions from which attacks can come. It may be hard for a beginner to understand, but Zhang interrupted him, saying it's too complicated. It's not simple enough. Hearing this, the old man was outraged. If that's the problem, then they need a better fence. He asked if the skeletons are capable of jumping, and the old man says they only march forward. Curious, he wants to know what Zhang is going to do. But before he could get his answer, he was truly surprised. Zhang was building a wall for the village. The skeletons quickly tried to bring the structure down. They could try as much as they wanted, but they wouldn't be able to do anything. Now there's only one more thing to do. Through a whisper, he wants to know if Sung and Jin can hear him. Immediately, they confirm they can hear him. He's going to separate the people from the monsters and needs their help. Sung should come to him while the boy should stay with the old man. But he doesn't know how to find him among so many people. All he had to do was look around. As a mark had been made on the ground, Sung looked up, impressed. Jin was also impressed by what he saw. The old man wondered if this was really happening. Meanwhile, the elder was speechless, thinking Zhang might be a god. There was a massive tower in the middle of the battle. From up there, he activated his mini-map. There really were many skeletons, and the blue dots must be his new apostles. The rabbit arrived there, exhausted, and Zhang said he was a mediocre manager, but it was hard to get there without being killed. It seems the Almighty One has a guilty conscience, and Zhang wants to know what he means by that. But it's all his fault, although Zhang didn't expect it to cause all of this. He didn't expect the temple to attract so much, and the rabbit wants to know what the connection between the temple and the skeletons is. Alpha says the undead are drawn to the life energy of the temple, and Zhang wants to know if he knew this would happen. Like a lightning bolt, Sung climbed up the side of the tower. When he got there, Zhang praised his agility. Building that tower so fast, he never stopped being impressed. He'd already told the other two while heading there, by separating the people from the monsters, he wanted to know if they would use the wall he had just built. That's the plan, but he needs their help. So they quickly talked things over. After the conversation, Silum understood the plan. Zhang spoke to Jin, who still hadn't found the old man. He told him to prepare to close his eyes. Sung stood with arms wide open at the top of the tower. Having fought them, he knows it would be difficult for even him to handle them all. Apprehensive, he wants to know if Zhang is sure he can win. Confident, Zhang said yes, and that soon he would see his friend. More at ease, Sisem only asked him to hurry, because he could be caught by it too. Jung wants him to make a signal with his lightning, to use all his strength, creating something similar to a beacon. It's possible to do, but Sung asked if it wouldn't be a waste of energy. It wouldn't be, because that way he would be able to get everyone's attention. In the elder's speech, he shouted, not everyone heard him. But up there, Sung's light would be seen by everyone without exception. He needs Sung's help to save the people down below. That's the only way to save everyone in the village. This selflessness makes the long-haired one happy. He's been here for a while now and has worked hard to stay with his friends. But in unfavorable and complicated situations, he was confronted with harsh realities. He thought he wasn't capable of doing anything more. Seeing that Jung wants to save everyone is motivating. And if that's Jung's intention, they no longer have anything left to wait for. Jin noticed his hair starting to lift from the static electricity. The signal is coming, and they need to be ready. Asura is already in position. Then Sun uses his lightning ability. A massive wave of electrical energy descends from the sky, from where he stands. Not only the noise, but a great luminous signal appears in the sky. Below, people realize what has happened. Even those who have their backs to the tower noticed the lightning. A beautiful luminous signal cut through the night sky. For those guarding the village, the flash caught everyone's attention. They stay focused on it for a short period of time. Then Sung shouted, ordering them to head to the wall near the fence. They wonder if this is the rookie, while others want to know where that wall came from. Sung says once again for everyone to go inside the wall as he's going to end it all. Not everyone understands, but some heard it clearly. Realizing he must have a plan, they begin to move. Soon they start bringing the wounded inside. Sung is exhausted after having done all that. Now it was Jum's turn to execute his part of the plan. He's already down below, running with the other two. The old man noticed the skeletons are slower. Maybe the lightning scared them. Whether that's the case or not, John is grateful for what his friend did. Jin wants to know what they are going to do now. The first thing is to see if everyone is safe inside, but doing that will be very hard. Jin realizes it wasn't a bluff. Jung really cares about other people. But Jung corrects him, saying this isn't a heroic narrative. Now everyone there owes him one. Jin didn't expect to hear that. Johnny's happy that everyone there owes him their precious lives. Once this battle is over, he's going to get some good equipment from them. Doing all that took more effort than he imagined. He's collapsed on the ground, drained of energy. Sung isn't sure if he passed out, but he knows for sure he overdid it. Jin is running in a panic, calling for Sung. He reaches the top of the tower, terrified. Since Sung didn't come down, he was worried about him. He got carried away and used too much force, which made him black out for a few seconds. Finally, he remembers the whole situation. He wants to know what happened to Jung and if the village is safe. Jin asked him to calm down a bit. Now he needed to listen carefully. At first, he didn't understand, but it was possible to hear a sound. Jung's name is being shouted in unison. Sung asks if that's really what he's hearing, and Jin says he should go see it too. Looking down, he lets out an honest laugh. Jung really hasn't stopped surprising him. The villagers are celebrating. Everyone is shouting the name of the one who's crucial in saving them. There isn't a single person who isn't happy with him. The rabbit sees all of it and says none of this would happen if they knew him like he does. Jung tells him to shut up and threatens never to give him meat again. He could really be evil sometimes, and Jung told his lovely manager to give a smile. He told the others to enjoy the victory while it lasts. The old man arrives at the tower, complaining that it's too high to climb. From above, it can see people surrounding Jung's elephant. The old man had to climb up because he was already feeling ashamed. Jung's now a celebrity. The people are in an uproar over him. Looking down from the top, Sum is also happy with the result. Besides being incredible, there was even a golem to use. In fact, even though it looks different, that's definitely a golem. Sum wants to know what happened since he was unconscious. The old man isn't good with words and doesn't know how to begin describing it. Jin got irritated and said he would explain how everything happened. They thought the wall would only serve to protect the people. They were with it, checking if anyone was still outside. After making sure everyone was safe, Jin thought they would finally rest a bit, but that's not what happened. Jung prepared to use his skill. He used the strength of the horned bull. It was really something incredible to witness firsthand. He started positioning bricks he had in his inventory. Everything seemed too simple to execute. He used basic movements but achieved formidable results. Jung was completely focused and determined. The villagers ended up witnessing everything. Besides giving them meat, there was also all that salt. This guy was helping them now. There's only one word to define him. He is simply incredible. But his plan didn't end with just the wall, and he asked the rabbit where he installed what he had requested. He told him to look at the map because he placed it in the planned spot, and it was very hard to do it without being seen. Thus, he praised his manager's work. He couldn't join the battle earlier because he might hurt someone. With the field cleared, he called his golems to the battle. Soon, they began emerging from the portal. The sight of them left people speechless. There was no resistance the skeletons could offer now. Some now understands that Jung was indeed the one responsible for saving the village. From afar, the old man observes him. The situation for him is not looking good. The villagers were already on Jung's side, and if the old man wanted to survive in the dungeon, he couldn't oppose him. Jung from above spotted the old man. The will to live is truly a peculiar motivation. In a loud voice and smiling, he said that Jung had done an excellent job. In the village, the day finally breaks. Through the streets, he hears some murmurs. As he passes by, people ask if he slept well or inform others that Jung is passing by. Perhaps due to the hardships of the previous day, but everyone seems much friendlier now. The battle is the topic of the moment among them. Despite Sung's feats, they can't stop talking about Jung. The rabbit says it's all his fault, but at least everyone is safe and alive. He just hopes Sung doesn't blame himself too much. But the rabbit says, unlike certain people, Sun has a conscience. Although he was sensible, he received a few knocks on the head. Alpha wants to know when he's going to collect the equipment, but John wants to know what he's talking about. The skeletons have equipment that can be used as sacrifices, and John didn't imagine that even broken items would be useful. There's little vital energy in them, but it can still be used. If that's the case, he would find out soon. The rabbit wants to know where he's headed now, but at that exact moment, the boy is at a loss for words. He wonders why the old man is bowing before him. The old man doesn't call him by name, but instead addresses him as Your Excellency. All this formality made him uncomfortable. Thanks to him, they now have a sturdy wall, but the situation in the village had changed greatly. Zhang doesn't know what he's talking about. Since yesterday, there have been many skeletons outside, making it very dangerous to leave. To be honest, they are completely isolated now. Thus, their first problem is how to get food. Originally, they would explore the outside, but with all these skeletons, it's become much more difficult. The rabbit asks what the old man wants, and automatically the old man gets the biggest fright of his life. But the rabbit says it's all right, there's no one here, and Zhang told him to stop doing that kind of thing. The old man can't understand what Zhang is doing. There isn't a single person here who doesn't know who the rabbit is, as he plays a key role in the first memories of this hateful place. It seems they are companions and that Zhang is the leader. Looking at the old man, Zhang realized he had something to ask, and he was ready to listen. After looking at the wall, the old man had an idea. He asked if it would be possible to build a bridge. If there were a bridge as high as the wall, the skeletons wouldn't be able to reach anyone. With a safe route, it could leave to search for food again. The rabbit said that the old man still knows how to think because his idea isn't bad. John wants to know the distance from a village to the nearest dungeon, and it's approximately 3 times the village's perimeter. Thinking about it, he concluded there should be no problem building a bridge, but he has no intention of doing it for free. He suggested they go outside to make an estimate, which surprised the old man. Outside, some were startled by the rabbit, but the old man said he was Zhang's companion. After the last night, not even walking with the rabbit negatively impacted Zhang's reputation. The villagers seemed to have blind faith in him from now on. That wall is indeed very solid, and while observing, some wondered if the rabbit was really his companion. Zhang said that these were the precious items he had accumulated so far. All that dirt he had collected with his own hands, to the old man's surprise. His life in a dungeon is all about building things. Finally, the old man seems to understand more about him. He didn't imagine he had gone through so much difficulty, but Zhang says it's all right. Eager to get started, Zhang wanted to make an estimate for the bridge. Since he was going to use his items, he would like to receive something in return, starting with the equipment left behind by the skeletons. This proposal left the old man speechless. Since the golems did almost all the work, he sees no problem with it. With that decided, there's no time to lose, and it's time to start collecting. As help was needed, the old man explained the situation to the volunteers. Rumors about the bridge construction soon spread. A direct route would indeed be very good for them. If they perish in that purple land, it will become skeletons too. The rabbit said that the body would immediately rot, and even a blade stuck in the ground would rust quickly. That land is capable of corroding and eroding everything. The old man asks if this is a problem. But Zhang is interested in that land. Since the wall is made of earth, it's normal. He wants to know if it's a good idea to build another wall on top of that one. To the old man, they should check the soil before making the bridge. And that's exactly it. Zhang is ready. They need to confirm if this is possible or not. He summoned a cue onto the purple soil. He watched to see if something would happen. Its color started changing to purple as well. If it remains this way, there's one more test to be done. He started purifying the cue to see if it would return to its original state. Even after being purified, the cue began changing color again. That land had become very toxic. The rabbit already suspected this. It's a real curse. All that land is completely infertile, and it turned what once was a great army into skeletons, the cursed land. As he spoke, Zhang said it's working now, to the rabbit's surprise. All he had to do was place a stone slab between the cue and the contaminated soil, but the rabbit said it was just a coincidence. After hitting the rabbit, it was time to begin the construction preparations. After getting used to the production process, he realized how to make it more efficient. He climbed onto the blocks he had already placed. He put down another stone slab, and then the 2 dirt blocks. He just needed to repeat the process until the bridge's path was completed, even if it surprised those watching him. For John, this was far from being the most strenuous task he had done in that world. At the end of the bridge, he placed a torch that could be lit later, and he did all of this because he enjoys it, not for recognition. That left the old man a bit confused. After seeing all this, he was finally captivated. It's rare to find a kind person like him, especially since the old man had done questionable things to survive until now, and he hopes to repay the favor. Zhang says the knife the old man used to prepare the food was really nice. It's his greatest treasure because it matches well with the ability he has. His expression froze when he realized what was happening. Zhang didn't want it to be so obvious. The old man yelled at him to pay attention. Zhang didn't understand, but the old man told him to look behind him because 2 balls were flying his way. He started turning around to see what was coming. He finally spotted the objects in the air. As they hit the ground, he was almost struck. The rabbit didn't know what that was or how Zhang managed to dodge it. He asked if the rabbit had forgotten that his boss can see the trajectory of any projectile. Without thinking twice, he grabbed his manager by the ears, because he needed to lift him off the ground so he wouldn't get hit either. Now he should always remember that his lifesaver is Zhang. That yellow ball, it seemed familiar. The old man shouted once again, saying more balls were coming. Prepared, Zhang opened his inventory to defend himself. He placed some blocks in front of him to stop the bullets. They performed their protective function flawlessly. He told the old man to stay behind him, but the poor guy was already crouched there. Now that he was sheltered, he explained more about those balls. Even the rabbit wanted to know what they resembled. Although they were larger in size, they resembled a grain. The old man said Zhang had sharp eyes because that was from a trap at the dungeon's entrance. If one of them hit you, it's at least a fracture. If this is happening now, only one thing could have happened. They could eat those grains. But the old man said they're poisonous and could cause a stomachache or worse. If the poison isn't too strong, it's worth finding out. Zhang extended his hand and used the purification ability. The old man asked if his ability, besides curses, can also nullify poisons. Taking a bite, Zhang said that despite being tough, it resembled the grains he had eaten before. Then the old man said the shots had stopped, and indeed they had. Zhang wanted to know why they had stopped. The plants take time to replenish their grain stock. That was a relief to know, so Zhang looked seriously at the rabbit. He ordered him to collect all the grains, much to the rabbit's displeasure. He couldn't wait to try a green one. The old man even offered to call more helpers for the task. But it's better that they go back together as there are more things they need as well. The bridge is now properly built across the cursed land. Sam, watching her, said that his friend had once again done something incredible. After walking for a while, the old man was tired. John wants to know where he's going to place them, but there must be space. He saw how the earth was piled up and can't tell if the young man is a human or a professional excavator. Not to mention he doesn't want to get any closer than this. However, he doesn't want to have any enmity with Zhang in any way. Zhang asked if the old man was ready to head back as it was already getting dark. The sun had begun to set on the horizon. All of that had been done in a single day and the bridge was very well built. Up ahead, he notices something happening. A lightning bolt was approaching their position. Sun had just found them. It was great to have found him returning to the village where everyone inside is safe and sound. Now was time for them to return there too. Zhang asks if something happened. Regarding the equipment left by the skeletons, Sun had already collected everything. They are now in the underground temple. The smell of that equipment was far from pleasant. It stank so much they weren't sure if it could be used as a sacrifice. Alpha is happy because it will provide a lot of vital energy, and with that, Zhang says they can head back up. Sunny asks if there is still more to be done, and Zhang says there always is. It was time to collect the payment. In the center of the village, everyone gathers because Zhang has something to say to them all. First, he thanked everyone for being there. They must have seen the new bridge which allows them to pass by the skeletons safely. It was designed to last and will be of great value to everyone there. To build the wall and the bridge, he used many of his resources. He will skip the details, but he needs a lot of enchanted equipment, and he was standing before them to ask for help with that. He needs level 2 or higher equipment, which left everyone very surprised. Although they are grateful for everything, it won't be easy for them to accept this kind of payment. He thinks the best situation would be if they handed it over voluntarily, but if that doesn't happen, he'll be a bit more forceful. Now there's only silence among them. Soon a sword appears in front of him. Zhang didn't expect it to be so quick. The one who offered it said she had better equipment and had only kept the sword out of emotional attachment. If it weren't for him, everything would have ended the previous night, and she knows she owes him her life. She asked him to accept it, as even though it's hard, she means to pay her debt. After finishing speaking, she asked the others if she was it right. Soon, equipment started raining in front of him. Another day passed in the village with him receiving a lot of equipment. By morning, he and his friends were gathered. Sunny asked if they needed to go to the dungeon without him. Jin didn't want to be separated from him as they had just reunited and now they would protect him. The old man wants to know the reason for this. Zhang says that if he makes a mistake, it will be embarrassing and he'll show them once they return from the dungeon. Judging by his smile, it must not be anything serious, but still. He wants to know what Zhang is planning, and a rabbit asks him to grip harder. But Zhang assured them he would join him in the last ruin. They just need to tell him when they are close to it. If he intends to meet them alone, that could be dangerous. But he won't do that, he's going to send the rabbit. In his defense, the rabbit says he can find another guide, and being affiliated with the Dragon of Life, he can't kill. But all Zhang needs is for the rabbit to open a portal near the ruins, nothing more. Sung isn't too happy with that suggestion. Even though it seems like a safe method, it still worries him. Dungeons make players stronger, and he's concerned about Zhang's progress. But Zhang asked them to trust him once again, as he has his methods to make things work. Sung listened carefully, and decided to trust him, not trying to persuade his friend otherwise. Thus, they left the village with 10 more people, heading towards the dungeon. The rabbit wants to know if his boss is okay, as he spent only a few days with his friends and is already alone again, but Jong knows he'll see them soon. He wants to know why he decided to stay behind, and Jong says that rice alone has no value. It had been a while since he had a meal, but he realized something was missing. He opened his inventory once again. It was the cursed soil, and Alpha didn't like that inside the temple. But John had already said something important was missing, and the rabbit says it's the curse of decay. But for Koreans, juga soup is something wonderful. Neither Alpha nor the rabbit have any idea what this is. All the grains collected are inside the pot. John is quite entertained with his recipe. The rabbit asked what it was and if the grains would be the side dish of the day. After they were boiled, you might be able to ferment them using that soil. Once again, both Alpha and the rabbit are not understanding. When he saw those grains, the first thing that came to his mind was the soybean fermentation process. The rabbit had a hard time understanding why someone would eat something spoiled, but Jung said it was fermentation. Even Alpha had never heard of it and asked if it was something primitive, and Jung said it was a recipe passed down for generations. If it worked, he would be able to make even tastier dishes. That simple sentence convinced the rabbit that it must be good. He just asked John to keep his eyes open and pay attention. After the grains were cooked, it was necessary to grind them in a mortar. Then he shaped the dough into something similar to a square. With the sunstones, he made them dry quickly. He also tied some grains that had dried with the sunstones. Looking at the rope more closely, the rabbit wanted to know if they were really made of grass. Looking at him, Jung said the fungi on that rope would help in the fermentation process. The rabbit just wanted to know how Jung knew how to do all these things. With everything organized, John was quite pleased with what he had done so far, but the rabbit said it looked like garbage. While being scolded, the rabbit said he couldn't be the only one who thought so, and Alpha agreed with him. John could only lament that they didn't know anything about the flavor he was remembering. The block with the cursed sand was still there. He just needed to figure out how to make use of it because it could significantly reduce the fermentation time. To the rabbit, he didn't need to rush anything, but John didn't want to wait several days. Using an iron bar, he saw that the curse in the block was still very strong. Looking at the result, the rabbit asked if he couldn't combine that sand with the stones. At first, he questioned it, but then he ended up having an excellent idea. Feeling happy, he hugged the rabbit tightly. Even the rabbit couldn't believe the advice he had given and said he just spoke off the top of his head. But John already had a block made with stone powder. By reducing the concentration of the cursed sand, the rabbit's suggestion worked. Placing the blocks with a lower concentration of sand, the fermentation process began. Thus, a few days passed. Inside the village, someone said there were skeletons outside and they should prepare. On a rainy day with few people around, the corruption of the sand became even stronger, and this could be dangerous. The old man wanted to know if the wall was showing signs of weakening due to the rain. It was still holding up, but it had become much softer because of the rain. He ordered them to find Jung, as in the worst-case scenario, they would have to defend without him. It had been a while since the last rain. Jung appeared among them, saying that the old man seemed quite busy. His presence brought a bit more hope. So they began to talk about the situation. He learned that on rainy days, the skeletons become more oppressive. That was really dangerous because the water weakened their structures. Besides the skeletons becoming more energetic, the wall could give way. In light of this, the old man wanted to know if they had any solution. Jung thought about the problem at hand. Looking at the people, he asked for everyone's attention. He asked Alpha if it was possible to set a trap there, and he was told it was possible, but would have to be done manually. Seeing this, the old man didn't understand. Then Jung said he would give him a little help. The only thing they needed to do was soften the soil after he planted. Those plants on the wall were the ones from before. With all the plants in place, he started the trap. Alpha said this was the best trap Jung had ever made, a shame there were so few plants. The most interesting thing was that with the rain, something else would grow quickly. Happy, the rabbit said they were potatoes, and the answer was right, though the old man didn't understand what they were talking about. Outside, the skeletons were watching. Immediately, some were caught by the vines. That wall defense is really quite efficient. The potatoes attacked those nearby, and the grain throwers attacked those in a distance. It's really impressive, but the old man wanted to know what the young man was doing. He just wanted to take the opportunity to make a stew. There are some situations in life where ambient sounds can serve as a way to find calm. The sound coming from outside now was starting to have that effect on him. That definitely made him feel good, and the rabbit said the tent was already ready. The old man asked if he could sit as well, and Jung said there was no problem. With the bag open, the old man said Jung would make a big fuss if he left that behind. Jung asked the rabbit if the discomfort of being in the rain feels a little bucolic. The sound of the rain, the grains being fired, the bones breaking, the harmony of it all was poetic. But he didn't care about that. He just wanted to know if he needed to cut those vegetables. Jung told him he should put more heart into it, and that the most important thing when making juga is the flavor of the paste they made, which needs to be good. Incredulous, the rabbit wanted to know if the rotten grains had an interesting flavor. The old man wanted to know if he really said that, but Jung asked him to wait a little longer. There was one more surprise for him. That couldn't be possible. He never imagined he would see tofu inside the dungeon. Seeing all that, he realized that being in that place wasn't a big problem for Jung. He does many things. All of this is simply too fantastic. Zhang Ready wanted to show him his skills. Coming down from the wall, someone asked if all the preparations Zhang requested had been completed. But from the outside, it no longer looked like a village, it looked like a castle. It's a bit of an extravagant description, but that's how it seemed. Like a castle of skeletons. While they were talking, he noticed a different smell. Then he said that Zhang had called them to eat together. His stew was almost ready. With chopsticks, he picked up a piece of tofu. Then he put it on the frying pan to roast. Meanwhile, the rabbit kept working nonstop. He was expanding the size of the cabin to protect the others from the rain. But he didn't expect other people to come and ask Zhang about it. Below the wall, the crowd started noticing that the smell was wonderful. Zhang asked them to come in order so he could help. Soon, several of them were up there under the tent. It was impossible for some to hide their excitement. Others were already drooling. With all of them gathered there, the time had come. Finally, he wished they would enjoy the meal. Then they began eating the banquet lay before them. The rice grains were marvelous. He never imagined he'd eat tofu in the dungeon, and it was perfectly tender. And the best part was the jjigae, which was beyond words. He just wanted to know how Zhang does all that. He's like a god. The rabbit didn't understand why they were getting emotional and wanted to know if the flavor did that to people. Zhang told him he had already eaten 3 times and the rabbit wanted to eat another bowl. He had made all of that with his own hands and shared it with everyone. That left him completely satisfied. A special glow caught his attention. He earned an achievement by making everyone happy. This recipe tasted better and helped protect against the cold. Seeing the reward, he noticed it added 10% more flavor and gave 20% cold resistance. They started commenting that it tasted better and that they felt less cold now. Koreans need to eat rice, and he wanted to know if the cold resistance increases cumulatively. But the rabbit said the effect would wear off with digestion. He wanted to know if it was okay to eat without worrying about the enemies on the other side, but Zhang said it was safe up there. Alpha said they couldn't climb the wall, and that was what Zhang had expected. Looking down, he saw the skeletons being slaughtered. He laughed joyfully at that, but the rabbit thought he was getting too confident. Once again, a bright flash appeared. Zhang was happy to see it. It seemed like this was the day for achievements. He was just eating without doing anything else. He didn't expect this. For destroying 1,000 skeletons, he's now twice as good at breaking bones. The fracture in the skeleton's skull started to grow. Zhang placed his hand over it, then crushed the skull without any difficulty. He didn't even have to touch it properly. The power he had received was truly strong. The old man said he also received the title of Skeleton Destroyer. Indeed, he has it too, but even so, he struggles to survive. Having been there for so long, it's expected that he's gained a few things, which is why he fought well despite his age. Zhang wanted to know if this ability stacks with weapon use, and the old man thought it did. Now he wants to know if it applies to that as well. From his inventory, he took out the boar bones. It actually worked. Now he can eat the bones, and the rabbits say he looks just like Pokyu. He asked the old man if he received that after defeating 1,000 skeletons, and what would happen if he destroyed more of them. But he couldn't say because after destroying almost 2,000, there was no change at all. Since he achieved that through the traps, maybe he'll discover the result if he waits long enough. Alpha said they could improve a trap with the vital energy they accumulated. Zhang thinks it's a waste, but Alpha says improving the temple's management benefits the temple, though there's not enough energy yet to enhance the portal. The old man asked the rabbit if he was talking to someone, and he said yes, but it would be too much trouble to explain. So he improved the trap's quality as directed by Alpha. The cooldown time is now shorter, and the traps can be controlled with more precision. Before, they attacked randomly, but now Zhang assumes they can target a specific enemy. This way, he can control up to 20 plants. The result of this trap upgrade was simply devastating and overwhelmingly powerful. The focused shots caused massive destruction. Even the rabbit couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the second dungeon of the 4th phase, it's snowing. They're moving forward with difficulty due to the cold. Jin asked if Sun used just brute force to defeat them all. He said he was training his new skill, and Jin thinks he acquired it while fighting his skeletons. It's not a skill, it's an achievement reward. With it, he can break bones more easily. The skills each of them possesses, as well as the way they are used in practice, breaking bones with twice the efficiency. Some thought of it in a different way, assuming that every living being has bones, or almost all of them. By hitting specific areas, he can greatly increase his damage. Only someone with combat experience would think this way, and Sun is that person. On the other side of the dungeon, however, Zhang thinks the trap also uses his achievement, and hunting that way without doing anything is excellent. Inside the cabin, he's doing something else. He was handling 2 thin bones, but they ended up breaking in his hands. He was trying to control his strength, but still needs a lot of practice. Now it's time to chap on the other traps. Looking at him, the squirrel wants to say something. It seems like it wants to dig a tunnel with him. And now Zhang eats bones just like the squirrel. To the squirrel, it's only possible that Zhang is some kind of god. He didn't understand why the squirrel was looking at him with such radiant eyes. Opening the system, he looks at all the traps he currently has. The arrow shooter is very good, but it's a shame he only has one. Since it's a magic item, he can't produce another, but he can restore it if it's damaged. The container can also be used to boil water, not just oil. The first thing that comes to his mind is that if he puts stew in it, they'll have infinite food. But Alpha says that effect only applies to pure liquids. In fact, the case, he has an idea. Then he asks if it would work. A few days passed in the village. John wakes up. Someone's talking to him through the whisper. Getting up, he asked if they were already at the ruins. They're not there yet, but his friend needs his help. Inside the cabin, he gets ready. The old man is running hurriedly through the village. Finding John, he said he heard that he was looking for him. There was something he wanted to ask the old man. Then he realized it was about the location of the second ruins dungeon. Unfortunately, he might not be able to help with that. They'd exist, but they can't be found in the traditional way. John didn't understand those words. The entrance to it changes with each reset. The place is underground, its access point always changes location. Since the old man has experience, it would be good if he went with John. He could help, but since he's already been there, he wouldn't see the details again. Now there's nothing John can do. Then the old man says he can still help him. Since he can't go there, he can still teach him how to beat the dungeon. This piqued Jung's curiosity. Kumaforus, the rabbit, is communicating through the whisper as well. He's heading towards the others and wants to know which path to take. He's upset because he thinks out of all of them, he's the one who suffers the most. He didn't want to go alone by any means, but John asked him to go ahead and open a portal as soon as he found them. But if he wasn't willing to do that, then John gestured with one of his hands. The plant that was idle on the wall was now focused on the disobedient rabbit. Faced with that, there wasn't much that could be done. Then he said that there was no one else capable of doing that job except him, the rabbit. Remembering that, he thought he was being extremely generous. After walking for a long time, he finally found what he was looking for. From that point on, the fog was really thick. As soon as he entered it, he realized the ground was cold. Feeling the intense cold, he wondered what kind of weather this was. It didn't take long before he found the others. In a whisper, he told John to create a portal. Meeting up with his friends, he asked how they were doing. He quickly noticed it was very cold where they were. Sung said he should have warned them to come dressed warmly. Now that he's there, he wants to know what's wrong with them. He suggested they warm up before talking. Steam rose into the sky. They were all inside the adapted elephant. The three who were out in the cold were relieved to be in a warm place. The effect of the silver stones was really good. It even felt like they were in a dream. Outside, Jung said he would be brief. Taking advantage of everyone resting, he wanted to build a tower quickly. It's always very useful to be able to use the minimap. The rabbit suggested building the portal underneath the tower, and indeed the idea was good. He only asked his boss to dig, as he would make the portal. Inside the elephant, they sipped some tea. While they drank it, Jung asked if it was good. It was wonderful. It even reminded them of Korea, but there was something Sung wanted to talk to him about. He asked for another cup of tea, and the rabbit thought they had only been called there because of the cold. Outside, the snow continued to fall intensely. John received a vague explanation from the old man, saying they needed to find access to the ruins. Sung said his friend might find it, and Jung asked if they hadn't found some mysterious lithograph. It was the old man who had mentioned it to him, and he wanted to take a look. It was indeed mysterious. He wanted to know if it was related to the ruins in some way. The rabbit said there was a keystone, and the closer they were to the entrance, the more intense the blue color would become. At the moment, it wasn't glowing blue. Sung said it only glows at night, even thought it was a navigation tool. If it only glows at night, it could be a bit more difficult. But there was nothing they could do as it was made of moonstone. They are similar to sunstones, and the closer they get to the sunstones, the more the moonstone glows. Hearing this, he assumed that there must be sunstones at the entrance to the ruins, but the rabbit didn't confirm that information. Even so, that moonstone wasn't reacting to the sunstone they had. The rabbit said that's not how it works. But now that he knew the situation, he wondered why they hadn't called him earlier. Sun hadn't imagined it would get so cold so quickly, which didn't surprise the rabbit. The climate there is extreme. No matter how well prepared someone is, it's tough. Besides having to adapt to the environment, they need to fight monsters in the dungeons. Meanwhile, they are enjoying a meal inside the elephant, warm and happy. The cold resistance effect is very effective now. Even a little squirrel is knocked out for eating too much. They're going to wait inside until nightfall to use the keystone. Sun hopes everything goes well. Outside, there are small footsteps moving. Several little monsters are gathered there. The little monsters gathered are ready to cause some dangerous mischief. One of them starts to shout menacingly. Inside the elephant, Jung asks what that sound is. Sung stands up, asking everyone to prepare for battle. So they exit the elephant, bundled up and ready. Jung asked his friends to take what he's about to give them. He threw something similar to a fur coat to them. Sung wraps himself in it and thanks him. The little monsters stare at them without doing anything. Meanwhile, the four of them are prepared for whatever might happen. Looking at them more closely, Jung doesn't think they seem dangerous. In fact, they're actually kind of cute. But the rabbit says those are snow gremlins, mischievous and fond of snowball fights. Sung says their tough appearance is actually a deception. But the horde of crazed fentanyl addicts, they charge forward. Sung prepares to defend himself from the attack. These little pests really aren't playing around. Gathering snow from the ground, the first one starts its attack. The snowball flies through the air. Johnny's still in disbelief that this is actually a snowball fight. Sun yells for them to get ready immediately. And he throws himself towards Jong so he won't get hit by the snowball. It landed on the ground, seemingly harmless. However, from the ground emerged a large ice stalagmite that could have been fatal. They observed the frozen formation behind them. Sam wants to know if his friend is okay, but all he can ask is what just happened. The gremlins use magic to do that, and Alpha confirms, as those creatures are artificial creations of witches. Since they were created with magic, they can use it instinctively, and John asks why Alpha had mentioned this before. As he stands up, he notices the sky is filled with snowballs coming their way. They fall down with devastating force. An ice stake destroys the upper part of the elephant. John struggles to understand the gravity of the situation. That snow is no joke, it's even denser than the material of his golems. However, he became completely furious because those mean Ukra monsters had made a huge hole in his golem. Some asked him to stay calm as these aren't easy enemies to deal with. John wants to know what they should do. A gremlin prepares to throw another snowball at them. Before the snowball hits the ground, this is their chance to strike and prevent the magic from being completed. He ordered them to stay close to him while Jin provided cover for them. The old man is ready to act as well, while the boy is prepared to handle his bow. Enraged, the old man charges towards the gremlins with his axe. His blade starts to move. He swings it furiously over his head, delivering a devastating blow to the ground. The shockwave moves towards the small creatures, but soon he realizes something. There wasn't a single creature within the range of his attack. As he's looking around, a pair of ears pops up from the snow behind him. Shin warns him that the danger is behind him. Reacting quickly, he managed to avoid being hit by the ice stake. The little monster smiles, finding the situation funny, but a boon hits its head, breaking the bones that form it. Sung says they are hiding under the snow and should be cautious now. Besides using magic, they can hide in the snow, and in it, they have no movement restrictions. With dangerous attacks and hiding, they are indeed challenging enemies. However, they were lucky that none of them had been hurt so far. What helped them this time was the cold resistance provided by the food. Sung looks around and wonders where John is gone. He apologizes, saying he took too long. A powerful golem had joined the battle, as well as seed-shooting plants. John got a bit busy because he needed to make some adjustments to the golems. In the worst-case scenario, it would have been dark, but he apologized anyway. The gremlins observe these new enemies as if trying to understand them. Now is the moment when the battle ends. The rabbit can't believe he has heated flooring in the golem. All that's missing is putting a solar stone in there too. When the solar stone comes into contact with the heated floor, the golem gets pumped up as if it's on juice. It increases its offensive capacity. It's the birth of the ultra heat golems. Using snow, those low monsters are really powerful. But if there's no snow for them to use, they're just a bunch of weaklings. Jam orders his golems to start melting everything in their path. His army of ultra golems advances with determination. The centaur's hooves stomp the snow forcefully, leaving a trail of melting snow wherever they pass. Some watches their advance toward the gremlins. There is nothing that this useless little monster can do now. There is no snow around it that can be used as a weapon. A single blow and it will be blown away. By melting the snow, they will render harmless. His plan is really good. The more snow is melted, the less they can resist. Now the gremlins are not smiling about the situation. However, it has only made them even angrier. But the anger is not unanimous among them. Some of them, they were wearing underwear, would be struggling to walk right now. Then they start jumping in droves, diving onto the snow nearby. Jam observes this movement and assumes they must be fleeing. But a great tremor in the ground begins to occur. That unexpected result made him apprehensive. Sang also doesn't know what it is and is nervous. A large leg steps on the snow. In front of them is a creature similar to an ice golem. That is a giant melting gremlin, much more deadly and dangerous. Seeing that he called his gorillas to him, it can't be possible that they made an ice golem. One of the gorillas is close to the enemy and tries to counter its attack using its strength, but it seems the giant gremlin is not even trying. Meanwhile, the gorilla, even with its upgrade, is struggling. From the contact between them, water vapor rises non-stop. John realized that even though it's huge, it's still weak against heat, so he encouraged his gorilla to keep fighting the enemy. However, it had already lost the battle. An ice golem is also capable of using magic. This time, the spikes came out of its own arm. Its body is made of snow, and there are gremlins spread all over it. Jin noticed this while watching the fight. Now he prepares to attack once again. The gorilla is injured and won't be able to defend itself. It was struck again, going straight to the ground. The barrage of attacks doesn't stop. The gremlins are furious. It seems the tide of the battle had turned. Sung suggests they start attacking together, but he noticed his friend is distracted. He didn't like seeing his golem suffer like that. He didn't like losing another golem either. Near Sun, Jin says something close to his ear. Thus, he also learned that the ice golem is made of gremlins. Knowing this, he rushed to share the information with Jam. That enemy is clearly denser than his golems. That's what's reducing his chances of victory. But this only applied when they were in the same weight class. He's eager to see what will happen when he has an absurd strength and weight advantage. The new construction left his friends speechless. That is a golem capable of crushing everything in its path. Not even the rabbit had seen one as big as this before. The ice giant knows its situation just got much worse. It was a ruthless steamroller. To the old man, it looked more like a generic boulder. His friends are still stunned by what they're seeing. To the rabbit, the name wasn't very cool either. The gorillas push that new destructive golem. Gaining inertia, it destroys everything in its path. The resulting force is directly proportional to the mass of the object. It's a simple physics formula. The enraged ice golem prepares to stop the attack. It tries to hold back the steamroller, but it's simply too massive to be stopped. The victory belongs to John, and he's confident in it. The steamroller plows through the ice golem, destroying its entire upper body. Only a portion of his broken body remains. The gremlins that compose it begin to reveal themselves. This left Jong surprised, as he didn't know they had combined to form that. After this part, Sung says it's his turn to act. Then he charged at them with his blades soaked in electricity. A great lightning bolt descends from the sky as the announcement of the gremlins' defeat. After the hard battle, they are inside the elephant once again to rest. Sung says that based on what he observed today, Jong's abilities have definitely improved. Indeed, but he doesn't know what to do with the Ondol, which is at level 2. Ifrim were saving from a crisis, but before he finished, the other two already know what he's going to say. Sung felt the air was playful, but continued anyway. And he and the old man did the same thing, as it had been imitated perfectly. But Sung says they're wrong because he was going to say something else. Inside the elephant, they joke around a little more, much to the annoyance of the rabbit, who feels trapped with several children. Thinking they're lost, he asks to take a look at the lithograph. It was glowing intensely with a blue color. Thus, they just need to follow the light. They change the elephant's course according to the intensity of the light's brightness. Finally, the light shines so brightly that it almost blinds them. Maybe it reached the right place. Outside, they take a few steps in the snow. That tree in front of them seemed a bit suspicious, but the closer they get to it, the brighter the light shines. Jin realizes there's something at the tree's root and the object is glowing too. The rabbit told them to get closer because there would be a reaction when both pieces touched. Sung carefully approaches the other piece. The light is so intense that they can barely keep their eyes open. A system warning says they are heading to the second ruin. A magic circle appeared beneath them, but since it was sudden, they can't tell what it is. The light shines even brighter. Jong notices it looks like one of his portals and is sure they're heading to the ruins. Soon, the light starts to dim. Jong doesn't know what just happened. The system warns that an error occurred and they couldn't pass through the portal. Even the rabbit is surprised that an error occurred. Still, it asked its boss to cheer up. The little squirrel walks beneath the snow and emerges from it, glowing, as if it's playing. Now it's lying down, entertained with the snow. The rabbit had already suspected they wouldn't pass through the gate because Jong is in error. Now that there's nothing to do, he thought about staying there, doing nothing and staring at the starry sky. The rabbit says he can either go back to the village or stay there and die. Those are his options. All he wants now is to be alone for a while, and he asks the rabbit to leave, but it's already outside. He then asks where his boss was going, but even he doesn't know, he just wants to walk for a bit. The snow starts to fall slowly. Looking at him, the rabbit can only imagine that his boss is crazy. In this short time, he built several observation towers. Despite everything, he is still a master at building. At the top of one of them, a small flash appears. Now Jelm is level 2 in his observation skill, but he doesn't know what to do because he's alone and has no one to observe. The rabbit says it's a waste because everything will disappear after the reset and suggested he wash his face. Thinking about the hot water, he wonders if it's possible to die from the cold here. Having a hot spring would be nice. The idea of having a hot spring stuck in his mind. A beautiful starry sky in the middle of nowhere, and a gentle cold at the tip of his nose. He began to imagine what it would be like to create a hot spring there. Now he had already decided what he was going to do. The only thing that could cheer him up now is a hot spring, nothing else. That size should be enough. The height of a hot spring pot is also very adequate. Now all that's missing is the boiling water. For that, he'll check his traps. Putting his hands on the pot, you realize that the temperature is perfect. Whenever the water reached this temperature, it should be poured into the tank and the process restarted. Finally, he started removing his clothes to bathe. He is now in the hot tub, relaxing in the middle of the cold. It is definitely invigorating, and even the squirrel is enjoying it. All of this is paradise on Earth, even though it's not on Earth. Outside, the rabbit tries to understand how the water is hot. It must have been his spell. He said the water was hot, and Jong asked what he was doing. After the bath, the rabbit said he almost burned himself, but Jong felt refreshed. Since they're walking, he wants to know if Jong plans to return to the village. But that's not in his plans because it would be unfair, so he used the whisper to talk to his friends. Somewhere else, they're beating up ice gremlins. They're all fine, but Jong wants to know where they are. The place has walls that seem to fit into each other. They start moving, opening spaces, and closing others. This isn't the first time this has happened while they've been in this place. But Jong didn't understand what Sun meant. Then he says clearly that the ruins are changing. After hearing that, he tried talking to them a few more times. He's worried that something might have happened because they're quiet and saying nothing. Jong is anxious, but the rabbit reassures him because it knows where they are. Finally, he hears Jin calling him through the whisper. Apprehensive, he asked if everyone was okay and why they took so long to respond. He apologized and said there are monsters there too, and only now he managed to relax. He heard Sung speak and thought Jong would be very worried. And of course he is, but Jin says it's not as serious as he thinks. They were all teleported to different points within the ruins. Additionally, it's like a huge maze. At regular intervals, its structure changes. Jin didn't know yet that Jong wasn't in the labyrinth, and he said it wasn't possible due to adverse circumstances. Even so, he thinks he's lost but not in danger. That's what he meant from the beginning. Talking with Sung was like he was in a major emergency. Shin smiles and says that this emergency is Sung's weak point. All of this because he gets lost easily, and he can't deny this fact. Anyway, after talking, he felt relieved. Sung is responsible and Jong knows nothing serious happened to his friends. While walking through the snow, the squirrel came across something. There was a small bump on the ground, and he thought it was a gremlin. A creature popped out of the snow, scaring the squirrel. For a few moments, he was quite terrified. However, he soon returned to his normal mood. In front of him are more squirrels, but unlike him, they have white fur. John approaches the squirrel's new friends and assumes the color difference is due to the different environments. Now the little squirrel tries to communicate with them, and they mimic his body gestures. John watches the lively conversation, unable to understand a thing. All that noise was tormenting the rabbit, and he wished he could dig a hole in the ground so he wouldn't have to hear it. John can dig underground. Something is on his mind now. Maybe those little creatures had information about the region, so he thought about asking them where the monsters live underground. For that, he needed to charm those new little creatures. He'd offered them a large portion of bones. With that, the little squirrel was in charge of the negotiation. John asked the rabbit to stay there with them. So the little creatures began to negotiate. The agreement between the parties had been a success. One of them calls Jong, who assumes he's going to show him the way. With that guy, their path would be much simpler, since the route shown by him was below the surface. However, things didn't go as expected. It seems the squirrel was showing him some useless things. There was more junk there than he expected, and he thought the task would be easier. But those tunnels resemble an anthill. Anyway, it's better to keep going since digging is his specialty. In front of him, the wall had broken, and ahead of him, there was something he didn't expect to find. A giant ant, and he has no idea why it's there. Not only is it large, but the ant is terrifying. John doesn't know if he should run away immediately or not. The rabbit didn't expect there to be ants there. It seems he was right when he said it looked like an anthill. They flee, and the rabbit asks him to do something about it. But he doesn't know what to do now, and Alpha says they're not regular ants, so John congratulated him for being sharp with the obvious. They are witch experiments, chimera ants, but this information doesn't matter to them right now. The biggest problem is having to deal with those monsters alone. Tired of running, he decided he was going to fight them. So his body began to channel the strength of the boar. Soon the first ant received a kick to the head. Jong observes the result of his attack. His foot is the one in pain. That ant is really tough. The rabbit said more of them were coming, and they would need to close the hole. Several ants were heading toward them. The distance doesn't help, but he needs to make them stop moving. He threw the staff at one of their heads, but it ended up bouncing off and hitting the wall. Not even that was effective against them. Unable to throw it with more force than that, he doesn't know what to do now. Still, he took more staffs from his inventory, and he stuffed them around the tunnel, making a circle. While he continues planning, the rabbit is completely terrified. One of the ants charges forward fiercely, but it stopped in front of the staff. His plan had worked, and the rabbit was left clueless. The staffs prevent them from advancing because they can only walk forward. Although it was a simple idea, it worked, and that's exactly what he wanted. Using more of his abilities, the rabbit asked him what the purpose of this hole was now. If he closes all the exits, they might end up making one, but by making that hole, it will direct them exactly where he wants. Even though he understood, the rabbit has no idea where he wants to take them. Inside the tunnel, he sets up a few more traps with plants. They are all pointed at the hole he made, just waiting for the ants. The first one came out through the hole and was brutally hit by the seas. The rabbit is impressed by his boss's quick thinking, who is pleased in singing his victory. On the ground, the snow squirrel tries to talk to him. He continued on his way, hoping that John would follow as well, and so he did, much to the rabbit's despair. They walk a little further through the tunnels. Finally, they arrive at a place that leaves him surprised. There is a chest there and some equipment scattered on the ground. He's wondering if they live there. But the rabbit doesn't think so. It still looks a lot like the ant's nest, and they must have messed with the things. It's hard to believe the ants brought the equipment there, but the rabbit says the ants only obey orders. Perhaps it was the witch who made it happen, and the hypothesis makes Alpha understand why the witches turned ants into chimeras. It's going to be hard to find out where the witch is, but now they're a bit safer, and the witch must be isolated from the outside world. The ants might not only serve for defense, but also to gather materials. Since they are being hunted, they're always doing experiments, the riddle is solved. But John doesn't know why Alpha thought so far ahead. The rabbit says that this reflection isn't empty of meaning. The witch's house was the ruin, and the ants were her workers. And if they crossed an entire tunnel, they would reach the end of it. Upon hearing this, he seemed to have an idea of what to do. Now he wants to reach that end. Next to his portal, there is a small house. The plants are prepared to defend the place. They're all aimed at the small hole in the tunnel. The rabbit has no idea what his boss is doing now. He is wearing enchanted equipment that enhances his attributes. The staff gives him piercing ability, and the rabbit said it's a valuable item. Safety comes first, and Alpha agreed because they have accumulated a lot of vital energy. From now on, he plans to grow more and more. Hearing this, he wanted to know what he meant by grow. But John keeps walking through the tunnel. He's ready to pass through the passage. He needs to be cautious because there could be ants on the other side. and indeed, the sound they make can be heard. This makes it react quickly, and using his weapon, he managed to pierce one of them in the head. Advancing cautiously, he needs to listen very carefully. As soon as he feels the ant approaching, he delivers a single fatal blow. This way, he can move forward safely without creating alarm. And he disposes of the bodies using cursed sand. Repeating his pattern, he manages to advance safely using the strength of the boar. While waiting, he kills the ants using the plants. It didn't take long for him to reach level 8. The rabbit wants to know if he will continue advancing, but Zhang said they might reach the ruins. Not to mention his skill must have increased, killing the ants is now even easier. On the way, he came across more equipment and asked the rabbit to pick it up. As planned, he continued advancing through the tunnel. The ants alone were not a big danger to him. Nothing could slow his progress now. The rabbit suggests that he use the golems. There was no need to take all this risk. But besides the tunnels being narrow, he doesn't know if the ground is firm enough. One mistake is enough to die. He should be more positive. Opportunities to improve skills are scarce. But it's only positive for the boss. The rabbit is terrified. What he thinks now is that he should have acquired another skill by now since he's pierced several ants so far. But that's not how it works. He's terrible at combat. It's like expecting a mute person to learn to speak just by moving their mouth non-stop. He said that even a rabbit could sing if he tried, and that gave him hope that he actually could. But he was soon scolded by his boss. A sound is coming from a tunnel they just found. He warned the rabbit to be careful because an ant is approaching. He patiently waits to finish it off. The ant's powerful foot stomps the ground. Its mandibles are much larger than those of a regular ant. This ended up terrifying Zhang. That is the chimera soldier ant very threatening. Seeing it, the rabbit asks him to be cautious with it, as they only seen workers so far. Then he opened his inventory to pull out an item. He set up a plant trap to help with defense, and ordered the plants to keep firing. The ant's armor is strong and the seeds pose no danger. Seeing as she remained unharmed, he ended up admiring her, much to the rabbit's despair, who asked him to stay focused. He knows he needs to focus and use the boar's strength. Heading towards her, he struck her head, but his weapon was unable to pierce the ant's exoskeleton. His strongest blow hadn't worked. The ant opens its jaws ready to attack. With a quick movement, it managed to disarm Zhang. A loud noise followed soon after. What he was using as a weapon is now broken. He asked if the rabbit had witnessed that as well. But told him not to waste any more time and to flee as well. At the cutting surface, the rabbit noticed his boss's distraction. A clean cut and a hardness that could be pierced by metal. He wants those ants. The rabbit thought he had lost his mind. Zhang wants all those ant parts. Motivated, he summoned a few more traps. He ordered the plants to bind the soldier ant to the rabbit's surprise. Faced with the scene, the rabbit couldn't think of anything. It was too much madness for him. Meanwhile, in the labyrinth, his friends are fighting. Stung is summoning his lightning bolts, and used them to destroy monsters that were holding him back. Through the whisper, he asked if Jin heard the strike he had delivered. Once again, the labyrinth began to change. The boy heard him and asked Sun not to walk too far to stay in the same spot. But it's hard for Sun to deal with the labyrinth. Jin told him to make a mess because he would find him somehow. If that's the case, now he feels much more confident. The vines are spreading through the tunnel. The soldier ant is completely paralyzed. After some time, its head is separated from his body. It falls lifeless to the ground. Zhang prepares to touch what he had been desiring. This made him so happy that even a rabbit felt sorry for the ants. Hearing this, he asked whose side the rabbit was on. Then a strong glow began to emanate. He achieved the conquest of clearing the chimera ant's cave. The reward is indeed interesting. You will receive ant eggs. At the tip of his finger is a very tiny ant. He can communicate with it and give it a few simple commands. It has no combat ability, but at least it's obedient. It would be very useful if it were as big as the others. The rabbit says that for normal ants, this one is already very big, and as he tried to touch it, he got bitten on the finger. He realized that she's quite temperamental and big. Alpha is sure it's a chimera ant, but a baby. It's amazing that he has an ant that can survive being accidentally stepped on, but neither Alpha nor the rabbit like that comment. Trying to communicate with her, he said that ants communicate with pheromones and asked if she knew the way to the witch's house. But the rabbit says that it's just an ant that was just born. Zhang exits the portal and the rabbit wants to know if he made it, to which he receives a yes in response. He had taken the ant to the temple. His doubt now is what to feed the ant, and he thinks about giving her everything. But the temple is full of grains, and this is definitely a viable food for her. The little ant is amazed by the amount of food. Another group of players is also exploring the second dungeon, and they're complaining about the extreme cold. There's not much to do except keep walking. The girl says that this is the witch's house, but the guy still hasn't spotted it. Then he comes across what's in front of him. What they saw are Zhang's towers, and they mistook them for the witch's house. Maybe it's not, since there's no reaction from the keystone. In his opinion, that place looks much better than the witch's house. The girl wants to know how he can say that, but the old man had seen it before. A sign informs them that there are bathrooms there, and they can use the place to rest. This is an unexpected notice to see in the middle of a dungeon. Zhang's reputation was becoming increasingly admirable without him knowing it. Some wants to know where the others are because he's already on the second floor. Jin said he shouldn't have gone as he was going to find him first. Even in the labyrinth, he's worried about Zhang and wants to know what he's doing and thinks he should return to the village. But he has a little problem. He's probably in front of the boss's room now. Inside the room is a hooded figure waiting for him. In one of his hands is a huge scythe. In the other, dark energy that seems to have come from hell itself. The one in the room is the king of death, the guardian of the place where the witch disappeared, and he is also immortal. He told them to come in quickly because he has a life to curse them. Zhang asked if the rabbit heard that too, and he said yes, it was a call to enter. Sung is desperate and doesn't want his friend to go in there alone. Jin shares the same sentiment and asks him not to go in. He thinks they believe he would go in alone because he's crazy. Even the rabbit asks why he isn't preparing to leave, but Zhang said he's still getting ready. He thought there would be a witch there, but the name of her house is obscured, and it's like a laboratory. But there's no monster in there, the rabbit says, because the figure behind the door is surely very dangerous. The old man had said that the boss of the second dungeon is the king of death, and it's impossible to get rid of him. However, there's something that can be done about it. He has a life vessel, but Zhang didn't understand anything about that. Richie, which is the monster's name, has a bowl that contains life energy, and he keeps it in a place only he knows. Destroying that, it's possible to defeat Richie. The rabbit realized he would have to find that object. Knowing his task, he's not happy at all. Meanwhile, Zhang collects several objects from the place that seemed quite interesting and asks what the rabbit was saying. He said it was nothing and would help him with the objects, preferring to empty his mind. Looking at the books, Alpha suggested he read them as some witches have valuable magical books. Looking at one of them, he became very intrigued. The book was blank and Alpha said that was bad. If the temple's owner had been a wizard, it would have been different. He just didn't understand why Alpha made him feel bad about the situation. But the rabbit said that's where players pass through, and it doesn't make sense for a dungeon assistant to leave behind such dangerous knowledge intact. Besides, he didn't mean to feel bad since many of his abilities are magical. He said he would give him something else and told him to stop joking around. Zhang asked how much paper the rabbit uses in his life. Even if they're blank pages, they have to use them. And since they were there, he wanted to collect everything useful, as it's hard to find wood in good condition. After a while, he collected quite a bit, and Richie said he couldn't wait to have a chance. The rabbit noticed something curious in the room. A single tile on the floor was higher than the others, which was very suspicious. They went to examine the tile and saw that it was loose, and in the space it concealed there was a mysterious chest. Contemplating the inside of the chest, he is intrigued by it. It's full of daggers and knives, and the rabbit thought Richie's life energy would be there. One of them ended up catching John's attention. One of the knives there is different from the others. The butcher's knife with level 3 slaughter and level 1 vampire. It's identical to the one the old man used to cut the griffin's carcass. That's why he wouldn't give it away easily, and the rabbit asks if he would have given it to him. From inside the room, Richie asks who's violating his treasure. Some realize that the walls weren't moving anymore, but everything started to tremble. Jin also noticed this and assumes that the labyrinth must be coming to an end. Additionally, it's getting colder and colder. Sun has an idea of what that could mean. The battle with the boss may have already begun. Around him, there is a cold mist. John wants to know if he was there the whole time, and if that kitchen knife is really that precious. A dreadful aura is released from him. The rabbit screams in desperation, telling him to be careful. An attack had already been launched in their direction. John needs to dodge or he will be hit. He quickly opens his inventory. Thus, he managed to place a cube of earth between him and the attack. Although he protected himself, the cube was pierced by the blow. It was as if it were magic. The cube was cut and frozen at the same time. Richie demands that his treasure be returned and that John throw it back into the room. The rabbit begs his boss to obey the monster, but he really wants that knife. Behind him, a frozen stain appears with some sort of tentacles. To his despair is Richie, who was materializing in that place, promising to bring death to all those who covet his treasure. Once again, they are attacked, and they narrowly escape the scythe's edge. He is the king of immortality, and all intruders must die. Looking at him up close, Zhang is frustrated. Richie is smaller than he expected. He doesn't even seem that dangerous. The enraged monster attacks them once again. The rabbit says his boss isn't loyal enough to stay and fight, but he replies that in this situation, there's no way to fight back. All they can do now is run. Richie demands once again for his treasure to be returned. Zhang knows that the monster's long-range attack is fatal, but he wants to know how he attacks in closer combat. To find out, he places several cubes between him and the monster. He's confidently waiting to see what will happen. It didn't work. He sliced through them as if they were made of butter. Zhang asks if the rabbit can do what he orders, and intrigued, the rabbit asks what his boss would have him do. They briefly talk while running. The rabbit listened carefully. After hearing everything, he wanted to know if it was really possible. Zhang says the rabbit definitely doesn't know him well enough yet. Now the rabbit just needs to do as he was told. Despite everything, he is more confident now. This idea is indeed quite clever. Assuming he's right, the rabbit begins to put the plan into action. As they change direction, Richie looks at the rabbit. Zhang saw that the monster got distracted and started provoking him again. Then he demanded that his treasure be returned, while the rabbit headed for the portal. Zhang had given 2 instructions to the rabbit. The first was for him to pass through the portal and place one of the golems in front of it. He needs to do this while Zhang still has the stamina to flee from the monster, which is unpredictable. There's ice scattered across the floor and he ended up stepping on a frozen part. Richie is a crafty monster that wasn't there without reason. Zhang slipped hard and even got hurt in the fall. As soon as he recovered, he was faced with something obvious. Richie was already on top of him, ready to end the fight. But the rabbit arrived, saving his master, asking him not to be scared. He had been even faster than expected. He had already done everything he was asked to do. This will now be the best match ever. He skillfully jumped off the ostrich and started provoking the monster, calling him a sewer face. Now things won't go his way anymore. The rabbit's taunt seemed to have an effect. Pieces of his cape fly through the air. John looks at that, a little curious. The rabbit did as planned, and now they see Richie's true identity. The witch's experiment still intact. He is the king of all snow gremlins. Once again, he demands that they return his treasure immediately. John can only find his little face extremely cute, but Richie is determined to finish off these intruders. The rabbit screams in fear that he's coming. Riding the ostrich, John flees, pulling the rabbit by the ears. The rabbit wants to know if they're really going to run, but it's a strategic retreat. Heading to the portal, they will call more of their competent subordinates. As he circles around it, he puts the monster near the portal entrance. John gives the order for him to be crushed. Richie is exactly in front of the portal. A giant hand comes through, hitting the monster. The gorilla's strength is immense. The monster is thrown into the air but begins to recover. Despite being a heavy blow, he's still fine. That way, the golem didn't even need to be here to attack. Furious, Richie said he would kill them and bring complete death to them. A cold mist begins to emanate from him. John protects himself from that cold wave. Faced with this, he decided to set up another portal. That made the monster curious about what would happen. But without waiting to see, he advanced for another attack. John is surprised by his agility, a sight that was already being wielded with mastery. A slash is aimed at the invaders. But John managed to use more of his cute for protection. Richie now knows that the portal can be used to hurt him, so he reacted quickly. He tells the rabbit he needs to get down now to buy time, so they can set up another portal. The rabbit wants to know where to place the next one, but John asked him to trust his intuition and be as clever as possible with this task. He's confident the rabbit can do it, which left the rabbit flattered by his boss. It was time to act, and to be quick. Richie says he's going to finish him off now. If he's the king of the dead, it's possible that he's also undead. Recalling his experience so far, he can coat his weapon with purification because if it's like that. Richie advances to strike with his scythe. For John, what mattered was the attempt. For the first time, he counterattacked, forcing Richie to dodge. He remains confident in his strategy and attacked him once again, landing the hit perfectly. The monster didn't like that at all, and there's now a mark on its head from the blow it received. Using purification, he prepares a brick in his hand. Throwing it like a projectile, he hit Richie once again. This way, he continued his attack. His confidence working, but didn't notice the ice on his back. It's the little squirrel who warns him about it. He barely manages to dodge and recognize Richie's attack pattern. Now he's moving through the ice. But he manages to use his staff as a defensive tool. With his ham extended, he tried to touch the monster. That way, he could use his purification ability. Once activated, a large vortex formed between them. Because of Richie's robes, Jong couldn't precisely tell where his body ended. He observed him closely, intrigued. Jong asked what he was looking at and provoked him to attack again. Richie showed no reaction to this, but then attacked again, almost deliberately missing. Jong saw that his staff was now destroyed. Faced with this, Richie smiled because his strategy had worked. Jong said he should be smiling because after all of this, all he wanted was to buy a little more time. The rabbit had already made the preparations. Richie is now surrounded by portals on all sides. They had been carefully positioned there. Jong gives the order for the beatdown to begin. Hands come from all directions. Richie realized he was in trouble now. He's almost being crushed by all those hands. It doesn't take long for the first one to give him a soft pat on the cheek. The same is repeated by the others. The barrage of punches was brutal, and Richie is staggering. They repeat the beating session. Meanwhile, Jong observes the effectiveness of the plan. The rabbit says that even though it's a powerful attack, Richie will only die if they destroy the vessel and holds his life. Even though that's true, they need to distract him to find that object. So he chose a specific item from his inventory. Tearing the leaves, he asked the rabbit to help. In the middle of the portals, Richie is being beaten. This time, he tries to do something to defend himself, but he ended up getting distracted by something. The pages from the books in the room are scattered on the floor. Jong was setting some of them on fire. It's time to burn it all down. This is a nostalgic feeling for the rabbit. He really likes setting things on fire. That will melt the ice on the floor and reduce the monster's mobility. The dry paper scattered on the floor is very efficient for spreading the fire. Seeing the rabbit's joy in doing this is embarrassing. With the fire spreading, Jung is sure this is what he wanted to do. He just didn't expect that a bit of paper would cause all that. The rabbit used the oil trap to increase the flames, a complete pyromaniac. Richie is furious with what they've just done, so he summoned his cursed spirits. From his cloak, several of them began to appear. The ethereal creatures are now there. John was frightened when he saw what he believes are ghosts. Alpha says that physical attacks won't work on them, and he should be cautious. If it's not magic, it won't work, but when he threw a book at one of them, he managed to hit it, much to Alpha's surprise. John used his aiming ability for that. Hitting the coast was too easy. The rabbit just watched how lucky his boss was. The flames continue to burn the room. Richie orders his ghosts to do something about the fire. Seeing that the rabbit finds it amusing that he's giving orders in a panic, because it's ridiculous. While they're in a panic, John wants to take the opportunity to flee. But Richie doesn't want to make things easy for them. The rabbit says that if he gets caught, there will be a slow death, and John reminds him that it was the rabbit who brought the oil. But proudly, the rabbit says he just did what his boss ordered. He's sure Sung is capable of defeating this monster and asking if he would be able to beat it. However, he has no idea how they could defeat an immortal. Jong says he's being chased by the boss and is on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth. Richie is chasing them, completely furious. The participants that Sung had saved are complaining about the extreme cold. He tells them they need to go to the boss's room now. They say it's all a labyrinth, but Sung is going to make a hole through the floor. So he began channeling his energy. Jong is terrified because he thinks he might get caught before finding his friend. He needs to think quickly to survive and find an opening. An ant tunnel connected to the witch's laboratory. The boss room is the last of all of them. They had set that room on fire. In this way, the fire started to spread through the labyrinth. Then he realized he had a brilliant idea. If he visualizes the labyrinth as a trench, the ceiling seemed to be in good condition. But the fire started, it's burning like a furnace. Now he imagines he can use the tunnel as if it were a chimney. So get off his ostrich. Sung says he's going to break through the ground, so he asked his friend to wait a little longer. But Jung asked him to hold off and not do that just yet, because he had an interesting idea. The structure there is quite similar. Now he's sure of it. Richie rushes fiercely to find him. It's time to put his plan into action. He installed the ondol there, which is a 4 heating system. Now the entire floor has heating capabilities. That was exactly what he was aiming for. This way the temperature will stay above freezing and the water won't freeze. On the 2nd floor, the players feel it's getting warmer. Sun asks what happened because it's getting hotter where he is now. Shin asked if he had installed the ondol. With that, the gremlins can't do anything at all. His plan was a success and he wants to go up to the 2nd floor. Seeing that there was already smoke there, he thought the heat had increased a lot. He used purification on his face, creating a mask to protect himself from the combustion gas. The rabbit and the little squirrel also want masks. Creating a bubble for all of them, they continue on their way. Richie is definitely furious with them. The ruins don't have a climate that helps him now. It was time to defeat the boss. He threw a solar stone in his direction. The ore is almost hitting his head. This caused a strong explosion. Richie got a little singe because of it. John wants to know what his immortality can handle the heat. Even so, walking through the labyrinth is not easy. He needs to climb and figure out a way. The rabbit doesn't know what's happening now. John is trying to break the tunnel ceiling, so he started using his ability to break through the stone. It didn't take long for him to make a hole in the ceiling. Through it, everyone managed to pass safely. Richie doesn't want to let them keep running, so he follows them to fulfill his threats. Above, John was already waiting for the monster. He was going to give them some dirt cues. A pile of them fell, burying Richie. There's no way he could have avoided that. Upstairs, the old man has just met John. They don't know why they're there, but they ended up meeting on this floor. However, things are still not resolved, and there's something peculiar there. The old man is holding hands with a woman. John asked who she was and called him a traitor. While he's fighting for his life, the old man is flirting, but he ended up saving her, and that's how it happened. The rabbit says it's a trap, much to the old man's surprise. She's not human, and if he doesn't want to die, he better get away from her quickly. Jung doesn't know how to break the news dam. That woman doesn't even have feet. She must be a ghost. Realizing this, they are left speechless. The woman reveals her true appearance as she tries to attack. The old man became enraged by this. Devastated, he prepares to strike the deceiver. His strike is completely devastating. The monster says she could have killed him, and succumbs to her wounds, disappearing. Meanwhile, he laments what just happened. The rabbit says that thanks to the old man's first love, he found a good clue, and the old man tries to say it wasn't his first love. There's a trap that drains energy like she was doing to him, so there's a good chance the life vessel could be nearby. Jong realizes he needs to gather everyone that the old man believes the labyrinth will move again. But for that, Jong has a plan. Fimu whisper, he said he's on the 2nd floor and had found the old man. Sung wants to know exactly where he is. Jin is happy he found the missing person, but also wants to know how they'll meet up. Taking a mandrake, he asks them to follow the sound. The old man doesn't know what that plant is, and the rabbit says it's a mandrake. It's used as an ingredient by witches, but if it's stepped on, it starts screaming nonstop. Placing it on the ground, he asks the old man to do the honors. He closed his eyes, disappointed, feeling sorry for the cute little plant. He covered his ears, prepared to stomp on it. An ear-piercing scream was let out. Some heard the sound signal. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, Richie was free and promised to kill that guy. But soon, he also noticed the sound. Once again, he summoned his ghosts. He can't wait to see how the invader will deal with this, because he's definitely going to kill him. He's going to destroy anyone who stands in his way. So he began producing a blizzard. One of the players heard that sound. Talking among themselves, they wonder what it could have been, saying they've never heard anything like it. It might be the boss screaming, and if that's the case, they decide to head toward the source of the noise. When the strong take the lead, there are always those who follow. Because of the noise, all the players headed toward it. The mandrake keeps you screaming nonstop. The old man wants to know how long he has to keep stepping on it. Jong jokes that he should keep doing it until he gets over the trauma of his first love. However, it's been too calm there since they arrived. While thinking, he felt the ground begin to tremble. In front of him, a large callus appeared. It was Richie, who had just arrived. Just by standing in front of him, the old man began to feel the cold that emanated from Richie. So John used his ability to preserve the ambient temperature. Thus, the heat started to return to the corridor. It's like a battle between a heater and air conditioner. Richie and his ghosts prepared for the attack. Defending himself against the plants, he said John was quite talented. But they were no match for what he could do. The old man stood before him asking if Richie couldn't see him. Then he hit Richie with a devastating blow. This caused Richie's head to split, but immediately returned to its correct place. The old man was terrified by what he had just seen. John warned his friend that this monster was immortal. Now Richie was ready to return the blow he had absorbed with his face. Avoiding the worst, the old man defended himself from the scythe, but the handle of his axe couldn't withstand the impact and broke. That was definitely a threatening, destructive power. He didn't expect John to be dealing with such a powerful monster. Since the axe was no longer useful, he dropped it on the ground. Wielding two knuckle dusters, he asked John to stay behind him, because he was going to handle this, activating his regeneration and physical strength boost ability. Stronger now, he was ready to hit the monster, and so he did with one of his punches. Unsatisfied, he kept moving forward, getting closer, delivering more and more blows. Richie is now slightly injured and dazed. Even so, the old man remained alert, knowing it wasn't enough. Reacting quickly, he avoided being cut. Even so, he received a cut that wasn't fatal. Regenerating, he took the offensive again. Once again, the one-sided beatdown session had begun. Richie took the blows without defending himself. Then he moved forward with his scythe to do something about it. Unexpectedly, the old man grabbed the scythe with one of his hands. With his free hand, he began relentlessly striking the monster, and he did so for a few moments, until he decided to let go of the scythe handle, backing away from the monster, which was dazed once again. And before it could recover, the beatdown session had started again. One of the punches sank into Richie's face. He was thrown through the air like a bag. His face is completely cracked after all that pummeling. Jong is impressed with the old man's skill. Now that's close combat. For his part, the old man hadn't stopped hitting yet. His blows kept landing on the monster's face, which was writhing in pain due to the length of the session. The old man said he'd make Richie regret being immortal because he'd keep making him feel pain. If that's the case, Richie says he'll activate his trap. A magic circle appears beneath the old man. He hears a familiar voice in front of him. The woman he supposedly saved earlier had appeared there. She said she was worried about him because he had disappeared, and now she wouldn't let go of his hands, which were wrapped in chains. Her beauty made him dumbfounded, and he agreed without objections. Jong had expected this, and the rabbit yelled in frustration that the old man was a complete idiot. Now it's up to Jong to fix the situation. Accidentally, the old man stepped on the mandrake again, making it scream wildly once more. This made him realize that the woman was actually a monster, so he did his best to get rid of the ghost, to the surprise of the onlookers. But the rabbit noticed a clue. Every time Richie recovers his stamina, he can see the energy flow. Now they need to figure out where it originates from. He definitely takes Richie's weakness and the altar where his life energy is stored. For having broken the old man's heart, he takes out his frustration on Richie's face. Meanwhile, the other two follow the flow of energy seen by the rabbit. But Richie knows what's happening, so he uses what strength he has left to get rid of the old man. Jong looks back, curious about what he felt. Richie was chasing them, determined not to let them escape. He said it wouldn't ruin anything else there. Before he could finish speaking, Sung caught him. This time, he's definitely in serious trouble. Jong was thrilled with his friend's heroic appearance. He had suffered a lot from running into dead ends. Because of all this, he's determined to make someone suffer, and that someone is Richie. The monster screams in terror because he knows he will suffer. Then his head is slammed into the ground forcefully. Sung delivers a powerful electric shock to him. This caused him to writhe in intense agony. While they're distracted, it's time for Jong to continue his path. So if you follow the rabbit, who was seeing the flow of energy, until he started pointing to a specific wall, Jong prepared to break it. Throwing one of the stakes, he hit the wall hard. On the other side, there was a black sphere. This is definitely what Richie was hiding from them. Alpha says this is the vessel that holds his life energy. Further back in the hallway, Sung continues electrocuting the monster. But even while being attacked, Richie starts to react. Sung feels that his movements are changing. Richie is furious about what these humans have done so far. Emanating more of his power, he managed to repel Sung. Looking at the monster, Sung is incredulous that he's really immortal. The other players arrived at the scene, concerned for Sung, and he asked them to stay behind him. There are many drawn swords now, and Richie is about to reveal his true name before claiming their lives. He is the immortal Lich and king of the Ice Gremlins, who has already transcended death itself. He is Bahamut. The players are a bit frightened to learn that this is a named boss. Before them, the Lich smiles menacingly. He said he would make them all live there as his ghostly minions. There will be nothing but death for them for having damaged his body. Jong arrives behind him, asking if he's still alive. The Lich turns, saying yes, but soon notices something peculiar. This made him immediately terrified. Then he began thrashing and writhing in agony. The ghosts that were trapped in his body were released. The old man looked at that, very impressed. The ghosts kept leaving his body, until all that was left of him fell to the ground. And all that remains is an empty and broken shell. Then it began turning to dust as it had no more life or power. The players, who didn't know what was happening, couldn't understand why he had died so suddenly. Sung says that his friend Jung did it again, and the players realized it was the same person who had made the hot springs. Introducing himself, Jung said he was the one who did it. With what little strength he had left, Richie said he was upset and also sad. To fulfill his master's wish, he accepted the curse, but all of it was in vain with the destruction of the soul vessel. Jung said he hadn't broken it. He simply sacrificed the whole thing. He thinks Jung wants to make him suffer until he disappears. The dungeon had been cleared, and all survivors were fully healed. They celebrate while no one heard what the lich had said. With the challenge completed, everyone is happy. The old man feels the healing and recovery fled his body. Sung is content too, since everything ended well. Jung did an excellent job, and they ask where he had found the vessel containing Richie's life. The rabbit enters the scene and says it was him. A bluish light begins to emerge. They don't know what it is and wonder if it could be another boss. The light blinds Jung's eyes. Finally, he realizes what had happened. With magic, he entered there, and with magic had left. The rabbit said that at least they had their own way out of that place. If not for the fire, they would have had to climb through the small and winding paths of the ant tunnels. Alpha says the apocalypse driving will be wicked and cheap, which doesn't cheer John up. Before the dungeon resets, they need to get out, so the rabbit asks what he's doing. Looking at the lich, Jung says he's still alive. The lich responded that he would die soon. He had a low mana before, but now he has none left. If that's the case, Jung is going to take that weapon. The scythe has level 1 fencing skill, and the edge of its blade is sharpened to level 3. It will be an excellent tool for harvesting rice. The rabbit says it can even cut the soul of the rice. It's just a shame that it's small. When the lich holds it, it looks big, but in Jung's hands, it's tiny. Even so, its blade is very good and sharp, and you will find a purpose for it. The lich says he's bold to steal all his treasures. He said he would curse him, so Jung uses his purification skill. He apologized to him for that. Then he asked the rabbit if it was possible to control him like he does with the golems. But he just said Jung is too greedy, though Alpha knows what he wants. Creating an immortal lich is forbidden even for witches. Jung asked if the lich would die from being far away from the source of his life. The lich said that if that happens, he dies. Jung asked if he would die if it were emptied. He asked if he intended to make his soul suffer until it perished. That orb looks like the ones on his altar, but Alpha says they are used for a similar purpose. Since there are no altars in this dungeon, all the life energy was condensed into a single place. So he told him to fill that orb with life energy. He's almost finished and only needs that to keep living. Indeed, he will survive, but his body is already too damaged. Even if life is added, he won't be able to move his body properly. So he asks if it would work if he had a proper body. Outside, he's in one of his towers. Jung seems to be doing something there. The rabbit wants to know what he's doing, but you will soon find out once he sees the final result. The snowman's body is already ready. The rabbit knows what it is but wants to know why he keeps doing it. He has the lich's head, which is screaming to be killed because he doesn't accept being humiliated. Jung laments making him look like this and apologizes if he offended him. But the lich is getting angrier with everything. A being like him doesn't deserve to die this way, and he's doing this because he pities him. The lich didn't expect to hear that. He tried to look away, incredulous. Jung asks if the Gremlin King can still manipulate the snow. If it's snow, of course he can use it. With his new body, he offers all his loyalty to his new master. Since that's the case, they should try to get along from now on. The lich says he's eternally grateful and offers his loyalty for as long as he lives. Faced with the lich's enthusiasm, Jung was very happy. It made him smile proudly. Now they are at the top of the tower, and the rabbit says that not long ago, the lich was talking about cursing them all. The past is behind them, and he hopes they get along now. He called the rabbit Little Elder, which made him upset. Not to mention that he didn't like being called an elder. Since they have the same master, he knows there's a hierarchy, and judging by the rabbit's clothes, he must be the master's butler, which made the rabbit even more annoyed. Because he's a slave, that's what Jung said, and the rabbit repeated it, but quickly corrected himself. Then the rabbit looked at him angrily. Now the two are arguing about whether or not he's a slave. One of the perks is that he can't take damage from the lich, which puts his mind at ease about possible betrayals. But Alpha says those effects are even better. The lich's damage is mostly area-based since he's immortal and doesn't need to be durable. Now that magic can't affect him. In combat, this can translate to a strong attack and excellent defense. He can even create a magical army to protect the temple with liches. That's true as long as he's alive, he'll do anything for his master. Alpha pointed out that his energy use is excessive, which surprised the lich. With everything resolved in that place, John wonders if they should go back to the village. Meanwhile, in the underground temple, the portal glows. They are inside it now. Portals are much more advanced than teleportation, and the lich is amazed at his master's capabilities. There are several solar stones on the ceiling. He noticed that he started to melt in that place. So he called out to his master, saying his body was melting, which made the rabbit smile at his weakness. But the lich says that weakness belongs to the snow, not to him. He asks for a little more energy because he's going to persevere with all his strength. Alpha said it wasn't possible and that he should find some shade to stand in. Zhang was talking to his friends and said they would continue the conversation later. He wanted to know what the lich was doing and mentioned that his body was melting, so he should find some shade. But that won't solve the problem, and they can't go anywhere. The lich thought his master was too generous. If he had 3 times more energy, he'd be able to maintain his temperature and withstand the sunlight. But that would be a waste of energy. The lich feels like no one is on his side there. Then Zhang placed a hat on his head and asked if it was better now. Looking at his master, he asked what that was. It was something Zhang had made and it fit perfectly, enough for him to walk around there. It's unbelievable to have an item made by his master's hands and he feels honored. Zhang senses that the lich is definitely not immune to compliments. Either way, feeling like this was really nice. He can sacrifice more equipment to strengthen another. Thus, both the lich's hat and scarf now have heat resistance. Happily walking through the temple, the lich looks at his master's base. From now on, he'll be in charge of cleaning the place, which Alpha didn't think was bad at all. Something made him look to the side. There are many grains there, so he'll start cleaning. This made Zhang remember the ant. He asked the lich to be careful with what he was about to do, but he arrived a little too late. The lich had already gathered all the rice that was there. He's sure he gave a little rice to his ant before leaving. Then the lich called his master to see something. They take a good look at the wheat planted there. From among the wheat, an ant emerges. It seems to be a Chenra ant, and they are the ones gathering all the rice. The lich says it's a slave ant and it's good to raise it like a loyal dog because that's their instinct. Zhang asks what instinct that would be. They were created in his former master's laboratory, made to gather food. He can't wait to see them working and asks if they can be his helpers. Upon hearing this, the rabbit felt like he was being left out, thinking about the lich's proposal. From now on, the temple is his responsibility since he has proven to be an excellent choice. This made the lich extremely happy. Now, all he needs is a weapon. Zhang handed in his new companions. He received a broom and a wheelbarrow, and once again said he would always follow him. Alpha says he adjusted faster than he imagined. Zhang knows he will work hard there. Since it's his first day, Zhang asked him not to overdo it. Faced with this, the rabbit's jealousy only grows. While working, the lich looks at the rabbit. The rabbit says there's water on the floor and that he shouldn't drop snow while walking. In response to his complaints, the lich said he would dry the water. Even so, he shouldn't complain because he could just fly. The rabbit says he doesn't like his tone or his excessive formality. If that's the case, the lich will try to fix it. But he said it's hard to change the way he speaks all of a sudden, to which the rabbit complains because it's even weirder now. Leaving the conversation, the lich said he'd get better and not to worry about it. He didn't expect him to have this personality, and for a servant, he's getting too annoying. Not to mention there's something even more irritating now. Zhang asked Bahamut to come to him. Bahamut arrived in the blink of an eye, asking what his master wished. Zhang extended a cup to him. Then the lich made some ice for him. Zhang drank his now cold drink. Indeed, cold cider hits the spot perfectly. The rabbit is getting more annoyed by the affection the lich is receiving. After making the ice, the lich said he'd go back to work, but Zhang had something to give him. That made the lich surprised. It was his scythe, and he was giving it to him so he could cut the rice. Once again, the lich vowed to always be loyal, and Alpha commented that they make an interesting pair. With the scythe in hand, the lich couldn't wait to start the harvest, so he was happily working in the temple. Zhang watched the lich's joy while working. After putting in the effort, his mission was complete. He had fulfilled his duties perfectly. A large amount of rice, now he could even change the temple's setup. He needed to do something to store the food and create paths for the ants to walk on. Since there's only one ant, the harvest speed won't be very high. He asked if she wanted to be the queen ant and can't wait for that to happen. The rabbit asks if he wants the ant to lay eggs, but Zhang thinks she's female. Even though he doesn't know much about ants, with one of his hands he creates a block, and does the same with his other hand. Finally, what he wanted was done. He had made a mill that the golem could use. The rabbit didn't expect there would be a grain mill at the temple. This way, they will have rice to cook and make cakes. But soon he notices something unexpected. He suddenly feels a craving for a traditional Korean rice cake. But he can't make any because he doesn't have chili peppers there. He needs to find out if there's something similar in the dungeon, and the lich wants to know what the master is doing, and the rabbit says he'll get used to it soon. 2 days have passed since then. Sug and his team managed to return to the village. Upon leaving the labyrinth, they found the entrance to the 3rd dungeon. Debating whether they should attack or go back, they decided to return to the village. John welcomes them and notices they must have faced some difficulties. Jin immediately runs to hug him. It all seemed to be quite dirty. He asks them to take a bath and then follow him afterward. At the temple, the rice is growing again. They want to know where they're going, and Zhang says they'll soon find out. In front of a door, he said they had arrived. He asked if everyone was ready to enjoy themselves. There was running water in that place. Some wonders what all of this is. Zhang said he was a bit bored, so he made all of this. He literally made a sauna because he was bored. The lich notices that there are visitors in the place. Selin immediately recognizes the boss of the witch's dungeon. Seeing that it's his master's brute, the lich apologized for what had happened, and they didn't understand why he called him master. Since they were hungry, he said he'd prepare rice for them, and it would have shaved ice. While they were still confused, the lich hurried off to say he was on his way. With his hands, he makes some shaved ice. A sweet syrup is poured over it. Sung still watches in disbelief at everything the snowman is doing. This is the treat the master has been enjoying lately, and he recommends they eat it in the sauna. That made Jin's mouth water. Soon, they all entered the heated water. It was really hot but relaxing. Jung is happy that everyone is well and said he needed a favor from them. They look at Jung, who just spoke. So he asks him to say what it is, and he'll do it personally. The old man agrees as well. Approaching the lich, the little squirrel sniffs around a bit. He doesn't know why he's being followed, but the squirrel smells bones. Then it climbed onto his head. That made him ask the rabbit for help to get the squirrel off his head. The rabbit told him to say please, and so he did. With a single gesture, the squirrel left him and went to the rabbit's hand. The lich was impressed by the rabbit's authority. Thinking about it, he realized his position in the hierarchy was really the lowest. It may take some time, but he needs to raise his purification skill to the intermediate level. They want to know more about it. His main skilled purification is still at the beginner level. Unlike the others, it can be improved, but it hasn't leveled up much yet. The rabbit says it's very useful against the undead, and that if it's improved, it will be even more useful. He saw that when fighting the lich and the skeletons, but the range is limited and it only applies to the weapons he wields. Maybe if he increases its level, the range will change too. The rabbit says that if that's the case, he needs to face enemies using only that skill. But Zhang says he doesn't need to hunt enemies. Hearing this, the rabbit was confused. Then Zhang pointed to his three friends. Now they're all in the field, where the sand is cursed. He needs them to deal with the skeletons while he purifies the land. That will be easy. They just want to know for how long, and they'll do it until the skill levels up. It looks like it's going to be quite a task. A few days after they started, with everyone's hard work, Zhang had an incredible result. His purification skill was now at the intermediate level. The ground begins to shake and a figure levitates above it. The creature in the air resembles a lion. He looks down curious. He doesn't know what those structures are since he wasn't the one who built them, and he wonders if it's a skill that can do that. Now he observes the labyrinth. Inside the boss room, he notices a few more things. There's only the body of the lich that was there, leaving him furious. It wasn't moving, so he needed to check the orb that held its life. The true soul is no longer there. He lost his appointed boss. Without the soul inside, the lich is just a broken puppet. He's intrigued if someone made the lich use all of his power or if it was his soul destruction skill. Either way, he just needs to replace the dungeon boss. This time, it will be a completely different dungeon, and that might end up being fun too. The next day, Zhang looks up. He wants to know where the lich is and why there are so many ghosts there. He intended to go to the dungeon one more time before the reset, but now he wants to know what's going on. The rabbit says the dungeon had been altered. He had the boss replaced, and Zhang wants to know if that's possible, since the rabbit never did that. All senior managers have the autonomy to change traps, monsters, and the entire dungeon. Even so, Zhang is only focused on beating it now. Either way, the strategy to beat that dungeon is completely different now. Zhang wants to know how it can change so much like that. The rabbit says it's pure chaos and nothing more than that. They need to capture all the ghosts in the domain while they are on the offensive. Catching them all is going to be very tedious. And it will be even more tedious because the labyrinth changes its layout and the ghosts can pass through walls, so they are at a huge disadvantage. Even so, Zhang thinks it will be easier than dealing with the lich. In fact, things might be even better this way. The rabbit wants to know what could be better in this situation. Begudi should use this opportunity to try something. His new purification skill, which is at an intermediate level. Now he can use his purification ability from a distance, without needing contact. Surprised, the rabbit asks if he's going to hit the ghosts. Confident, Zhang says that's exactly how he'll do it. Together with his aiming skill, there's no way to miss. The purification projectile is ready. He channels the sphere at the tip of his fingers. He's prepared to shoot like it's a pistol. This way, he can hit several of them quickly. Faced with this, the rabbit is incredulous, not just by the speed, but also by his master's precision. Zhang continues without any difficulty. The rabbit tries to talk to him, but Zhang says he's busy right now. Surprisingly, the rabbit is cheering for him, motivating him, which is so unexpected that Zhang even finds it strange. Moving on, he wants to see how many ghosts his boss can take down like that. Ghosts are a peculiar type of monster, difficult to deal with. Their attack is simple. With each contact, they drain 1% of the target's strength and temperature. If several of them attack at the same time, it's practically fatal. Being able to pass through objects, fly, and being immune to physical attacks makes them formidable. Even so, for Zhang, dealing with them wasn't challenging at all. Looking at the rabbit, he asked if he was counting how many he had destroyed. Despite everything, he was 57 so far and everything is going smoothly. Placing a mandrake on the ground, he asked the rabbit to step on it in case the ghosts got too close. He was finishing off the ghosts there. But as soon as the mandrake started to scream, they backed away. Now it's just a matter of waiting for them to come back so he can finish them off at a safe distance. The rabbit wasn't supposed to be incredulous. The strategy is good. He asked again how many it was, and the rabbit said it was 83. Since he was getting hungry, he'd stop at 100 and head home, but he wants to know if the rabbit knows of any achievement for defeating ghosts. Meanwhile, his purification ability leveled up to intermediate level 2. The ghosts were the perfect victims to evolve his ability. After hitting the 100 mark, there was no achievement, maybe Sun guide earlier. Now he wants to eat right there and continue. Who knows, his achievement might come soon. So he asked the rabbit to step on the mandrake once again, and it let out its deafening scream again. As things are going well, he wants to progress patiently. Then he noticed something on the ground. At first, he didn't know what that white powder on the ground was. The rabbit says it's the remains of the ghosts. Zhang realized those were their ashes. Interesting that they leave them behind, and even more interesting is the fact he hasn't missed a single shot. Faced with this new item, Zhang thinks for a moment. He doesn't know what it's for, and the rabbit says it might be used in some kind of ceremony. For sure, if it's left by a monster, there must be some use for it. After hearing this, the rabbit inspects the ashes more closely. After sniffing them, he ends up sneezing, and Zhang thinks maybe it's dangerous to inhale. The rabbit says it's just dust, which made Zhang ask Alpha if ghost powder has any use. It can be used as a magical ingredient, but it's useless to him because he's not a mage. After hearing that, he started analyzing the ghost powder himself. With a handful in his hands, he tried to use his ability to shake the earth. The ashes took the shape of a Q, and he thought it was a new item, but the rabbit said it's just dust. Ignoring the rabbit, he continued collecting more ghost powder. Maybe someday it will be useful to him. After eating, he went back to destroying more ghosts. With that, he ended up using all the mandrakes he had. The rabbit apologizes for having used them all, and Zhang says he almost stepped on all of them too. He knows he did that because he was enjoying it. He had collected them from the griffin's nest, and now he thinks about going back there to get more and plant some at the temple. In fact, it's possible the griffin has reset by now. The rabbit asks if he's thinking about capturing the griffin and becoming a tamer, but traps might help with that, and he hopes it's easier to deal with the griffin and the ghosts, but the rabbit says he's thinking wrong. So they head to the Mountains of Death. Zhang defeated the griffin once again and still didn't get any achievement. The rabbit says achievements don't repeat, otherwise they'd lose their meaning as a reward. Zhang says the dungeon is stingy, but the rabbit insists he's being greedy. That's why he's getting fat now. After hitting the rabbit, he asked Alpha if he could offer his excess fat as a sacrifice, and Alpha said he could. The rabbit said that if he wanted to lose it, he could let the ghosts attack him. So Zhang decided to go back there to do it, but the rabbit told him to reflect because that's not how it works, and if he wants to lose weight, he has to move his body. After hitting the rabbit again, he said he almost got tricked. Then he began to think about life energy. So he opened his inventory to check some items. He wants to know what happens to ghost powder if infused with life energy. Alpha tells him not to try because they still need many sacrifices to revive Artia. Even so, he wants to see what will happen. After putting life energy into Bahamut, he became an ally, and he wants to see what could happen with this. Alpha says it's an extravagant waste, and the rabbit calls him an idiot. John believes you can make the ghosts his allies. The Lich is no longer the boss, and it would be great to have an army of ghosts. But the rabbit asked him to stop deluding himself, and Alpha said that this was only possible with the Lich because he had a life vessel. Zhang is outraged, and as the temple master, he ordered it to be done as he wishes. Alpha says they can try, but it's better to do it in a safe place. So they went back to the village where they can do it. If anything goes wrong, they can ask the villagers for help. Alpha began infusing the life energy. All Zhang wants is to get Ghost. The cube starts levitating in his hands. Both he and Alpha are surprised. Not even the rabbit expected this. Zhang thinks the cube is alive, and that's amazing. But it just keeps floating higher and higher. The rabbit wants to know why it keeps rising without stopping. They both watch the cube continue drifting away. It rose to never return, ascending into oblivion. With this disastrous result, the rabbit struggled to hold back his laughter. But he couldn't, and Zhang asked what was so funny about that. He said Zhang not only purified a ghost, but also sent it to paradise, meaning he killed the ghost twice. Alpha says all that's left in the ashes is the ability to float, and he's thankful he didn't put more life energy into it. This made Zhang think a little more. He keeps looking at the sky. A small ghost powder cube can no longer be seen. The truth is, he thought it was really cool. Even though he can't control it, he liked that it floated. That's incredible, and he asked if that was what was in the temple's lizard statue. Alpha wants to know if he's referring to the gargoyle. The living stone was sculpted by an artisan Honor Artia, who liked it and left it as the temple's guardian. Zhang wants to know if, by using that, he could make a statue fly. He wanted to combine that with the golems he has, but the rabbit said they would float forever. Alpha says he's not sure if there's a way to bring them back down, and they'd barely move anyway. After hearing Alpha's explanation, Zhang wanted to think of a solution. He tried one more time, and Alpha hoped it would be the last. The cube began to float with life energy, but Zhang held it, and the rabbit got worried, thinking his master might fly too. But all he did was hand the cube to him. Knowing what might happen, he asked why it had to be him. Since he's able to fly, it could only be him. That was definitely not what the rabbit wanted to hear. He began to levitate, and Zhang asked if he really knew how to fly. The rabbit said no, and Zhang noticed that this time he was rising more slowly. The rabbit only rose to a certain height and stopped. Maybe it's because of the extra weight. With him stuck up there, Zhang asked if he wanted to drop the cube. So if he dropped it from his hand, immediately, the cube started floating in the air again. It's definitely the weight, and Alpha started to find it interesting too. Then he asked him to come down and grab those extra weights. The rabbit said it was too heavy, but that's exactly why he asked. Carrying the weight, he struggled to get back to the cube. His little paw is almost reaching it. When he grabbed it, the extra weight made him descend even more. The first idea he had was to make a balloon, so he could control height by using weight. Alpha says the sky is a dangerous place, and the rabbit agreed, saying that encountering a griffin could be fatal. Everything Zhang thinks so he can't do, even though he thought his idea was brilliant. Now all that's left is to go back to the theoretical part again. With a larger cube, he imagines that if he puts the ghost inside, he would be able to move it easily. The rabbit wants to know if he intends to make more golems, but doesn't have to be for the invention, rather for the fun. To the rabbit, he was just pretending to be wise while talking nonsense. So he placed the smaller cube inside the larger one, and the rest was up to Alpha. That way he started to rise from the ground. He floated, but just a little. John asked Alpha to put in a bit more energy. This made the cube float even higher. A milestone was reached, the floating stone, as he caught a glimpse of one of the world's secrets. The secret of the world is something really interesting. This is the first time he has achieved something without a reward, and it's also the first time the rabbit has seen something similar, a world secret. But to the rabbit, it makes no sense at all. Reflecting on this, John wonders what he might have missed. The rabbit says he is wrong and apologizes to the dungeon. In the Rift Village, things remain normal. The old man is inside his cabin, and likes so people annoy others just by existing. For the old man, that person is John. He hasn't done any harm, but he feels his space is shrinking. Pacing back and forth, he was getting bored. Then he remembered that Sel and his team went hunting and he needed to make good use of their absence. He rushed out his cabin. This time, he was definitely going to get stronger, but he ended up coming across something unexpected. Hiding, he saw Zhang lift a large block of earth. He asked the rabbit if he didn't look like a deity, and without much enthusiasm, the rabbit said he did. This scared the old man because, being the type to produce, Zhang was lifting something that weighed more than a ton. Zhang made a few jokes, spinning the cube in his hands to the old man's despair. It was simply too much even for his understanding. Resigned, he decided to return to his cabin. Zhang thinks he's reaching some kind of conclusion. He was understanding more and more of its characteristics. There are two main characteristics. The more energy deposited, the more the object floats. For the same amount of energy in the floating varies according to the object's weight. By adjusting the size and energy, it's possible to limit its floating capacity. It's interesting, but with a caveat. The rabbit can't think of any practical use for it. Zhang told him to use his head and not just think in terms of combat. For example, if they needed a fixed position. So they went inside the temple, and Zhang began breaking some stones there. The snowman wants to know why his master suddenly started destroying the stairs. Once again, the rabbit complains about the way he talks. Finally, he had destroyed the stairs. Now he just had to try one thing. The snowman realized it was spiritual energy, so he started watching what his master was doing, and concluded that the boss was working like an alchemist. But the rabbit said he wasn't an alchemist, just a professional at wasting time. It was harder than expected. He needed to adjust the weight and energy very carefully. To the snowman, it was alchemist work, and his former master liked to do similar things. However, the rabbit said Zhang wasn't an alchemist, just playing around. He asked Alpha to memorize the amount of energy needed for the stairs to stay at that level, as the beginning is difficult but gets easier later. Alpha wanted to know if he was going to spend energy making stairs, and that's what he would do, because if he didn't create anything, he would get bored. The floating stairs were completed, and Zhang was impressed. The rabbit found it impressive. Thus, he achieved another milestone, the floating staircase, and his production speed of them was now twice as fast. The snowman was impressed by this. These small abilities are quite interesting. Now he wants to know if he can infuse life energy without Alpha's help, and wants to find out what happens if he does. The result left his little minions impressed. Now they are simply enthusiastic. He had made a mezzanine in the temple with the floating stones. He had always dreamed of living in a house with several floors, and now it was a reality, and the rabbit asked if one of his dreams was to live underground. This earned him a punishment once again. He's using up the ghost powder too quickly, so he needs to collect some more besides contributing to his purification ability. And he called Bahamut to come along, as this time they had emptied the place. This made him thoughtful for a moment. It was the place he protected with his life and where his former master lived. He ended up becoming a bit reflective about it. The rabbit says that even on his side now, they still have past memories. Zhang is insensitive. Thus, he referred to his master. He said he knew all the traps in the place and that it should be left to him. To the rabbit, there are no normal people there. Inside the forest, they are near the entrance to the second dungeon. Through a whisper, he speaks to Sung, and he wants to know if Zhang is going to the dungeon alone. If that's the case, he asks him not to take too many risks. Jin tells him to run if he's in danger, and Uncle advised waiting for them if he can't escape. They are all quite paternal. They were training their abilities because they can't return to the dungeons they completed. Zhang says they don't mean to worry about him that much, and that he would soon talk to them. Your visiting dungeons is something only he can do. The rabbit feels that a sacrificial child used to get a bit of water, but seeing what his master does, he doesn't think it's just that. The child had definitely grown. Now it's the ghosts who are paying the price. While they are there, some ice gremlins appear. They are ready to repel those invaders. The purification ability isn't effective against them, but the snowman says he'll take care of them. He's armed with his scythe and butcher's knife given to him by John. The gremlins are completely terrified, and Bahamut is eager to slice them up. John didn't imagine he was capable of all that. The little one is agile and fast. The gremlins have no chance against him. His strikes with the scythe are precise. Taking down the gremlins made him happier than expected. Now the rabbit wants to avoid irritating that fellow at all costs. Meanwhile, he watched his master, who was happily collecting ghost dust. Bahamut protects him while he does his collection. When the ghosts arrive, they switch roles. Nothing will be wasted in that place. He and the snowman make an excellent pair. This way, they manage to cross the tunnel safely. Now the labyrinth is completely clean. It almost seems like they are the managers of the place. After all that work, his purification ability leveled up once again. The rabbit says that's almost cheating, but John can't do anything about it. And his master, is very lucky. But no matter what they say, he has always worked very hard. Now they had to continue and collect more ashes. Even the rabbit liked this attitude of his. John wants to know how much better his purification ability has become. He's able to make 3 spheres at the same time. He assumes that at level 10, there will be 10 spheres, as he's currently at level 3. The quality of purification also increases, which will make ghost hunting even more efficient. The rabbit says leveling up here will get harder. Then he comes across some stairs. The snowman says they lead to the first basement, and they should be cautious. They had done the route backward, and ironically for him, the most dangerous was the first stage. That floor in particular, the first basement. It is known as the Witch's Garden. Impressed, John wants to know if there are flowers there. He hopes to find some edible vegetables. Once there, he wanted to know what could be safely consumed. The snowman says there's a poisonous fungus there and if ingested, can be dangerous. Mayum Purification worked on it, but the rabbit says just looking at it, you could tell it's not edible. Pointing to another, the snowman says getting close to it causes the spores to be released. He keeps asking questions, much to the rabbit's displeasure. After analyzing a few more things, he was disappointed. There's not even sunlight there. Most of them are traps, few are edible. John wants to know if the snowman saw anything that's edible. There is one, but it's a bit sinister. John wants him to show it immediately. They walk a little further through the garden. It was getting very dry and the snowman says there are plants there that absorb moisture. The rabbit asked him to be cautious. He had almost bumped into a cactus. He was barely pricked by it. That plant in front of him is a cactus that absorbs the blood of its victims. This particular plant sucks all the moisture around it, and it's no different with bodily fluids. That explains why it's so dry there, because it's absorbing all the moisture. Faced with this characteristic, he ended up having another idea. He wanted to know if this was what Bahamut was talking about, and indeed, his former master liked to eat this cactus. The rabbit was disgusted by the witch's taste, as anything related to blood makes him nauseous. This is definitely not a description that matches who he once was. There's no way John could think otherwise about him, and he said the rabbit is truly a despicable being. He even so would be the rabbit who would taste the cactus first. He ended up making a huge fuss, saying he'd do anything but taste that plant. But it must be edible, and since the dungeon has already reset, there's no one's blood in there. This information is confirmed by Bahamut, who says his master drew the correct conclusion about the matter. He said the rabbit had nothing to worry about, but even so, the rabbit remained resistant and suggested Bahamut try it. But since Bahamut's body is made of snow, the plant would surely absorb all his water, given that his body cannot come near it in any way. Being mischievous, the rabbit had an idea. He then approached some of the plants. Near one, he pulled out just a single thorn. With it in hand, he started eyeing the snowman maliciously. Then he began chasing him with the thorn in hand, much to the snowman's despair. He kept bothering him, telling him to change his tone when referring to him, but Bahamut said it's the rabbit was bad manners. Seeing this, John had difficulty understanding why Bahamut was afraid of his simple cactus thorn. So he decided to test a few things himself. Approaching the cactus, he did the same thing as the rabbit. It's possible that small thorn could be used as a needle. Soon he made some protective gloves to be able to work, and the rabbit couldn't understand how they were made so quickly. But John said he had already started making the glove earlier, and the rabbit wondered why he perfected useless skills before his main one, which is purification. He would have the task of removing the thorns and the rabbit of eating the cactus. The first stage of the work had already been completed. Now he needed to cut the cactus and asked for the knife to be handed over. Carefully, the snowman handed in the butcher's knife. Zhang began making very precise cuts, but his blade came across something inside the cactus. As soon as he removed it, he was intrigued by its resemblance to something else. It definitely looked like a watermelon, even the smell was identical. Worried, the rabbit asked if he really had to taste that atrocity, but Zhang said he would do it in his servant's place. The rabbit still thought it might be a trick, but Zhang insisted that he couldn't make his subordinates face such great risks. With his mouth watering, he took the first bite of that piece of cactus, which was followed by his second bite. By the third bite, his face could no longer hide the satisfaction he felt. Seeing this, the rabbit washed in disgust as the blood dripped from the plant's flesh. His former master ate the plant and said it was delicious and refreshing. Maybe John had the taste of a witch. Now the rabbit couldn't look at him the same way as his master savored that wicked plant as if it were nothing. After eating that piece, Zhang said he had an even better idea now. He made a precise cut with a knife. As a result of his action, he had cut off the top of the cactus. With a sort of bowl in hand, he poured some cider into it. His servants watched that action, unsure of what it was, wondering what that liquid could be. Watermelon is the best fruit for making punch, and from now on, this is the watermelon cactus. In the middle of the flesh, there were even seeds. He then took one in his hand and examined it closely. It was definitely much larger than a watermelon seed. The snowman asked him to be cautious with the seed as it can absorb a lot of water quickly. It would be easy to plant them at the temple, and Alpha couldn't believe he intended to take that sinister plant there. But the more traps, the better. Not to mention that the sauna already has a lot of moss growing, and Alpha agrees that's a problem. Planting them near the sauna would be a way to reduce the humidity, and Alpha liked the suggestion. With the idea in mind, Zhang opened a portal to return to the temple. He ordered his gorillas to pick the cacti and take them to the temple. He asked Bahamut to cool his punch, but Bahamut said he didn't have the energy to freeze everything, though Zhang only wanted colder. So Bahamut did as his master commanded, who said it's very useful to have him around. Now his watermelon punch was slightly frozen. The dungeon granted him another achievement. Now the watermelon punch will be 10% tastier and it grants 20% more resistance to heat. This impressed him, but the rabbit was incredulous. Every silly thing his master does becomes an achievement. So he asked if someone else could do that, not to mention that it's a waste to eat everything alone. He sent the rabbit to gather the others and bring them to the temple. The rabbit did as his master commanded and told everyone everything. Now it's best that everyone returns to the temple. Since they were tired, they decided to head back immediately. As they passed through the portal, some remained standing still. And so he stayed even after his companions had already returned. The rabbit stayed there until he realized that Sun hadn't passed through the portal. So he asked if something was wrong or if Sim wanted to make a complaint. Looking at the rabbit, Sung said that he still couldn't trust him. Since there wasn't much the rabbit could do, he told Sung to do as he pleased. But there was something that made him curious. He wanted to know why Sung let Zhang live as he would normally have killed him given that he did so often. The rabbit didn't want to tell him that he couldn't do it because of the system. He had his pride to maintain as a guide. Sung grew even more suspicious of the rabbit's silence, who seemed friendly but was never completely transparent. Suddenly, they was on their side now. It's hard to trust him in these circumstances. Sun asked the rabbit what his true motivation was. The rabbit said it was simple, to eat and live well, nothing more than that. Some wanted to know what he meant by that, and the rabbit said that Sung was a complicated guy. His goal was the same as always, to live a life of splendor and luxury, living well and eating well. And with the way things were now, he had achieved much of that, as Zhang's food was very good. In any case, he said he knew Sung was a serious and boring person, but they were wasting time there and should return soon. Frighteningly, Sung said that if the rabbit ever did anything against his friend, it would be his last act, but this didn't affect the rabbit, who urged them to return. At the temple, Zhang had already planted the cacti. Having done so, they asked Alpha to set a trap with the cacti, and so it was done. Now they were all lined up in the corridor. Immediately, the sauna's steam was absorbed and Zhang wondered if he had gone overboard, but Alpha believed it should be enough. With his work finished, his friends approached him. They asked if this was the same as what was in the witch's house, and Jim warned him to be cautious as he had heard that these plants sucked blood. But now they were temple traps. They still waited, but should be dangerous to them anymore. Jin wanted to know if this applied to the Dragon Apostles, and Alpha confirmed that it did. But they still didn't know how Uncle would be affected by it, since he's the only one among them who isn't a Dragon Apostle. Jokingly, the rabbit said that in his case, all he needed to do was flex his muscles and nothing should happen. But Uncle replied that the cactus wasn't a mosquito, which made the rabbit wonder if that's how he avoided insect bites. Zhang told him not to worry, and then he summoned the floating stairs. Now each of the cacti was levitating in the corridor, much to their surprise. Offering the cold punch, he said it was too early for them to be surprised. Pieces of ground floated in the air, and watermelon punch. The day passed without them being able to say what was more surprising. Zhang's daily life is quite interesting. Early in the morning, he wakes up in his bed. Then he goes to the sauna for some time to himself. At lunch, he has stew, rice, pork, and watermelon for dessert. The rabbit wants to know if the pork is salted now. With so much comfort, he wonders if he should start working now. Back at the dungeon, he destroys more ghosts, and his purification ability is already at level 4. Once again, he collects the ghost dust from the ground. The rabbit, who watches him constantly, is puzzled. There's something wrong with his master. He's too calm for the dangers. If he stays this way, he might end up in danger, as they are still in stage 4. Zhang says they have Bahamut, so if he's relaxed, and the snowman is happy to be in charge of his master's safety. But if that's the case, he's heading home now. That's the summary of his days. The villagers gather in the Rift village. Arriving there, Zhang wonders if something has happened. It seems they just saw something very frightening. Approaching Sun, he asked what happened. But as soon as he saw him, he was surprised by something. There was a number on his head and he didn't know what it meant. That day, a guide visited the Rift village. The guide wanted to know why the village was thriving. Humans have difficulty cooperating. They weren't supposed to be surviving with such a high quality of life. Perhaps it was time for him to descend after so long without doing so. Thus, purple flames descended from the sky into the middle of the village. That apparition left the old man terrified. He asked the elder if they were comfortable because it seemed their luck had changed, but the elder denied it. Serpa is the name of the guide, and he noticed that the elder had gained weight, surprised that he had made the village prosper so much, however. He asked the elder if he had forgotten the one reason that still kept him alive there. Immediately, the number 0 appeared on his forehead. Serpa told him not to forget his number because he could sentence him to death at any moment. He's aware of that and knows that his calling is to be Serpa's replacement. His job should have been to explain to humans how the dungeon works in place of Serpa. Instead, he started living there normally. The other players were terrified to realize that he was a guide. Serpa is lazy but clever, which is why he placed a human to do his work with other humans. But after Joan appeared, the number of people trying to clear the dungeon decreased. The village was too safe. Of course that would happen. People don't want to take unnecessary risks. It seems they lack desperation, and Serpa intends to add something fun among them. This is the Elder's last mission. He should take everyone to the dungeon. Some there pointed their weapons at him. Serpa sentenced them to death. This left them completely anxious. Soon, the same number started to appear on everyone's forehead. On the woman's forehead, the number begins to change slowly. What used to be 30 is now only 29. Jom didn't expect the guide to do something like that. Alpha says he behaves like a disciple of the dragon and is a fool, and Jung asks if the guides can simply kill people. The rabbit says there may be some condition they don't know about, and Jung doesn't believe a mere guide is doing all that. But the rabbit says he's the only one who can call him a mere guide, and Jung wants to know whose side he's on. Everyone is very distressed in the village. The only way for them to stay alive is by completing the dungeon in 29 days. Even so, they're still anxious about this fact. Jung tries to use his purification ability on Sun, but has no effect. He wonders if this is because the curse is too powerful. Just because the ability purifies doesn't mean it's stronger than everything, and there are levels in one curses. This is the mark of the sacrifice, the most powerful curse available where they are. Basically, it announces how many days until they become sacrifices for the death dragon. Even those who weren't in the village were cursed, a sign that it was imposed on the entire group. Jom wants to know if by leveling up his purification ability he could do something about it. It's possible as long as the purification is stronger than the curse. It's unlikely he'll be able to level up the ability and find out it can do anything. And now hunting ghosts isn't like before, it's too easy for him to continue progressing. Sun wants to confirm what the number means, and the rabbit says it's like an expiration date. It means that in 29 days their time will be up. And when a countdown ends, they become useless. That's the situation of sacrifices who don't intend to clear the dungeons. Those who lose the motivation to play are annihilated. The guide can kill these people at any time, and the elder confirms this truth. The only way to avoid this is for all of them to complete the dungeon and move on to the next level. For the rabbit, it's simple. They just need to keep clearing the dungeons because that's what they were doing before the village. Indeed, that's what they need to do, but the elder wants to know how long they'll remain in suffering. And the rabbit confirms that those who win can be teleported wherever they wish. Those who die in the process become sacrifices, and those who win remain alive and leave. With a situation like this, they decided it would be better to go to the third dungeon. Jung stayed behind to take care of the village, but what he really intended was to level up his purification ability. He told Sung that the rabbit would go with them, and if anything happened, they could just create a portal. Sung didn't want to leave his friend alone because he was worried, and the rabbit wanted to know who was worried about whom. Either way, Jung hopes they return safely, but the rabbit, annoyed, says that he should speak for himself. Thus begins his plan to increase his purification ability. He decided that he would finish off all the ghosts with Bahamut's company. This is how he ends up completing the dungeon once again. Everyone is facing difficulties, as they need exactly that. The third and fourth dungeons are connected, which forces them to move from one to the other immediately. Serpa is truly intelligent, and John was surprised when he saw that the boss of this dungeon had turned into a crowd of ghosts. Even so, he hopes not to encounter Serpa, so no bounty will be placed on his head. But Alpha says that's impossible, as he's no longer a sacrifice for the Death Dragon. Around the village of the Void, there's a lot of fog, and within it, many skeletons are wandering. Zhang is there, and he asks them to advance on him. But it's all part of his plan to use his purification ability. There are plenty of skeletons to do so. Since he can use it from afar, it's much less risky, and Bahamut is impressed by his master's skill. Even after all his efforts, he's still at level 4. He would keep at it until he got results, but the situation changed, and now his time is short. Alpha suggested that he purify the poison clouds that hang below the sanctuary. So he headed to the Mountains of Death. Upon arrival, he decided to purify the clouds that were in his path to the top. His range now was much larger than before, and the result he obtained was quite interesting. Finally, his ability reaches level 5. He's very pleased with the result and wants to keep going, but Alpha says there are no more clouds there, even though he can do this from a distance. The purification spheres soon vanished. It's as if there's a limit, and he had cleared everything within his reach. That's an obstacle. If he could fly, he wouldn't need to do this. But thinking about it gave him a great idea. Elsewhere, the guide wonders what's happening there. The winch's lair has been cleaned again, and he wonders why the players cleared the dungeon again. Besides leaving no traces, the floor is spotless, as if it had been swept. This made him question their strength and whether they're humans or monsters. Jong is quite happy and feels like this is going to be a lot of fun, so he placed several blocks in front of him. In his inventory, he pulled out a golem core. His question now is what the appearance of this new golem will be. On the ground, he makes some markings with a twig. If he only uses the levitating stones, the golem will just float and nothing more. They need to think about how to handle movement and balance so it doesn't become unstable in the air. Alpha says it's possible to infuse life energy into ghost powder, but you can't collect that energy again. He would only get back if you sacrifice the material. So Jong starts thinking of ways to control the golem's weight. Thus, he arrived at the first possible design. Seeing what his master had drawn, Bahamut is surprised. His master is very talented at drawing too, and that cockroach looks amazing. Jong tells him that it's actually an octopus. He didn't like the snowman's comment, which made him fear being punished. He says his master is a genius but was born in the wrong era, so he ends up being misunderstood. Jong told him to stop with the flattery. He was determined to fly in an octopus and would make the interior hollow to stay inside. Alpha praises the idea as it blocks the poison clouds and the excessive wind. Not to mention that if he wants to descend, he just adds more dirt, and if he wants to ascend, he simply removes it. Its mouth will be the entrance and the cannon from which he will fire his ability. Bahamut wants to know what those holes are, and Jong says they are the spots. Hearing this, Bahamut thought he could become the captain of that vessel. But his role is to operate the engine. With the design settled, it's time to start building. He handles the earth skillfully. While working, Bahamut brings water to him. Jong refreshes himself a bit with a cold drink. And to top it off, Bahamut releases a softly cool breeze over him to revitalize him. After finishing everything, he asked the snowman what he thought of it. The octopus was finally ready. For a moment, Bahamut was speechless, but it was truly impressive. The interior is warm and the tentacles have been reinforced with a potato plant, and it can be maneuvered in any direction. Alpha says it's very big, but Jong has enough material to make it lift off. Strategically, he begins positioning them around the golem. It was time to inject life energy into it. The tentacles began to vibrate for a moment. Soon, he began to completely lift off the ground. The octopus was in the air. Took a surprise. To finish everything, all I was left was to place the golem core as well. He needed to build a staircase to reach the octopus, but he completed the final step. Then he ordered the golem to rise. His eyes began to glow, and the golem was finally alive. In front of that thing, Bahamut said it could even be a dungeon boss and congratulated his master on the achievement. Now it's time to test the flight. The octopus was in front of a huge cliff. From inside, he gave the order for Bahamut to start working. The first in charge said they were moving out and then blew a small breeze outside. He generated enough force for the octopus to move out of place. Finally, the golem was moving, leaving Jong fascinated. The feeling was great and made him feel like a captain on the seas. Since they were so high up, he placed some blocks inside to reach a height of the clouds. Soon, the octopus was already very close to them. This way, Jong could use his purification ability with greater reach. He kept doing this from inside, but traces of the clouds entered his nostrils. Feeling lethargic, he made a mask for himself using his purification ability. This made him realize he needed to be cautious. An octopus flew through the air, eliminating the poisonous clouds. Alpha said that Jong could carve stones, earth, and now even clouds. After working, he thought about taking a break and sealing the airways with some earth. After a few moments, he started feeling unwell. The feeling he had now was definitely uncomfortable. He asked Alpha if they could open a portal there, which was possible if the coordinates were fixed, so he ordered Bahamut to stop. Soon, he was back inside the octopus. He went to strengthen the leather, which now better absorbed impacts. Now traveling with the octopus was much more comfortable as he felt fewer vibrations. Lying on the ground, he ended up falling asleep. A crack opened in the hull and the poison began to enter. Bahamut closed that crack with some of his ice so he wouldn't have to wake his master. Since he had worked a lot that day, he thought about anchoring the vessel himself, and he would do it as smoothly as possible. He managed to get the octopus stuck to the cliff and wish his master a good night's sleep. Finally, the morning of the next day arrived. Jong got up from the ground, surprised. He tried to understand for a few moments what happened. It had been a long time since he had slept so well, and he wondered if it was the effect of the poison, because if it was, he would get addicted to it. Since he had rested well, he thought about starting work right away, but there was something to do first. So he asked where they were. Apprehensive, Bahamut said he had docked on the cliff because he was worried they might lose their position in the middle of the night. And indeed, they were already lost and far from where they had been before. The purification ability was still at level 5 of the intermediate stage, and what he wanted today was to make his work productive. Thus, he began the process of purifying the clouds. After some time working, he began to think. Bahamut wanted to know what was worrying his master. He thought his spheres only flew in a straight line, but he was wrong. He pressed it a bit with his hand. As soon as he let go, it curved, as if Adam effect. Even though it was just a small thing, he was happy to discover that. This made the snowman happy as his master was mastering magic. John was surprised by this comment, that he could control magic. Bahamut said it's possible to use magic in different ways, even if it's the same magic. Since that's the case, he wanted to see how much he could make his spheres curve. Practicing, he managed to make the next one curve even more. He used some baseball terms, but the snowman didn't understand a single thing, so he tried again with a 90-degree launch angle. Practicing a bit more, he was already able to make semicircles with ease. After a while, he felt his head throbbing. Alpha said he had overexerted himself, and that he wasn't a mage like Bahamut. Controlling magic demands a lot of mental strength from the individual. Bahamut bowed, saying it was all his fault, and now his master's body was sick. But Zhang said it wasn't that bad. It was like the fatigue of cramming for an exam. He tried to explain better with different words. All he wanted now was to do nothing and sleep. 2 hours later, he woke up feeling refreshed to the snowman's delight. The octopus continued flying through the sky, and Zhang kept trying to control magic. Making half of a circle turned out to be difficult for him. This is frustrating him, and he can't keep trying, as it might end up giving him a headache. Bahamut says that for mental recovery, there's nothing better than the screaming plants. Zhang asks if it's the one he made tea with, and Bahamut says yes, that's the one, and he had already mentioned that witches used it to make medicine. Alpha doesn't recommend doing that, but he's already done plenty of unadvised things, and Zhang remembers that the taste wasn't bad at all. Bahamut says that the efficiency of magic increases when body and soul are aligned, and the drained mental strength will soon be restored. Now he can't wait to have a cup of tea. The fire is already heating the water in the kettle. John cuts the mandrake to make the tea. Soon, the drink is finally ready. He pours some into the cup. Before drinking, he inhales a bit of the aroma coming from the beverage. Just the smell makes him feel like he's getting healthier. Alpha says it smells like bad luck, but John tells him to be quiet. Finally, John drinks the tea he had made. He never imagined he would be drinking tea above the clouds. It's really relaxing. One of the side effects of the tea is that it makes the body expel impurities in the form of tears. Before, he only drank it for the taste, but now, noticing the effects, he's happy because he no longer has a headache. Now he's ready to use magic with his body and mind rested. The purification ball flies perfectly. He made a perfect half circle, which even made Bahamut celebrate. Now he wants to keep drinking the tea and practicing, which made Alpha curious about why the angle interests him so much. Zhang simply tells him it's fun. The goal now is to make a full circle, and Alpha misses the rabbit, who always has a comment ready in these situations. Meanwhile, the rabbit is with the others. He's feeling extremely hungry. The players are fighting the dungeon monsters, but for him, it's just too boring. Meanwhile, a man screams for help. Everyone needed to be very cautious there. They couldn't afford to lose their torches under any circumstances. The third dungeon, the Abyssal Ocean. That place is filled with the densest darkness. It wasn't an ocean as the name suggests, but full of mud and covered in a thick black mist that shrouded everything. With ferocious monsters dwelling there, the darkness of that place hated the light and at the same time feared it, so the torches protected them from the monsters. A small ember fell on one of their hands. Since he's a complete coward, he let the torch fall from his hands. It went out as soon as it hit the ground. Without the light, the rabbit imagined what would happen. It's certainly the end for that guy. Without the torch, he could no longer see anything around him. He asked if anyone had any spare torches when a huge monster appeared behind him. What followed was an audible sound of chewing. A bluish glow made the rabbit squint from the brightness. The lightning man is working hard today. Sung had covered his body with lightning and started annihilating his enemies. He is skilled and dedicated, doing everything he can to overcome that dungeon. In light of his efforts, he earned the title of Knight of the Shining Light. For the rabbit, if he keeps using lightning like that, he'll soon exhaust his mental strength. But definitely, he's a tough guy. At first, he could only produce a little static energy, but the more he uses his ability, the more powerful it becomes, unlocking achievements and more abilities. A genius who doesn't shy away from hard work, the rabbit wants to remember his name now. It's almost like he's having déjà vu. This made him realize he was thinking absurd things. That guy is just an unemployed, idle person. He went over his son to warn him about the risks of using the ability that way, as it would drain his mental strength. Then he asked if the rabbit was worried about him. But he can fully recover with a bit of rest, thanks to his ability. Even so, the rabbit says he wouldn't recover completely, as he's not half of what the other guy is. In the middle of the explanation, he decided to give up on continuing. However, he agrees with the rabbit that Zhang is always way too relaxed. But that's something he respects about his friend, and he knows he can't be as laid back as his friend. Not until he gets rid of that mark on his head. The rabbit understands the concern and both come across something. The golden light had passed through the sky, and Sung even thinks his eyes might have deceived him. Zhang's efforts were a success. His purification ability is now at level 6. Bahamut congratulates him, but there's something more. Zhang fires an energy shot. He focuses, using the tip of his finger. Now he can control the energy sphere, and it made a complete circle. He's thinking about applying this to the golems. The energy sphere is orbiting the octopus, but it only lasts one round. Alpha wants to know the purpose of that, and Jung says it's cool, and he leveled up as soon as he made his circle. Skill control has a positive effect on its progress. It should be an achievement in itself, and looking back, he realized the rabbit wasn't with him. Right when he needed to ask him some questions, he wonders what the rabbit is doing now. He thought about going to them to test if his purification is effective in some way. At one of the windows, Bahamut sees something that makes him call for his master. The situation outside is a bit strange. Besides there being no clouds, it's very dark out there. He wants to know if it's already night for it to be so dark, but Bahamut says he just had lunch recently. Maybe it was a new type of poison, so he fires his purification spheres. They fly forward for some time, until they disappear as if they were swallowed. Looking at that, it's as if the darkness had devoured them. Bahamut says that's a trace of the abyss. He didn't expect them to encounter the abyss that devours light. Alpha asks if he really said abyss. This is a forbidden area that the witches were researching, a dangerous and sinister place filled with chaos. Jung says Alpha's description is bad because he had said mandrakes were dangerous too. Bahamut says, as he had seen before, the abyss devours light. To be more specific, light that has power, like the magic Jung used. The black fog of the abyss that devours the power of abilities. That's the identity of that darkness. If that's the case, Jung thinks the fog can nullify abilities. Alpha says if that's true, they need to leave because they're in trouble. The portals would be destroyed if they touched the fog. Since that would be disastrous, he asked Bahamut to turn around so they could leave that place. Suddenly, several teeth had sunk into the flying golem. That scene left Jung terrified. He doesn't know what that is, whether teeth or claws. Outside, a huge beast tries to swallow the golem. Now it's being attacked by several of them. After much persistence, one of the beasts managed to get inside the golem. Jung draws his staff ready to defend himself. With it, he strikes the monster. With a single hit, the monster fell to the ground. Vapor began to rise from it as it writhed in agony. Then it turned into a fish to Jung's surprise. That's unusual, and he doesn't know why there would be a fish in the sky, and Bahamut says they are abyss fish. If that's the case, they need to get out of there immediately. Bahamut does his best to get the golem out of that place. Meanwhile, Jung climbs up to the hole in the hull. He sticks part of his head outside to get a sense of the situation. Due to the extra weight, they are losing a lot of altitude. If this continues, a crash could be fatal, and he thought about abandoning the golem. He returns inside the vessel. He ordered Alpha to place a portal there. But since the coordinates aren't fixed, that's impossible. The only way out is to make the octopus golem fulfill its purpose. Once again, he sticks his head outside. Now he's armed with staffs, ready to scare off the beasts. There he uses his floating stairs. Stepping on one of them, he moves toward the monsters. He struck the first of them with both staffs. While there, he opened his inventory. He was grabbing more of the levitating stones. The monster opened its mouth in fury. Took a surprise, he threw the stone into the monster's mouth. It started to float uncontrollably. That had been very effective. He's at a height and speed that would make a normal person lose consciousness. But Jung kept his composure and managed to react to the immediacy of the situation. A feat he achieved after defeating the griffin. His courage. The courage of the Prince of the Skies was passed on to him, and he didn't lose his dignity. Jung isn't going to let the monsters stay there. He drove off another one with a blow from his staff. Most of them had already been chased away. Now, there was only one left. Soon, all of them had been eradicated. After the worst had passed, the octopus flew alone in the sky. Jung is relieved and hopes they can keep flying now. Bahamut praises his master's work, who, with a bit of earth, repaired the golem. Staying there is very dangerous, and Jung wants to open a portal as soon as he can. Bahamut says he will get them back on course as soon as he can see the sky, and Jung praises his work. The snowman was trying to understand. He imagines it's using ordinary fire, not magic. Through observation, he saw that the mist moved away from the torchlight. After positioning the torches, he saw that more abyssal monsters were approaching. The beast got close enough to be illuminated by the light. Jung observed as it had stopped moving. For no apparent reason, it backed away, completely ignoring the golem. The darkness must be like water to these creatures, and they needed to move. With something in mind, he told Bahamut to go inside the vessel. Showing him a sunstone, he said the place would soon become uncomfortable for him. The stone's brightness was so intense that it blinded the snowman. Jung placed the sunstone in a cube of earth. Now he had a floating cube capable of lighting up thanks to several sunstones. With 4 of these floating stones, similar to lighthouses, the octopus had become the perfect tool for exploring the abyss. Even though now it looks more like a glowing jellyfish than an actual octopus, Alpha says that despite the appearance, the functionality is exceptional, as the sunstone's light is not tied to magic. Not even the abyss can absorb this light, and Jung wishes he had been informed of this earlier. But Alpha says he is ignorant about the abyss, and it's no sin to know the limits of one's knowledge. Bahamut thanks his master because now he can see through the windows and asks what his master will do about the slacker. Jung was surprised since he didn't have any slacker. A fishtail was moving. That was the fish that had been purified. Without the darkness around it, it was just a fish, nothing more. Bahamut asked if he had ever seen an abyssal fish before, but until now, he had only seen something similar, not an actual abyssal fish. Finally, he remembers what that fish resembles. It looks like a giant anchovy. This gave him a few ideas, and Bahamut asked what was distracting him. The only thing he's thinking about now is how intense the flavor of an abyssal fish might be. Jung has the butcher's knife in hand. He intends to eat the sashimi while it's still fresh, and Alpha suggests taking the meat to a safer location. But he says he's doing this to survive and he can't delay a meal. He was resolute in eating the fish. With a hammer, he wondered if he should knock it unconscious first. Then a loud crack echoed through the vessel. With the knife, he began the process of removing the scales. Then he started the process of evisceration. After that, with precise cuts, he removed the excess skin and fat. Finally, the most interesting part remained. Bahamut wanted to know what that liquid was, and Jung said it was fermented soy sauce. After plating the dish, he admired the composition of his meal, as it was very well presented. So Bahamut is master as an efficient torturer because he did all this to a live animal. Jung asked if he had never eaten sashimi before, but Bahamut, being a snowman, couldn't eat anything. Jung lamented Bahamut's limitation and asked him to blow a slightly cold wind on him. The Ibis Ocean is humid and very hot, so Bahamut's abilities in this context are extremely useful, because he's basically a walking air conditioner. The first piece he plans to savor without any seasoning. He found it very good, as it was the texture and flavor he imagined the fish would have. Now he plans to try the piece with the fermented soy paste. Combining the seasonings he has available, he really liked the results. This made him realize that he could make some vinegar to have on hand. He created a jar with cursed dust to have a fermentation pot. He placed various dungeon fruits and a lot of sugar, as the fruits there have very strong flavors. Infusing the pot with power, he managed to speed up the process, having fruit vinegar ready in just a few moments. Mixing it with the soy sauce, he liked the result, but wished he had some wasabi, and thought about what could be similar. In his hands, there was some watermelon cactus rind. With a knife, he began scraping the outer layer. Bahamut wanted to know what that was, but Jung was just trying to enjoy the moment. At the tip of his chopsticks was a green paste. He finally tasted what he had made. There are moments of luck in life, and this was one of them. That paste tasted like wasabi. Watermelon cactus wasabi mixed with soy sauce should be good. Finally, he had what he wanted for a complete sashimi experience. He called the rabbit, so he would eat with him. But he realized he wasn't there and felt a bit of longing. Suddenly, he appeared on the ceiling, saying that if they had seen that, they would have thought he was dead. Jung wants to know why he came, but it was Alpha who called him, and he was nearby. He can't believe Jung went there without knowing that place was the third dungeon. Alpha knew there were more people trapped in a place of darkness, so he spoke separately with the rabbit. The rabbit says now he knows why his whispers weren't answered, because his master spent the whole time eating delicious food. Jung told him to stop making a fuss and try some as well. And he asked what the rabbit thought, feeling a bit guilty about it. Alpha's telepathy could no longer be heard, it faded away, and Jung was distracted and didn't hear them. He had loved the sashimi, but said it wasn't the best time since his friends were in danger. This made him agitated, and he asked why they only mentioned this now. But the rabbit tries to downplay it, saying it wasn't an urgent matter. Jung doesn't understand how something dangerous could not be urgent. Even so, he limits himself to saying that Jung will understand once he sees it in person. Agreeing, he calls for Bahamut, who is already in command of the vessel, and they are setting off. The rabbit impatiently taps his foot outside. He told him to follow his directions, as it's very easy to get lost there, but he couldn't stop thinking about when they had made that new golem. Thinking about it, he felt relieved that his master didn't take a path by land. In that dangerous fog, it's necessary to have light, and handling a torch is extremely important, because in the darkness, the abyssal fish attack immediately. Moreover, they aren't the only danger lurking in the darkness. A random character stepped on something slimy that triggered a trap. Structures similar to his shell began to emerge from the mud. He was immediately swallowed up. This is the iron armor oyster, which lives in the darkness. Once closed, there's no way to open the oysters. They are extremely dangerous. And inside one of them, Sung and the old man are trapped. Inside, he strikes it relentlessly, but to no avail. A woman watches from outside, helpless because she can't help her friends. Anxious, she hopes Jung arrives soon to help them. In the middle of the darkness, someone screams for help, calling out for Jin. With his enhanced vision ability, he warned that the monsters were coming from above on the left and below on the right. This allowed his companions to defend themselves against the monsters. Hidden in the water, a cat is approaching them. Jin recognizes the sound of that animal. It's the shadow cat. You warn everyone to watch their feet. With a precise jump, it managed to extinguish the woman's torch. Of all the things it could have done, this was definitely one of the worst. Jin realized that the cat was only attacking the torches. Inside the oyster, the old man is already exhausted from hitting it so much. Of everything they tried, the only thing left is for Sinum to use his lightning to try to break out of the shell. But he can't do that inside. Concentrating his power, he believes he can destroy it, but it could be risky for his friend. He knows the risks, but if they do nothing, they will die, and with every passing minute, there's less oxygen for them to breathe. Confident in his healing ability, he asks Sun to try to break the shell. But Sun doesn't want to take that risk and prefers to wait for Jung to arrive and help them. Even so, the old man says they can't rely on that, and opening the shell with sand golems might be impossible. Hearing those words, Sun became a bit thoughtful. The old man sighed as well, as no solution for them is easy or safe. They are trapped in a dead oyster because they killed it from the inside. If it were alive, they could have made it spit them out voluntarily. Faced with this difficulty, Sung believes that if it's Jong, he'll definitely come up with a solution. Since they know he's coming their way, they decide to wait for his arrival. A bright light begins to appear in the darkness, blinding their eyes. One of the players wonders if that glow is coming from the dungeon boss. The closer the light gets to them, the easier it is to see what it is. That shining thing is definitely on their side in this. Jin asks Jong if he made some kind of golden carriage. Descending from the golem, he asked if his friend was okay. Now that place is as bright as day. Approaching, he placed his hand on the small one's forehead. He immediately used his purification ability on him. Even with his stronger ability, he couldn't lift the curse. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have attacked the dungeon with them. But the rabbit says that rewards aren't always proportional to effort. Jong prepares to punish him for the comment. Seeing that he didn't get hit, he asked his master what happened, and Jong said he felt a bit nostalgic for him, to the rabbit's surprise. The boy hopes Jong will handle the situation as Sum is in trouble, but Jong is confident he can help. After everything is over, he wants to hear from him about everything that happened there before he arrived. Placing his hand on the ground, he created another portal. It appeared in the middle of the darkness, and a golem started coming out of it with a simple order to protect the people. A player wonders who that is, and a girl affirms that he's definitely not from the Rift Village. So you should take a closer look, because that is an incredible person. Finally, he approaches the oyster where his friends are trapped. Finally, he began his work cutting the shell. The material is really tough, and he had to use the strength of the boar. This made the force applied to the scissors enormous. Even so, he accomplished nothing but destroying the item he had crafted. However, the hole had gotten bigger, and Taozao asked where he got those scissors. He said he made them himself, and now that the space is larger, he suggested passing the item to them to cut from the inside. Finally, Taozao had the scissors in his hands. Unfortunately, on first attempt, the scissors broke with the boy's monstrous strength. Persevering, they managed to get out of there after breaking 4 pairs of chimera ant mandible scissors. Outside, Taozao is deeply grateful for being saved. Some whispers that not long ago, Taozao was incredulous. This made him try to make amends, saying that he had faith in his companion. They gathered to check if everyone is okay now. Since they are outside, Some wants to test something, because there won't be dangers for anyone under these circumstances. In his hands, a devastating blow is prepared. The other players watch in disbelief that someone could have so much power. On their side, the rabbit isn't even impressed anymore by Sung's talent. On the other hand, Taozao is grateful that he didn't convince Sung to do that while they were both trapped in the oyster. His hand touches the shell, causing it to crack. Right after that, the entire material shatters. He's very happy at work, while the others are impressed by his power. The rabbit says he's just a show-off and should have done that when he was trapped. He said that from now on, he'll handle the oysters, and if necessary, he'll stay trapped inside them alone. John goes to the remains of the oyster to examine the material. Looking closely, he began to think about the possibilities. Indeed, it looks a lot like metal. Approaching him, the rabbit wants to know what foolishness he's distracted by now and if he plans to make a shield. Smiling, he asked if the rabbit knew what rating was. The strength demonstrated by his golems is similar to that of a dungeon boss. Besides being powerful, they never tire. Not to mention they have the ability to regenerate after taking damage. Even so, no matter how solid they are, Earth is still Earth. In other words, against stronger monsters than Earth, they're not capable of much. A rating is a piece of craftsmanship made from oyster shell that gave him an idea to overcome his golem's weakness. If he made armor for them, it would significantly increase their defense. It's plausible that they would have full plate armor, but Alpha corrects the rabbit, saying it would be scales. Faced with their discussion, Jong prefers not to participate in the semantic disagreement. The snowman tells his master that it's really a genius idea to make armored golems. But the rabbit said Bahamut is slow and armored isn't the right term. But John loved that name and decided they would be called armored golems. Looking at the oyster, he saw that it resembled a mussel and radens were often made from them, which he understood as a divine sign. Looking at the design, the rabbit asked if they wouldn't fall off the golems, and if he planned to tie each one. There's no need to use ropes as he's going to coat the golems with this material. They aren't glued, but the structure itself causes them to stick to one another. The rabbit didn't understand the explanation, and Jong wasn't sure how to be more explanatory. He doesn't know the answer to everything, but he's certain that this material will be useful for the task. Looking at the black liquid, the rabbit asked what it was, and Jong said it was ant saliva mixed with oyster shell. With the idea in place, it was time to start gathering the raw materials. Sung was destroying oysters with his lightning. Jong was tasked with finding the oysters, and soon after his friend would come and destroy them. After a long time, the strongest warrior was working alongside the best worker. With that, they had destroyed 6 oysters in total. Upon this, the rabbit cheered, calling Sung the Thunderman, to which Sung asked not to be called that. After the battle, the other players gathered the pieces of oyster. Everyone was engaged in helping in whatever way they could. Watching the rabbit said they would all be very good in their own areas. But now they were all workers in a production line. After that comment, he received a punch from Jong. which caused the rabbit to fall face first to the ground. He got furious, asking why he was punched. Zhang said it wasn't the time for him to slack off while everyone else was working, and that you should find something to do. Pointing to Bahamut, he said he wasn't the only one slacking, but he's the only one getting hit. In his defense, Bahamut said he had no hands and couldn't help even if he wanted to. Outraged, the rabbit said he was just pretending to be busy to avoid working. Zhang defended him, saying Bahamut couldn't do that being made of snow, but the rabbit reminded him that he wields a scythe even without hands. Zhang was already irritated with the rabbit, who even so insisted on being petulant. Then he asked if the rabbit could be an air conditioner. That question left the rabbit without an immediate response. Being more specific, Zhang asked if he was capable of doing what Bahamut could do, which made the rabbit so angry he nearly had a stroke. Bahamut offered his master some cold cider to help him compose himself. While drinking, Zhang asked once again if the rabbit could do that. Now the rabbit was desolate, as the snowman was closer to his master after only a few days of the rabbit's absence. He was losing his favorite status, which left him deeply distressed. This situation messed with the rabbit's mind, who at first didn't even want to be a favorite, but knowing he wasn't left him dejected. Zhang asked if he was in a bad mood. Clearly in a bad mood, the rabbit sped up his pace to get away from Zhang. This made Zhang want to irritate the rabbit even more, so he started pestering him, calling him constantly. The rabbit said he wasn't in a bad mood, just irritated, something someone in a bad mood would do. Zhang was thinking of engraving something on the golem's chests, and his first idea was a rabbit's face. Anyone resemble a certain someone, that emblem that only heroes carry, and the symbol would also serve as a mascot. Turning away, he said he wouldn't do it anymore, but the rabbit had already taken the bait and asked his master to do it that way. Finally, they started the process of armoring the golems. The oyster shell pieces were nailed one by one with a hammer. They were coated with a solution made of oyster shell and chimer ant saliva, ensuring they stayed properly attached. Only one last detail was missing from the armor. Now they had the rabbit emblem on them. John asked the rabbit what he thought of it, and the rabbit was completely enchanted by the tribute. Trying to hide that he was flattered, he said it was good for something made by John. That was the first armored golem made by John. Strategic parts of his body were protected. Moreover, the armor fit perfectly around it. The golem now had a much more threatening aura. They admired the result of John's work. Sung said it looked very intimidating in addition to actually looking strong. He even asked if his friend had experience with manual skills, but it was just his artistic sense. A characteristic golden glow appeared on his face. He earned the achievement of creating armored golems, and with that, the armor was now part of the golem's body, and it would regenerate without the need for more raw material. That is more than expected, as the armor will regenerate on its own. The rabbit says that it's so amazing it feels like favoritism, but John asks him to just look at that masterpiece. The rabbit can't disagree, especially since his face is engraved on it. What's strange is that Zhang isn't a mage and he keeps creating more golems anyway. He's puzzled as to how that's possible, and maybe it's only because he's an anomaly. Alpha says there's nothing wrong with that. The beginning of golem creation was with manual skills. Using magic for that came much later. The rabbit asks if, at first, they were made the way the human does, to which Alpha confirms. Since there was no magic, life was infused into those constructions. It was something considered to be within the domain of the gods. Now the rabbit is surprised that the conversation started with golems and is already talking about deities. That's what he thought at first. Cars and airplanes are made by human hands, and golems shouldn't be any different. The rabbit wants to know how Zhang knew that if he just heard it from Alpha, but Zhang simply believed it, even though they hadn't mentioned it before. In any case, it wasn't the time to talk about that. Since their firepower had increased, it was time to move forward. A few days passed, and the countdown continued. They need to finish the dungeon soon, as only 13 days remain. Then they look at the old man. He just apologizes as he doesn't remember the way to the end since it's so dark there. Things are definitely not easy. However, there's one thing he still remembers. They need to go to a high place. As far as he recalls, the place they need to go is at the top of a hill. Thinking about this clue, Zhang is happy that at least they have it as a starting point. Knowing this, there's only one direction they can continue moving, as what they have been trying led nowhere. Jin corrects him, saying that the direction he suggested is the one they are already heading in. The light from the flying octopus illuminates the place. They continue moving forward, protected by the light from the vessel. Sun destroyed all the oysters and appeared along the way. What remained of them was gathered by the players and handed over to John. He was now making a second armored golem, and the work was much faster since he already had experience. The abyssal fish are still a deadly threat, but now there's something much more dangerous than them. It's John's armored golems. Their hardness was such that the fish's teeth broke when they tried to bite them. Those fish are no longer a threat to them. From atop the octopus, he observes the power of his creation. The rabbit says they are protected even in the dark, but Zhang says it would be useless if there were a fish bigger than the armored gorilla there. The rabbit wishes Zhang would praise him more. Someone shouts that there's a shadow cat there, but they couldn't catch it. It heads toward the flying octopus. Its paws end up touching the sunstone. That contact triggered a reaction. The cat managed to extinguish the sunstone. One of the girls manages to grab the feline, but he finds a way to escape from the girl. Zhang comments that it was quite interesting and that he would never have imagined the animal could extinguish the solar stones. The ghost, upon seeing the shadow cat, warns everyone to be careful when sleeping and the boy asks why. He then explains that it was one of the remnants of the abyss, a shadowy creature that swallows all light and generates nightmares with horrible endings. The rabbit mocks, saying that now they couldn't even sleep in peace. Next, the young man asks if there's a way to get rid of that shadow animal, and his companion replies that it probably can't even be killed and always escapes when found. After that, the rabbit warns that another one was approaching and moves forward to scare it away from the tentacles. Upon seeing that, the protagonist says he finally found his colleague's talent and tells him to go catch some cats for him. After a while, the boy begins to wonder why the felines only appear near the tentacles and starts to remember that no shadow creatures appear while they were flying. The young man then starts to understand the situation and realizes the cats only approach using the shadow that the tentacles cast when they're on the ground. Soon after, the octopus begins to fly again to resolve the problem. The rabbit lies down exhausted from spending so much time chasing those cats away. However, they discover there is still one feline aboard the octopus, and they realize it can't move well there because it's too well lit. John wonders if he can tame it. A group of people become frightened by what they were seeing because some undead were approaching them. The boy recognizes one of the zombies as his mother, and suddenly the woman bites his neck. An old man tells everyone not to make eye contact. After that, he starts to notice that some of those monsters were his allies that he had lost a long time ago. The man then explains that all those undead were just memories from the past that persist in that land, making him realize that seeing those hallucinations meant they had reached the Hill of Nightmares. That place was considered a historical ruin of the third phase. A young man questions how they could touch those things if they were illusions. The old man then tells them to be careful because they could also be touched. He then says that moving forward would be a difficult task due to the hallucinations residing there. The rabbit appears, saying they needed to stay alert from then on because apparently the shadow cats also live in the area. A boy comments that the number of felines had increased a lot. The hare explains that those animals swallow light and generate nightmares, and that besides that, the black mist makes their presence easier, and asks what they thought would happen if both attack at the same time. The old man answers that the nightmares accumulating in the abyss would torment them more and more, just like the illusions. After that, he tries to focus so he won't be swayed by those hallucinations. The man then explains that they had to cleanse that place as quickly as possible once they entered, because the longer they stayed there, the more emotionally devastated they would become. And the young man asks where they would enter from. However, the undead begin to become active. One of them tries to stab the old man with a spear, but he manages to dodge it. The old man then comments that at the moment they should worry about getting rid of those ghosts. Soon after, one of the zombies uses magic, and a boy wonders why the illusions were using abilities. The rabbit in turn says he didn't care about those monsters, and that his real goal was the shadow cats. The participants and the rabbit were helping each other by fulfilling their respective roles. However, there is one person who is subtly focused on his goal. As they're trying to forget what was happening outside, focus only on putting all his efforts into creating the armored golem, since he trusted Sung and his allies. After the constant progress driven by the trust among them, the group comes across a huge structure. All the participants who saw that construction, which until then had been hidden in the darkness or paralyzed, a knight compares it to a giant shell. The blue-haired boy reaches his leader asking if that was what he meant earlier when he said they had to enter there. With a terrified look, the old man turns and says he has no doubt they are going to die. Now that they had reached the historical ruins, the leader's memories resurfaced. Next, the old man explains that the place is full of all kinds of hauntings and that they would need to face all of them to reach the top, and that as soon as they enter, hundreds of cats would charge at them. Right after, the man says they won't leave a single trace of light behind. Someone comments that there's no reason to be afraid since they had Jung on their side, but soon realizes that the golem is too big to enter that shell along with them. The protagonist appears impressed by the size of that shell. However, he notices that the entrance is quite small. After that, he asks the leader if the structure is big on the inside, because then he can bring the golem through a portal. The leader, in turn, says it's almost the same as the witch's home. Upon hearing that, the young man says it's going to be complicated. He even orders them to try breaking the walls of the shell. A group of monsters appears to carry out his order. Someone from the group wonders when the boy created those things. The creatures then begin their attacks on the structure's wall. Surprised by it, the group comments that if they accidentally destroy everything, they won't be able to complete the dungeon. Zhang smiles and says there must be a way to complete it, even with it broken. Soon after, the young man realizes that even after ordering the monsters to attack, they still couldn't make a single scratch on the structure. The protagonist begins comparing it to shells made of iron, then wonders if that thing can be melted. The rabbit tells them to stop stalling and go in already. Zhang asks the leader what's at the top of the tower. The old man begins to tremble and says that the Queen of Darkness will be waiting for them. The guide of the fourth floor calls that place the castle of the Queen of Darkness, but they prefer to name it the Prison of Infinite Spirals. He then explains that the interior of that structure is made of spiral staircases. Moreover, infinite illusions will appear along the way, and sometimes someone you love might show up trying to kill you. After that, the man says that even knowing they were just illusions, he was still tormented for the rest of his life. Everyone in the group falls silent upon hearing those stories. The rabbit, in turn, says that if they keep forcing themselves like that, their minds will collapse or they'll lose all their humanity. Zhang slaps the animal and tells him to shut up because he wasn't helping. He then advises everyone to forget about those things and focus only on reaching the top. Soon after, the boy begins explaining his plan, which is to scale the castle using the octopus golem. And when they reach the top, they'll make a hole to get inside. People begin looking at the protagonist with judgmental expressions because it was only easy for him. A guy comments that the octopus can fly and that maybe they can do the same with the other golems. Zhang says he had thought of that option but decided to discard it because the place is full of abyssal fish and it would be safer to climb, and even if they get stuck on the wall, it's still a relief to have a place to hold onto. After that, the rabbit asks what they're going to do about the other golems that were summoned earlier. The boy replies that he's going to embed them with floating stones and they'll probably be able to climb on their own if their weight is reduced. Then he asks Alpha to inject a bit of life energy since they're going to make them lighter instead of making them fly off. The boy then starts placing floating stones on each arm of the golems. However, the centaur will have to stay behind because his body wasn't made for climbing. After that, Zhang tells the others they'll have to fight while using the golems for support, and he smiles because it will be easy for them since they're fighters. Even though they're desperate, the others say they'll do their best. Then the protagonist asks if Sung can create an entrance with his ability, and he replies that he believes so right after the boy draws his sword and strikes the wall of the structure using his powers. Zhang becomes happy to see that he managed to pierce it. He then summons the Armor Gorilla version 3 and the Standard version 1. After that, the boy says now they're ready. While climbing a shell from the outside using the octopus golem, the soldiers fight against the flying fish. A young man charges at a creature and slices it in half, and he is prevented from falling by one of the summoned gorilla golems. After that, he comments that he felt it was getting darker the higher they climbed. Sung says that the number of abyssal fish is also increasing, and that if it weren't for the light that golem emits, they would all be in trouble. Right after, everyone in the group continues fighting the beasts, and now there was no turning back as they had already made it halfway. And at that point, there were only two ways to die, being devoured or falling. Cooperation is no longer an option, but a necessity. After that, the protagonist shows the others that there were beds inside the golem. The women begin to praise it because the material is very soft, and the young man says that's due to level 2 impact absorption. The number of beds for the others to rest increased to 5, and so the participants divided themselves into 3 shifts, fighting, resting, and then returning to battle while staying in good condition. Right after, Zhang uses the meat from the fish to make various dishes. The people begin to eat and feel happy. Along with the food, the boy serves some scream-and plant tea to calm the mind and heart. His teammates in turn wonder if they were in paradise. After that, Bahamut approaches his master, asking how long he's going to keep that cat in his shadow. The boy becomes curious if the snow doll was having nightmares because of the feline, and he comments that he never sleeps so he can't have nightmares. The solar stones around Bahamut prevent the cat from moving to other shadows. Zhang asks his companion to hold on a little longer and says he'll refill him with snow when he can next. The protagonist asks if the shadow creature is being fed, and the little doll says yes. And then he throws some crumbs of solar stone on the ground, which are used as food for the shadow cat. The feline comes out of Bahamut's shadow and starts eating. Seeing how cute the animal is, the young man thinks about how he's going to tame it. Alpha appears, commenting that shadow cats are sinister creatures, and the boy says that things always seem better when Alpha says something is scary. After that, Zhang asks his companion to keep trying to control the animal, because if he can tame it, his weakness will be compensated. Then the protagonist smiles and tells Bahamut to cheer up upon seeing that the small creature is impressed, and says he was foolish to think the boy had placed that burden on him on purpose. But after realizing it wasn't like that, he decides he will keep trying until the shadow feline becomes his servant. Meanwhile, the rabbit flies over the battle looking for more cats, but since he finds none, he decides to enter the golem and asks what the protagonist is doing, to which he replies that it's something important. The rodent becomes curious about what could be so important. Zhang serves some dishes to the people who were resting there, and also places a blanket over someone who was lying in one of the beds sleeping. Upon seeing that, the rabbit wonders if that was really important, and says that the protagonist would be more efficient on the battlefield instead of making others feel comfortable. The boy in turn says it's not his fault if people like his food, and the animal then comments that maybe his teammates are only worried about the golems stopping if something happens to him. Right after, Zhang says that even if he wanted to fight, this was more urgent. The rodent questions what the young man is doing, and he replies that he's practicing his floating stare abilities, because soon it will be something decisive. The boy comments that he's testing other materials as well, and that besides that, he discovered it's possible to add vital energy later on. The rabbit, in turn, says he doesn't know why his friend is explaining all of that, but if he's happy, then there's no problem. But before the animal leaves, the boy says it's time for him to help. After flying outside his shell, The rodent says they're almost at the top. The protagonist stands up and asks if his companion did what he asked, and he replies yes, but advises him to go out and take a look from the outside. The wall that the octopus golem is climbing is tilting, becoming almost completely vertical. Alpha comments that they should retreat because the place looks dangerous, and the rabbit agrees since the abyssal fish were moving in a strange way. Right after, a creature approaches from behind the protagonist. However, he is saved by Hoyle, who cuts off the monster's head. The man says he was using an abyssal fish bone as a weapon, and that it was more useful than he thought. After that, Jung summons some floating stairs to help his companions move, and says that the top was getting closer. From afar, a mysterious creature wonders who possesses an ability like that. Then it becomes surprised to see that some patches of land were appearing in the air. After that, the group finally reaches the top. Sung says he'll open an entrance immediately, and the protagonist advises everyone to step back if they don't want to be hit. The boy then uses his electric shot ability, successfully opening a hole in the tower. The young man then wonders if that was the final boss. Inside the structure, they find a statue of a woman. The old man explains that they needed to destroy it to complete the dungeon, as that statue of the goddess was the final boss, and that to be more exact, her shadow is the Queen of Darkness. Bahamut sees something that catches his attention, and the protagonist asks if something happened. A snow doll starts crying and says that the statue is the image of his former master. Everyone is surprised and wonders if he's referring to the witch. The little creature says that if that really is a representation of the witch, then he already knows the identity of the Queen of Darkness. But before he can reveal the identity, an explosion happens. The boy asks Sung what happened, and he says he came across a wall while trying to make a hole in the structure. The group is warned that they cannot enter the dungeon by cheating, and the rabbit, in turn, says that this barrier was expected, because a guide would never let participants follow an alternate route so easily. Looking upward, the people see the creature that was watching them from afar. The old man calls that thing Serpent. Next, the monster comments that this time the participants were damn intriguing, getting irritated because he never imagined someone would try to enter the dungeon from the opposite side. That was the guide of Phase 4 named Serpa, who closely resembles a lion. After that, the rabbit says that apparently the monster had just installed the barrier, and they would have managed to enter if it weren't for him. John becomes curious if that meant they couldn't enter through the top, and his companion says that only he could since he's in error. However, the protagonist decides not to go alone because he doesn't want the guide to know who he is. After that, Alpha tells the boy not to be afraid because Serpa cannot harm him, and explains that even though he looks strong on the outside, he's still a mage. The Rhoda remembers that the lion has a limitation that prevents him from killing everyone, and that his is likely something like a numerical mark, and the fact that the curse didn't work on the boy shows that he won't be defeated so easily. The boy asks his friend what he thinks about them continuing with their plan, and the animal, in turn, says that if the boy fails, he'll just be wasting vital energy. However, he reveals that even so, he kind of supports the idea and wonders what the guy's reaction will be when it actually succeeds. Serpa becomes furious and says they must receive a penalty for cheating. Right after, a purple light appears on the forehead of each person, giving each one a number. Everyone falls into a state of despair in the face of that unexpected situation, and their eyes immediately turn to one person, the one who brought them comfort with powerful reinforcements and also serenity in the merciless dungeon. That is Zhang, who begins to doubt if he'll be able to meet everyone's expectations. The protagonist then closes his eyes while taking a deep breath and asks his companions to gather because they're going to initiate Plan B. The participants are shocked to learn that there's another way. Sub in turn says it's better to do something than to just stand there watching. The boy then says that his companion will have an extremely important role in that plan. Serpa observes the situation and wonders who that human is, and is surprised to find a participant who managed to reverse his curse. After hearing the plan, Sum remains silent and asks what his companion is planning to do. With a smile, the young man says it's a secret because if he fails, it'll be embarrassing. Right after, the boy draws both of his weapons, and he asks the protagonist if he believes they can buy time against that creature. The boy replies that if they do what the guide hates most, it's possible. Sung says the monster blocked their access by creating a barrier at the last second, and then decides he's going to destroy it. A huge amount of electricity begins to surge from his swords, and the boy tells the others to step back so they don't get hurt. The warning appears again, informing that participants cannot enter the dungeon through cheating, and then Sung is thrown back. However, he charges forward again, saying that it won't be enough to make him give up. Serpa says that attacking the barrier like that is suicide. Next, the boy uses his ability called Thunder Ray. The creature becomes irritated and orders him to stop attacking the barrier, and asks if he really intends to die. The young man notices that the lion is focused on him and tells him to try stopping him if he wants to. Fujong takes the opportunity and decides to descend the tower. The participants question why they're running away and abandoning Sung, and the protagonist in turn asks them not to worry because they are leaving the fight. Meanwhile, the boy keeps striking the barrier with his electric abilities. Serpa advances, ordering him to stop that, but the young man easily dodges the attacks with a calm look. The boy says his opponent doesn't know the basics of a fight, and that's why he's only using curses. Upon hearing that, the creature becomes enraged. However, before he can do anything, a tower starts to shake. The people inside the octopus golem can't believe what they're seeing, because the entire structure is tilting and Zhang starts summoning floating stairs. Moments earlier, the boy had asked the rabbit to help place floating stones on the first floor. After fulfilling the order, the animal wonders if that was real, since the whole tower was floating. However, the protagonist still asks his companion to place more stones on the first floor. The old man questions what the boy is trying to do. Zhang in turn explains that Serpa's magic is that structure itself, so he'll take down both with a single move. Right after, the boy uses his ultra-vital energy consumption to summon floating stairs. Some laughs and says there's no guide who would just sit back and watch such madness happen. The monster becomes furious again, and the young man in turn tells the creature to give up because they already won. The condition to complete the dungeon is to destroy the statue of the goddess, which ended up being destroyed due to the impacts from the falling ruins. The structure that grew by feeding on the pain and despair of the participants collapsed into the sea, and all thanks to the protagonist. People begin to cheer up after the towers fall, and celebrate even more when they realize the numbers on their foreheads have disappeared. The boy is informed that all the curses have been removed. Zhang is happy and says now they can relax more. After that, the boy's floating stair ability evolves to level 5, increasing production speed and energy efficiency. And the protagonist gets excited because his boar strength ability also evolved to level 9. After all the chaos, the rabbit comments that he didn't expect the plan to work, but apparently he was wrong. While watching the boy from afar, the old man wonders who would complete a dungeon in such a way, and then starts to understand the unease he felt when he first saw the young man. Serpa keeps staring at the structure now collapsed on the ground, something he had never seen before. The rage turns into confusion, then into uncontrollable laughter, and that same laughter is turned into maddening provocation. After that, the guide approaches the group saying he never thought you'd end up in such a crazy situation. The boy says they already completed the dungeon and asks why the creature doesn't just leave. Serpa replies that he can't do that since he's interested in a lunatic who's among them, and comments that the lost soul was a great joke. The protagonist starts wondering if the guide knows who he is. Then the guide remembers something Baboon told him about a lost soul on the first floor who ended up turning the dungeon into complete chaos, and then approaches John saying that if he is that soul, it would make sense that the curse doesn't work on him. But before the guy can do anything, the boy's two companions step in and tell the beast not to come any closer. Serpa asks if the protagonist is the leader of that group. Before he can give his answer, Sung steps in and says yes. Hyun comments that the one who fed all of them was their commander. All the other participants agree with the boy's words. Right after, people step in front of the boy saying that Serpa will have to get through them to attack him. The old man watches from afar and thinks about how his reputation is already ruined. The creature in turn asks the humans to calm down because they can't turn against the guide, and asks if he wasn't telling the truth to the rabbit. After that, he comments that he's seen many interesting things because he never imagined that a banished guide would still be wandering around and wonders if he should call the rodent a ghost. John becomes curious if his friend is a ghost, and he replies that he's more like a spirit. Then he says that if he's a ghost, then Serna is one too. Upon hearing that, the young man starts to approach the beast. The guide laughs and comments that this is what true image of a leader looks like. Next, the boy begins preparing his purification ability. Serna recognizes the boy's ability. However, he boasts that a mere participant won't be able to scratch him. But when the shot is fired, the guide is startled as part of his mane disappears and wonders how Ya hit, because he should be on a completely different level from the young man. After that, Jung continues trying to hit the beast with his purification shots. Right after, the protagonist says he's not just a mere participant, because he's also an administrator, and if you analyze it, he and Serpa are on the same level. After saying that the boy fires once more, the guy gets nervous but says all he has to do is dodge. However, the young man changes the direction of the attacks, hitting the lion directly. Jum comments that he had been practicing some curveballs. Serpa says it makes no sense at all for the protagonist to be an administrator. The rabbit joins the conversation and says that he is also an administrator. Upon hearing that, the beast becomes furious and wonders how trash like that became a guide. Alpha appears saying the best administrator is the one who owns the temple. The monster becomes completely terrified after hearing that. Then the people are informed that they are also capable of hurting guides. Upon learning this, Sum activates his electricity and asks for Kyung's help. The man then uses the strength of his arms to launch his companion forward. With that, the boy lands a direct hit on Serpa and says the battle is just beginning. The beast prepares a counterattack with his claws, but the archer quickly fires an arrow to protect his companion, landing a precise shot on the monster. Right after, a guy becomes enraged and starts summoning shadows, ordering them to finish off those humans. Yin intimidated, Sung says that won't be enough to stop him and slices through the darkness using electric flicker. Upon seeing that, the creature is surprised at how easily his shadows were defeated. After that, the beast is hit by a strike of electricity. The protagonist, seeing his companions fighting, starts to laugh and says everything is working perfectly. Furious, Serpa curses the protagonist. After that, Sum appears behind the guide asking where he's looking, and takes advantage of the opponent's distraction to attack him. Jung decides to hit the monster with his purification ability. The archer in turn doesn't fall behind and fires his flaming arrows. However, even after suffering several attacks, the guide still remains standing, and Sung says he will put an end to the opponent. But Serpa asks if the young man isn't forgetting something, since they had already completed the dungeon, and the boy asks what he's talking about. The guide then asks if the boy had forgotten what happens when a dungeon is completed. After that, the mysterious symbol appears beneath the young man. However, not only beneath him, but also beneath the other participants, except for the protagonist. Serpa explains that whoever completes a dungeon is automatically teleported to the next one, and then everyone vanishes, leaving only Jung, who wonders where the others went. The rabbit comments that he's still there, but the boy replies that doesn't make him feel any better. Right after, he thinks he must return to his altar as quickly as possible because his wounds were deeper than he thought. The rabbit comments that the opponent looked like he was going to flee. Alpha informs that the guide is a mage, so he recommends using long-range attacks. Upon hearing that, Jung decides to use his purification shots, laming all the attacks on the lion's back. After taking the hits, the beast summons his shadows, causing several shadow cats to appear. However, the young man uses his floating stairs. In the air, the boy mocks the cat's faces. Serpa wonders what that human even is, then decides to open the dungeon's portal, and a huge opening appears behind the guide. The rabbit says he knew the opponent was trying to find a way to escape. Before entering the portal, Serpa lets out a laugh and then says that one day he will destroy them all. But the boy orders his people to pull the creature out of there. And then several gorilla golems appear from inside the portal, pushing the lion back out. The monster, in turn, wonders how those mere golems are able to touch him. Jung comments that maybe it's because they have vital energy in their bodies. However, in truth, the young man was expecting his subordinates to remove the portal from there, but it ended up working better than he thought. After that, the protagonist commands his soldiers to defeat Serpa once and for all. One of the gorillas lands a sequence of punches on the enemy. The guy doesn't let it slide and slashes the golem's face with his claws. But the summoned golem doesn't suffer much damage and strikes the beast in the belly. Right after, the other gorillas grab Serpa and slam him to the ground. And even after those hits, all the golems group up to attack him at once. After defeating the guide, Jung asks where Sin was sent. Even while wounded, the creature laughs and curses the protagonist, who decides to purify the lion once and for all. The boy comments that the opponent had a rather kind ending compared to the aura he gave off, and the rabbit says he never imagined he'd get the chance to see a human annihilate a guide. With the completion of that mission, the boy earns the administrator's relic and wonders what it was. Right after, the protagonist receives a message for Hyun. Jung says he finished off Serpa and asks if his companion also received any achievement, but he replies that he didn't earn anything. The rabbit says he believes that's because his friend isn't an administrator, and says that the reason the protagonist received one is because one administrator eliminating another is something that eventually happens. The boy then asks why they would try to kill each other, and the animal says it's purely due to ambition, because as long as a person has magic, they'll lack nothing, essentially becoming immortal. After that, the rabbit says they should get out of there immediately, because John needs to take over as administrator on the third dungeon, and the boy grabs a bell. But the item makes no sound, and he wonders what its purpose is. His companion mocks him for being a temple owner who doesn't know what that bell is for, and the boy replies that if he keeps nagging, his motivation will just drop. After that, the rabbit explains that the administrator's relic is a signature, and that if someone is a guide, he must have one of those items. He then reveals that his item is a top hat. The protagonist asks where he uses it, and his companion replies that he doesn't even know, and he only wears it when he wants to look charming. Right after, the place begins to shake, and they wonder what's happening. The system announces that the dungeon is being reset. However, the boy finds that strange because there isn't even an administrator, and the rabbit comments that apparently there's some kind of automatic system. While flying with the octopus golem, Jung says you need incredible magic to place a system like that in the dungeon. After that, the duo realizes the floating stairs have disappeared, and the animal says it's probably because they aren't attached to the ground, explaining that the dungeon behaves like a large trap. The boy says it's the same logic as when a trap is reset, and that's why only the floor gets reset. Then he wonders if that means the floating stones will stay there forever, and his companion replies probably. Jong then thinks that's perfect because he builds observation towers using floating stones. It would be possible to have minimaps that last forever. However, the rabbit says that if he does that, the cats will come to eat the light again. Seeing the situation from afar, Bahamut comments that he feels like everyone forgot about his existence, and that made him sad. After that, the rabbit asks where the snow doll was, and he replies that he was fulfilling a mission his master gave him, which was to take care of that shadow cat. The protagonist congratulates his companion and comments that it probably wasn't easy at all. Upon seeing the boy holding that bell, Bahamut is surprised and asks in a sad tone if Serpat is dead. The boy asks if his companion knows what that item is, and he replies that he was originally the witch's butler, and that the item belonged to his former mistress. Upon hearing that, the young man assumes that the bell belonged to the witch. A long time ago, there was a witch who researched in the field of forbidden magic, and by her side was a small gremlin butler who took care of the house. The lady wipes the face of her servant, which was dirty with cleaning dust, making the creature very happy. There was a black cat who only slept all day. Its routine was basically just sleeping and eating, and watching its mistress while she did her research. The name of that lazy feline was Serpa. Right after, Bahamut says that after a long time, the cat became capable of using magic. However, the little monster's companions showed disbelief at that story. The creature then comments that cats closely imitate their owners, and after the witch found out her pet could use her magic, she became very happy and gave him that collar. The woman places the bell on the feline and says that when he becomes stronger, it would be of great help. After that, the protagonist begins to feel bad because he eliminated a cat that could speak. The rabbit, in turn, says the creature was more like a ghost of a lion. Then Bahamut asks if he can continue telling his story, making it clear that he and Serpa had different goals. After that, he says that after his death, he continued protecting his mistress's residence, but the cat lost his memories and became a wandering ghost. But even so, he did not lose his feelings for the witch, and for that reason, the death dragon left that area in Serpa's hands. Jong asks if it was because the statue of the woman was there, and his companion replies that's exactly it. Upon realizing the cat was used, he says that damn dragon spares no one. Right after, Bahamut explains that from then on, Serpa became a guide acquiring much more magical power, and that's when the collar's usefulness became evident and reveals that the collar allows for control over shadows. Upon learning that, the boy is impressed. Alpha says that among the forbidden magics studied by the witches, he heard rumors that there are secret arts related to shadows. The boy, in turn, asks what that means, and Bahamut explains that it's an art that can imbue memories into a shadow and make it physical. With 1 or 2 shadow cats, it's possible to make someone recall bad memories or have nightmares. But if that number increases, those memories become physical and attack people. However, Bahamut says that wasn't his mistress's true intention in her research, but rather to make someone recall a happy or important memory from the past. John comments that the research had such a beautiful purpose. Right after, the rabbit tells them to stop with that sentimental talk and take a look at the collar. The boy comments that the item must have some special option. Then he tries to stretch the collar to equip it, and his companion says it was made for a cat and that it would never fit him. But the young man remembers that Serpa was a huge lion, so it doesn't make sense for it to be that size, and the animal suggests there must be a conditional seal on the item. Upon hearing that, the protagonist wonders if he can undo it with his purification ability. However, the rabbit says the friend is overestimating that ability too much, and explains that to work on him, he would have to receive that gift from her as well. Jom in turn says that the woman is dead, but the rabbit says it's a case of someone who's dead but still not dead. The young man asks that his friend is talking about the statue and the goddess, and the animal says he's right and is sure that statue will help him with something. After that, the protagonist says that apparently they'll have to climb the tower again, and says that since they're going up, they might as well grab the altar while they're at it to speed up the process. Jong summons several floating stairs to reach the top. Right after, the boy begins pouring saliva from the Chenmura ants onto the ground. The rabbit says at that speed, he'll never make it, and he replies that regardless of his pace, the result will be the same. After that, they manage to enter the dungeon. However, they are warned that they entered the dungeon using improper means. Nevertheless, the protagonist decides to ignore that message. While they float, several ghosts watch them. Then, they finally stand in front of the statue. The boy comments that the sculpture was so beautiful it didn't even look like a witch, but rather a goddess. Bahamut says that his master was a wonderful person, and that he is sure Serpa looked at her with the same feeling he was having at that moment. After that, the protagonist takes out the collar he had kept because it was moving. The rabbit questions why that was happening, and then a huge shadow appears before the group, which apparently was attracting the collar as if it were a magnet. Soon after, the shadow starts to enter the small bell, causing the noise it was making to stop. The rabbit says his friend was looking like a monarch of darkness. A window appears informing that the name of that item was the witch's dark bracelet. After that, the protagonist asks why the bell stopped making noise. The rodent says there are several items like that, and it probably only rings when the ability is being used. Then the shadows that were there begin to leave. Jami's curious why they are no longer interested in him, and his friend explains that it's because they were created by the bracelet, so it doesn't make sense for them to see him as an enemy. After that, the boy suggests they go down the stairs. And just as the rabbit had said, the shadows no longer cared about the protagonist, so even return to their cat forms. The boy wonders if he can control that feline, and his friend asks him to try, and the young man then grabs his bracelet, ordering the cat to come to him. However, all he manages to do is scare the animals away. The boy wonders if they ran away because of his level, but the cat Bahamut was taking care of still stays close to the protagonist. Jong starts petting the animal and asks if he's able to touch her because of the bracelet's effect. Right after that, the cat jumps into the boy's shadow, seeing that the young man is startled, and Bahamut asks his friend to live behind him, making him realize that his shadow had a life of its own. The ghost explains that it was his shadow servant that had been created. After that, the protagonist begins to interact with his shadow and comments that it was very shy. After that, the shadow starts meowing and the boy realizes that the only thing that changed was its form, as it was still a cat. Bahamut says that dark creatures were the result of the witch's research. The Auger's shadow is a high-level magic that few are capable of using. However, the witch replaced the enchanted magic shadow and the memory, which are the main ingredients of the spell, with dark creatures. Among them, felines have a natural habit of collecting memories that cause nightmares, and that's why they were perfect for it. The rabbit asks what they could do with a shadow servant. Bahamut in turn responds that it can do anything, and says it will move exactly like a protagonist. The young man is surprised to learn that the servant can copy his movements. Then the rabbit comments that the shadow is not useful for combat since its master is not a fighter. After that, the servant starts moving the ground, making the rabbit laugh because it was already messing with dirt, and says it looked a lot like its master. Zhang asks the shadow to use some ability, and Bahamut explains it is incapable of performing any kind of magic, only able to copy movements. Meanwhile, the rabbit keeps laughing as the shadow continues to play. After that, it finishes making a ball out of earth. Upon seeing that, the protagonist remains silent, but realizes that it was actually quite impressive, and asks the others to take a look too. The rabbit, in turn, finally realizes, and thinks that the shadow acts like another lunatic. Young comments that the earth ball had been very well made. On another day, the protagonist falls to the ground after sculpting a gorilla golem and says he urgently needs manpower. However, he knows that if he received help, it would take a long time to teach his techniques, and says that if he could, he would really like a copy of himself. Back to the present, the boy's wish ended up coming true. Right after, John calls his armored golem, which was incomplete, to finish it alongside his servant. The young man begins to do his work using a hammer, while his shadow watches in silence. Noticing that it was watching, the boy asks if it wants to try. Before the servant starts, the protagonist thinks it wouldn't hurt to see how it does. But his impression quickly changes to one of being impressed, because the shadow is doing exactly as its master. Seeing that, the boy says they would find a use for the servant's work. After some time, Jung asks how much energy that thing has, and Bahamut replies that his servant never gets tired and doesn't need to eat. However, if it takes any damage, its power will leave his body and its strength will be undone. The protagonist remembers that Serpa's shadows were very resilient, and the ghost says the guy was an exceptional mage and he's sure Serpa used another spell to reinforce the shadows. The boy wonders if it was intentional that the shadow magic was made not to require defense. Then the rabbit says that means the ability is weak because his friend isn't a mage. The young man gets annoyed and tells them to stop with the mage talk because he can't take it anymore. Right after, Bahamut says that defense isn't a big problem, and then hits the servant with a relatively weak blow, making it completely fall apart. After that, a cat comes out of the shadowy stain and hides in the protagonist's shadow. The ghost explains that dark creatures don't die, and the boy asks if that means they could be reused forever. Upon hearing that, the young man asks where he can get more of those collars to have more servants. Bahamut explains that to have more depends on the mage's capacity, but as long as there's enough material. Jung asks if they should do it, then shows stage 4 of the altar from the 3rd dungeon they just obtained. The boy suggests they take advantage of the new altar to build a temple. In the Grand Temple, the protagonist offers a tribute to the purple orb, and it changes color, turning yellow. The young man says Serpa definitely had a lot of stored life energy. After that, John places the crystal ball on top of the altar he took, thus managing to transfer ownership of the altar. The rabbit is very pleased because when the number of altars increases, the guide's class also increases. Counting all the ones the boy has, there are now 3 in total, and he wonders if that means he can improve an item 3 times. Right after, he remembers that he can also increase the number of dragon apostles, because the more powerful allies, the better. However, Alpha says that technically they're not allies, and the young man asks what he means by that. Alpha then explains that you should only designate someone as an apostle if they're willing to sacrifice themselves for you. The boy smiles and says that means he needs to make a bunch of real friends. His companion asks if the young man even heard what he just said, and he replies that it's basically the same thing. The rabbit comments that this is a very cruel mission for an exile, and the protagonist says he has lots of friends. After that, John receives a communication asking where they were. The boy realizes that it was some, and the rabbit says the dungeon his friend was in is a mess because it has no administrator. The protagonist then says that if he keeps sending messages, it might mess with his friend's concentration. Then he shouts that it's time for them to get to work. John retained his super servant and decided to start a grand project. The boy says it will be the best shadow cat farm, and Alpha asks if he wasn't planning to build a temple. And the young man explains that he needed floating stones and sunstones, but he recently used a lot of those materials. After that, a griffin appears behind the group, but it is easily taken down. The boy wonders if he should skin it before leaving. After that, he asks his servant to come closer and hands his knife to it, but the object starts turning completely dark. Impressed, the boy takes the knife back and asks if it was consumed by the shadows. However, the blade begins to return to normal and the rabbit comments that maybe it's because the servant recognizes it as a weapon. Right after, the protagonist asks his assistant to watch how he's going to do it so it can do the same. Without needing to learn anything, the servant immediately copied its master's movements, and thanks to the knife's effect, its skinning speed increased. The young man says he needs to be sure he'll build the Shadow Cat farm, and his friend says he's sounding like he just wants more slaves. After that, the boy asks if the Griffin's Nest is the first dungeon, and his companion replies that technically the forest below the cliff is. The second dungeon of the fourth stage was the Witch's Home, and the third was the Abyssal Ocean. Jung says they don't know what the fourth one is yet, and that this one was the first dungeon, making him realize that there's an altar without an owner nearby. Then the boy says that the more altars, the better. However, before that, he decides to collect some spectral stone. Right after, a message appears warning that they achieve a conquest for completing the first dungeon. The rabbit comments that someone must have just finished the first dungeon. In stage 4 of the first dungeon, there is a simple forest located to the right of the Mountain of Death, rich in beans and prey for hunting, and because of that, the place was used as a supply area for the nearby village. But this place is no longer a simple forest, because it is located beside a mountain full of mysterious caves that house various types of beasts and monsters, where participants are supposed to find the final ruin among them. A person hits a creature with fireballs, defeating the boss of the first dungeon. People are surprised they managed to do it. A person named Seek appears saying that these dungeons always leave the nerves on edge. However, he comments that it would have been much easier if those useless guys hadn't gotten in his way. The participants start getting irritated, but the boy tells them to shut up, because if they want to say something, they should show it with their fists. A voice tells them to stop causing trouble. It was Sueon, who says that all of them are going to get the reward, and that she won't let Seok go further than that. Conflicts like this are normal among participants, and when the enemy has great value, the disagreement gets worse. Right after, the boy tells his subordinates to skin the monster, then walks toward the girl, and says that if she doesn't want him to take everything again, then they better be faster next time. Sueon in turn makes an offensive gesture at the boy. After that, some markings appear under the participants, and Siep tells them to put as much meat in their inventories as they can because apparently they were being teleported to the next dungeon. And then that dungeon is reset. Facing a tunnel, the protagonist asks if that was the right place. The rabbit says he's sure it was because he felt a flow of mana from a magic portal coming from inside. Job in turn asks if his companion can sense those things, and he says he's a high-class being. As they walk through the corridors, the young man wonders if those torches were installed because it's a ruin. Right after, the pair comes across a collapse in the path. The rabbit analyzes the area and comments that apparently half the people who were there just watched while the others fought. And the boy is surprised by his companion's investigative skills. The animal brags and says things like this become quite obvious after watching so many battles. After that, the boy walks while thinking that the altar is his priority, but he laments the fact that participants are fighting each other. After walking a bit more, they finally reach the altar. The protagonist then begins to dislodge the stone and tells his gorilla golems to carry that thing because the reset was almost ready. However, a loud roar is heard by the group. It was the boss of the first dungeon, the two-headed ogre. The participants begin to get scared upon seeing that beast. The rabbit suggests that Jung stay alert because a griffin is already strong, but an ogre is much more so. The creature almost lands a blow on the protagonist, but he manages to dodge just in time. Then the boy decides to set up a portal. Upon seeing that, the ogre charges forward, managing to completely destroy the portal that had just been placed. The rabbit explains that the boss has magic resistance, so it can destroy abilities with brute force. After that, the protagonist slaps the creature's face, saying he should have been warned about that earlier. Then the monster keeps advancing, leaving the boy cornered. Seeing he was trapped, Jung thinks about how the boss is quite intelligent. The rabbit asks what they should do because if they make the golems fight, there's a chance the cave won't withstand the shockwaves. And the young man, in turn, takes a look around the entire room. Seeing the torches on the wall, he asks the rabbit if the fact that the boss has two heads means it has double the field of vision. His friend then says that probably all its senses are enhanced. The boy says that if they leave the place dark, the creature will get scared twice as much. Then he orders all the torches to be extinguished. The shadow cat then begins to put them out one by one. Jung tells the golems to hold the ogre carefully so that it won't interfere with anything. However, the gorilla isn't able to hold the creature. The boy wonders if his golem is weaker, and his companion replies that it's obvious since one is a stage 1 boss and the other is from stage 4. But the gorillas team up to attack the ogre, finally managing to immobilize the monster. Seeing that, the group becomes extremely excited. The boss tries relentlessly to break free, and the rabbit says that in that position it's unable to show its true strength, but they would definitely be screwed if not for the golem's armor. After that, he comments that if it keeps going like that, the cave would eventually collapse from the intensity. The boy says he knows that, but he managed to finish the preparations in time. Then the shadow cat finally extinguishes the last torch in the place, leaving the environment in complete darkness. The protagonist then takes his bracelet to use shadow arts, making the feline transform into the boy's servant. John hands his knife to the servant, asking if it still remembers how to skin. The shadow takes the weapon, turning it into a black blade once again. The young man explains that the opponent was a bit different from the griffin, but that it could cut it the way it remembers. Right after, the servant stands in front of the creature and begins to deliver a series of slashes. The rabbit comments that it was a bit too violent, and his friend says all the meat they ate before wasn't collected with kindness. The animal asks if bear meat is good, and Jong says they'll find out soon. After that, the ogre tries to land a blow on the shadow, which disperses to avoid being hit, reappearing in front of the beast. Later, the protagonist uses a crystal ball to light up the place, and sees that the servant had cut the monster into several pieces. The boy says that servant is very useful and managed to do exactly as he has shown, and even skin the hide as well. Then the boy smiles because if he made clothing with that, it would have good magic resistance. The rabbit says making clothing isn't a bad idea, but it wouldn't last forever. After that, he says the servant's weakness is its vulnerability to physical attacks and that a single hit destroys his body. John in turn comments that he's sure efficiency will come when the numbers grow. After that, the rabbit says the shadow is a great butcher despite all its flaws. The boy then starts imagining himself commanding hundreds of servants, thus becoming an emperor of the night. But his companion mentions that he doesn't have enough stats for that. The young man comments that it would be cool if the item came with some ability instead of just having an extra option. His companion says that's why master craftsmen exist, since those things are added during the creation process. Then the boy says the witch made an amazing item by placing it in a cat she was taking care of, and he doesn't know if that was part of a plan or if she just loved the cat very much. And then he says he really needs to make his cat farm as soon as possible. Right after, he wonders why the dungeon still hasn't ended since they already eliminated the boss. The rabbit assumes maybe there are more of those creatures because they saw several caves on the way there. Jong in turn suggests they return since they already secured the altar. After that, the animal asks if he was going to the witch's home, and the boy replies that no, he's heading to stage 1 to get another golem. And then the protagonist installs a portal and enters it along with the altar. Seeing that, the rabbit comments that if his friend keeps up that pace, he'll be able to beat Baboon. In the Grand Sanctuary, Bahamut wonders how a place so filthy and smelly could even exist. A squirrel climbs on top of one of the bones that were there and begins to feed on it. The ghost asks how bad the environment had to be to end up like that. Then he comments that his master apparently doesn't care much about cleanliness, since the place has mud puddles and even spider webs. Inen says he finally understood the mission he was given. After that, Bahamut grabs his broom and starts cleaning the place, and uses the water that comes from his body to make the cleaning easier. After that, a portal appears in the room, and John comes out of it, announcing his return, finding the place completely clean. His companion says he took on the duty of cleaning there. However, the golems begin to come out of the portal, making a huge mess again. Bahamut gets the feeling that his master has returned with even more golems. The rabbit appears to explain to his friend what was happening. Upon hearing the explanation, the ghost wonders if those mud monsters increase in number every month. The protagonist realizes the number really did increase, but thinks it's because Bad Moon isn't around, so the demand for golems isn't as complicated. Currently, the group has 4 gorillas and 4 armored centaurs, an ostrich along with the octopus golem, and also an elephant from which the boy removed the core. The rabbit asks that his friend is trying to build a zoo. Right after, the young man says he's out of ideas, so he decides to help with the cleaning, and his companion in turn tries to escape the task, but the protagonist grabs him by the ears and says he's going to help too. The animal says he'll take care of the boy's pets because they're important too. Seeing that terrible excuse, John comments that he's not even good at lying. The rabbit lies down on a shelf hoping not to be found. After that, he starts thinking about how they haven't seen Bad Moon, and then he can sense his presence in stage 1. However, his thoughts are interrupted by sleep. The protagonist finds his friend taking a nap, hidden on the shelf, and uses the boar's strength to force him to work. Outside, the group finds naturally dried anchovies, and the boy asks the golem to keep fanning them gently. The rabbit asks why he's messing with those fish, and he says he wants to dry them well to turn into powder because there's a soup made with that which is really tasty. After that, the squirrel that was on the young man's shoulder starts climbing down his body, but ends up getting startled by the cat in the shadows. Then John comments that maybe he should make a place to fish while he builds the Sky Temple, and says he better write it down because there's a lot to do. After that, he starts writing on a piece of paper the things he needs to do, and says maybe it's better to assign certain people to specific tasks. He then asks Bahamut if the servants can fight against ghosts, and he replies yes. The protagonist says that might be a great opportunity to teach his shadow how to fight. The rabbit in turn starts laughing and says he can't picture his friend teaching anyone, and the boy hits him to make him stop those comments. After that, he asks the animal to complete a task, but he says he's busy at the moment, and the young man asks when it is, since his friend is always just loafing around. The rabbit in turn replies that he needs to find out what Batmoon is doing, because he has a feeling Batmoon is planning something. The animal suffered at the hands of Batmoon for a long time, which made him understand his temperament, and that's why he decided to go take a look at stage 1. However, he says the protagonist doesn't need to worry because he'll be back soon. Jiang in turn asks if the rabbit isn't just lying to get out of working. The animal gets irritated and asks if the boy knows that Baboon will be his greatest rival in the future, and the young man becomes curious about what he did to be rivals with someone. Realizing he said more than he should, the animal gets nervous. Alpha asks if his friend was implying that Baboon might interfere with Artia's resurrection, and the rabbit confirms that was it. The boy then allows his friend to go to stage 1 and asks him if he could informed. With the rabbit's task approved, the protagonist asked Bahamut if he can take on the task of going to the abyssal ocean with the golems, which he agrees to, only asking for a bit more life energy. Alpha allows what the ghost asked since he helped with cleaning the Great Temple. Then John checks his notes to see what's left to do, realizing that only cleaning the Great Temple remains. Bahamut comments that the place was almost clean already, but he couldn't remove the skeletons because they were too big for him. The protagonist then decides to leave that task to the golems. However, he wonders if they can work with those huge hands. The boy equips the gorillas with fingers made for cleaning. Steamed, the rabbit feels disgusted, and his friend explains that it's just temporary. The golems then begin to remove the bones from the place. After that, the young man asks his companions to do what they were assigned and always keep him informed. But Bahamut points out that there's no way to contact his master. The protagonist then decides to appoint the ghost as manager, and the rabbit explains that rising to that position is the same as transcending one's destiny. Upon hearing that, Bahamut finally understands what Serpa felt, and it was clear that he had become something different from what he was before. Right after, he says he's no longer an undead or a gremlin, feeling as if he were an ice spirit. Bahamut tells his master that he has properly become one with snow. Jiang asks if his companion is feeling somewhat like Alpha, and Alpha in turn explains that the snowman now holds a position similar to his, becoming fully devoted to the life dragon Earthia. The boy wonders if it's because the ghost offered his soul. After that, Alpha says that his friend is no longer bound by the restrictions of the undead and that his existence is now completely different. Upon seeing Bahamut's new status, the rabbit is relieved because it's still better. The snowman says that his past self who relied only on power is gone, and now his soul and all his strength will be dedicated to Earthia. Jiang gets tired of all that and tells his friends to get to work already. In the abyssal ocean, the new participants are fighting against the fish, and they wonder why there are floating stone cubes around. After that, a portal appears at the location, and Bahamut comes out of it riding a golem. At first, people think the new manager is an enemy. However, the snowman is more concerned with digging up shells. Bahamut didn't become obsessed with power, but was introduced to authority. The participants wonder if that was the boss. Seeing that those participants are of the same race as his master, the snowman decides the best thing to do is help them. He then starts shooting snow in the direction of the people, and unsure whether it was dangerous, they decide to stay on the defensive. After that, all the snow transforms into mini Bahamuts. The snowman asks the participants to follow him, and that way, they would reach the ruins. But the people don't believe him, and Bahamut asks if they'd rather accept his help or keep wandering through that deep darkness. A guy says they're really not in a position to argue and thanks their savior. The snowman says that if they want to show gratitude, they should reveal where they found the shells along the way. Not understanding the situation, the participants ask if that's all he wanted. After getting the information he needed, Bahamut leaves. At the temple, the protagonist says that stage 1 is finally complete. This time, he managed to mold a golem the size of Huayal, since many times he was unable to use the golems because of their size. However, there's still one last finishing touch he wants to make it perfect. While he stirs the overskin he obtained, Alpha asks what the boy is doing. He then says that he's going to place the interior golem inside the witch's home, but realizes that would be dangerous for the golems because ghosts pass through walls and could damage their cores. And to prevent that, he decided to cover the golem with that skin, so the specters won't be able to penetrate them. After that, he wonders how they'll hide the seams, and then starts working the skin to hide them. Jiang subconsciously used blind spots he used to sew teddy bears. Then he covers the entire golem with the skin, making it look a lot like a bear. The young man comments that it looks really cute. Alpha, in turn, mocks him by saying that a guardian needs to have a scary appearance to defend the sanctuary. After that, the protagonist decides to take the opportunity to make some clothes for himself too. What would it feel like to enter a dungeon that's already been cleared? The only one who can answer that question is Jiang. With a smile, the boy says it was fun because it kept getting easier. The bear crushes a few more giant ants. While some plants help by providing support, the boy takes the opportunity to teach his servant a few new things, advising him to find the salivary gland as soon as he rips off the insect's head, and that way, he'll be able to remove the fangs and separate them. Right after, he leaves the shadow to deal with the ants alone. After that, the boy receives a new skill. Taking a look at it, the young man comments that it's actually pretty good and that it's similar to the boar's strength, and says he definitely has to show it to the rabbit. Upon hearing this, the animal is surprised, and the boy says that was exactly the reaction he was expecting. The rabbit says that no one was supposed to be able to complete the ant nest 3 times. Then he comments that the antennas might be useful in battle, but it would be pretty weird seeing the boy using them. The protagonist then decides to equip them to see how it would look. After putting on the item, the sonar echoes throughout the area. and the boy thinks about how he can feel that his senses have intensified, being able to sense the presence of his golem behind him. But after 10 seconds, the antennas evaporate and a young man comments that maybe the duration will increase if the skill evolves. Right after, he decides to go to the witch's home and encounters ghosts flying around the place, and they charge at the boy. However, they end up being repelled by his body. With a smile, Jung says that doesn't work anymore, and praises his ogre skin, saying it's quite useful. The ghosts then decide to leave. After that, the protagonist says that people usually have to risk their lives to complete that place. But for him, it's just a farm. After conquering the witch's home, Alpha informs that the materials for the sanctuary's construction are almost complete. In stage 1, the rabbit flies with a sad look. It comes across a group of frogs surrounding a boar. One of them charges forward and lands an attack on the pig. Seeing that, the rabbit says that's why the ecosystem is deteriorating, because they gave enchanted gear to those monsters. Right after, one of the amphibians turns against one of its companions and eliminates him to obtain his magical weapon. The animal found that interesting because those weaklings had somehow powered up in such a crazy way. Nearby, a participant appears threatening another person who begs for mercy. The man says he used to be just a regular businessman, but now he's swinging a sword in an unknown place, and asks if the boy really thought he'd show mercy. The rabbit takes a deep breath and says that apparently it wasn't just the monsters who went insane. Then the businessman charges at the other participant. However, the animal appears before he can do anything and asks the man to calm down because he doesn't want to see situations like that. The boy, in turn, asks why the rodent is talking like a person. And the rabbit then says that's not important and that they should focus on completing the dungeon, and asks if they don't want to go back home. Crying, the man asks if they can really return to their lives. The animal is surprised by that reaction because they seem like they had never heard that before, and the businessman explains it's because they really never had. Right after, the rabbit asks if they had no idea they could go home if they completed the dungeon, and they then say that no one told them that. Upon learning this, the animal realizes that Baboon was neglecting the participants and not even telling them the basics. After that, he asks where the other people are. In Rift Village, the protagonist receives information that apparently Baboon is no longer interested in Stage 1 since the altar appeared. The boy, in turn, is confused because Baboon would also be losing if all the participants died in the first stage. And the rabbit comments that he was wondering the same thing, so he decided to wait for the dungeon to reset and a new game to begin. Then he discovers that Baboon has been giving enchanted items to people. Jog asks if that was a way to increase the participants' chances of survival. The animal, in turn, says that most of the production class people had their weapons stolen, so apparently the survival rate of that class is dropping. And the young man says that the combatants are going to have problems with food since they don't have production skills. After that, the rabbit says he'll have to manage Stage 1 for a while. The boy, in turn, asks what he would do if he encountered Baboon, and his friend says there's been no sign of him even though a new game has begun. Then the animal comments that his former master was nothing more than an ambitious fool. In a cursed land full of skeleton soldiers, Jung is building a new terrain. The young man comments that he was starting to get tired. When he looks down, he sees his servant working, and he feels happy with his dedication. Soon after, he sees something different along with the shadow, and he asked Bahamut what that shiny thing was. The ghost says it must be a plant from the abyss, and the boy realizes its appearance resembles seaweed. After that, he brags about being an excellent seaweed soup cook. Then he thinks about how interesting it is that seaweed grows in that ocean, and so he decides to order Bahamut to go there and collect lots of seaweed. After that, the ghost returns with the shells that contain the plants. However, the protagonist sees another type of seaweed and says he knew there were other species, and then he lays out all the plants stretched out to dry them in the sun. After that, he roasts them over the fire and adds a bit of perilla oil. And finally, he mixes them with rice and adds a bit of soy sauce. Upon seeing that, the rabbit asks if they had a new menu. Surprised, the boy asks if his companion hadn't said he would take a while to return, and he replies that hunger wouldn't let him. Then he says he did what he needed to and decided to come back. Jung says it's good his friend came back because he really needed a little help. After that, he asks if the rabbit wants to eat because since ancient times, those who didn't work didn't eat. And then he orders the animal to prepare the seaweed. When he picks up the plant, the rabbit comments that the texture is disgusting. The boy says they would eat it on his birthday. Jung takes advantage of the topic and asks when the rabbit was born, and his companion says that for them, it's the same as being reborn. The young man then says that today is the rabbit's birthday and congratulates him. And the animal, in turn, asks why he should be happy about that. Soon after, he asks his companion to cut the seaweed into medium-sized pieces and to prepare a bit of detox plan. Since there was no steak, Kaboin decides to use ogre meat. Jung says he loves the smell of the food and that they should add a little salt and sauce. And finally, the food is ready, allowing the protagonist to achieve a new accomplishment. Upon seeing that, the rabbit asks what his companion had done. Bahamut comments that as he expected, his master also has alchemy skills and that abyss materials were frequently used by witches in their experiments. And the young man explains that he has no idea what that was and only knows that seaweed soup usually relaxes his body. Soon after, the rabbit says that the main cause of death among participants was excessive bleeding. but if they drank that soup, their blood recovery would be doubled. However, the boy doesn't seem interested in the subject and decides to try his soup. After tasting it, he is completely amazed by the flavor, leaving the rabbit curious to see if it's really that good. The animal's reaction isn't much different from his companions, and he comments that just from that taste, he felt his heart completely healed. The place where John was building the third sanctuary was near the border between the Rift Village and the Ocean of the Abyss. However, if he wanted to collect shadow cats, building it in the Dark Witch's Tower would be more effective. But the darkness is quite deep and dangerous, and for that reason, the young man chose to build in a lit place, so that once it was ready, he could move the sanctuary to the Ocean of the Abyss. Soon after, the protagonist says that since the sanctuary was mostly made of floating stones, a few golems would be enough. After that, the rabbit flies as high as he can, and wonders what shape it would be. John then replies that it would be an inverted pyramid. Alpha says that if they were thinking of a mobile sanctuary, that was a great plan and that the glory of Earthia could spread across the whole world. The boy comments that he would leave the cats inside the pyramid so none of them would be able to escape. His companions begin to praise the brilliant idea the young man had. The rabbit asks if he just wants to have a penthouse and a backyard. John in turn confesses that he's always wanted to live in a penthouse and says that now they need to make a vegetable garden at one of the ends. As soon as they decided on an appropriate size, the backyard was completed in moments. The boy asks if it would be a good idea to place the altar in the center, and then he decides to place the altar in a location, declaring that territory as the third sanctuary of the Dragon of Life of Earthia. That new temple receives the name Sanctuary of the Skies. The young man is asked if he wants to install traps in the place, and he says maybe they should start with some beans, and the rabbit, in turn, suggests they place them on the sides so they would attack from up close. However, the boy says that won't work because they would wilt quickly since they wouldn't be receiving any sunlight. Bahamut suggests the dungeon potatoes as they would prevent invaders from climbing the sanctuary if placed right on the slope. The young man in turn really likes his companion's idea. Then the rabbit asks what's the point of placing so many traps if none of them would work anyway. During the night, the group sleeps peacefully, but peace quickly comes to an end as apparently the invaders have arrived. Startled, the protagonist asks where they were and Alpha says they were at their base in the Rift Village. Days earlier, the place to which the participants who subdued the beast forest were sent was the entrance to the same village. The girl in the group defeats some skeletons, making them wonder what place that was. Then more skeletons approach. Soyeon asks the others to block them for now, but her companion comments that the opponents weren't as tough as he thought. Even so, the skeletons keep coming. The girl suggests they look for a place to take shelter and orders the tankers to draw the monsters' attention while the others should help the production class. And so the participants continue fighting the creatures. After that, they come across a huge wall made of clay and decide to climb it to escape. From up there, the people watch the skeletons. A boy comments that the wall is magnificent and that it even looks like its height was made with that purpose. Sueyeon takes a breath and says they will regroup there and asks if anyone didn't manage to keep up. Luckily, everyone managed to stay safe and without any injuries. Soon after, the girl asks if anyone had seen any sign of sex group, and her companion comments that it seems they were teleported to a different location. The girl in turn thinks that's perfect information because they managed to avoid a useless war. After that, the group becomes curious about where the bridge leads. Sueyeon says the sun was already setting and that they would stay there that night and keep watch. But suddenly, the lights on the bridge turn on, looking very much like a highway, and the girl asks if they should follow them. So early the next morning, the group begins to follow the bridge, and a village surrounded by a massive wall awaited them. A boy asks if that was some historical ruin, and the girl comments that it looks more like a skeleton castle. At the top of the wall, CF appears mocking that the girl's group was late, and says he already imagined she would show up there. After all, this is the only place in the region that has supplies. Upon seeing those plants on the structure, the girl wonders if they were dungeon potatoes. Then she thinks that the best thing to do at that moment is to take that ruin as well. So she asks her companions to look for an entrance. But Siak says that won't do any good, because if that place had an entrance, it would be filled with skeletons. Sueyeon begins to wonder if they will have to climb the wall, and that it shouldn't be a problem for the fighters, but for the production class, it would be impossible without help. Besides, that would only be possible if there wasn't any interference. The boy starts trying to hit the group with fire blasts. Then the girl decides to use her Imperial Spear art. However, the wall doesn't suffer a scratch. The boy, in turn, comments that it wasn't bad, but she was forgetting something. After that, Siak tries to hit her, but she manages to defend herself. Seeing that, the girl thinks that if she had moved 1 second later, she would be in trouble. Then the boy asks if his opponent wasn't going to play with her fingers this time, and the girl replies that they don't intend to retreat. With a smile on his face, the boy comments that that's perfect, and continues trying to hit his opponent with his attacks. After dodging the blows, the girl says that ability is quite annoying. Siak's ability is called Paramania. Basically, it's a long-range power that also has the characteristic of tracking its target. His fire may not be very powerful, but in an environment like the dungeon where there are no medicines, it poses a threat to all participants. Right after, the boy says he can't stay there because he has more important things to do inside the walls. Upon seeing that, Suin asks where he thinks he's going. Her companion gets curious about what's inside that castle. However, the girl isn't interested in that and says her focus is getting inside. But unlike what the girl and her guild thought, Siak wasn't so relaxed after all. The truth is that he and his group had arrived there an hour earlier, and the boy was impatient for a reason. Because on the outside, that village was all flashy, but inside it was completely empty. The boy thinks about how, no matter how far ahead he is, Suin's power is not to be ignored. Then he starts to think there might be something inside that tent. All the tents were dismantled before the dungeon was invaded, except Zhang's. Upon entering the tent, Siak finds a staircase leading to the underground. In the corridors, the boy pushes his production class people to move faster. The boy starts to think that maybe this place has monsters that nullify abilities. After that, one of his subordinates arrives with 20 torches and says he'll distribute 2 to each person there. Siak, in turn, kicks his colleague in the shin and says they'll get only 1 torch each, and the rest will stay with him. A man approaches the masked boy, asking him to calm down and says this isn't the first time. Then says it would be better if they quit something else. After that, the boy announces they're going down and orders the tanks to go ahead. While descending the stairs, the boy decides that if anything happens, you will incinerate. The participant at the front of the line warns that there's a light coming from a door ahead. Siak in turn says this is a dungeon, so he orders him to keep moving and not let his guard down. When it comes to dungeon invasions, there's no reason not to follow the boy's orders. After all, his natural dark coldness is a great help for survival in that place. Upon reaching the door, the man is shocked and says his boss needs to take a look at it. What appeared before the boy's eyes was a scene he had never seen before. Even so, Siak decides not to let his guard down, as it might be a trap. Right after, the boy activates his fire magic, but his subordinates suggest he not do that. The boy, in turn, asks what they think they're doing, and the participants explain that this is a pure rice field that could serve as food. After that, they say they need to harvest those rice grains immediately. Siak, in turn, asks if anyone in the guild has a skill for doing that. The people get nervous because their leader has no idea what harvesting is. After that, the boy tells the production class to take care of it while he inspects the area, and tells the exploration group not to let their guard down and to signal if they find anything. Looking at the production people, he thinks they're a nuisance because they just sit around all the time. Siak was foolish to think that way because rice harvesting is hard work that requires a lot of skill, but currently without any tools it becomes something much harder. Right after, Siak orders his people to speed up that process. One person gets frustrated that their boss doesn't know how difficult that job is. After that, a guy comes up to the boy saying he seems to have found a rice storage, and another one says he also found a sauna, making him curious why there's something like that in a place like this. While walking toward the room, his companion comes across some cacti and wonders what kind of ruin this is. Upon arriving at the place, he really finds a sauna. Right after, someone says there's a snowman there, and Siak comments that's impossible. But when he turns around, he comes face to face with Bahamut, who then kicks the pair out of the room using his abilities, and says he will have no mercy on those who dare to invade his master's temple. After that, he notices the boys had dirty boots, and gets irritated, asking how they dare step into the temple with those filthy shoes, and says he'll throw them out immediately, then decides to summon the gorillas. Siak comments that he already expected that to happen because there's no such thing as a dungeon without monsters. His subordinates arrive at the scene, and the boy, in turn, orders the tanks to take the front while the others stay behind him. Right after, he fires a flame attack at the golem, hitting it directly, and he takes the opportunity to keep attacking. After that, he orders the tanks to stop the opponent from getting close to them. Bahamut smiles and asks if they were playing with fireworks. However, he thinks that facing that ability head-on would put him at a disadvantage, but that won't work against the golem's armor. Then the gorilla charges toward the group but fails to hit anyone. Siak asks if they really thought they would have the freedom to do as they pleased, and then he fires a fireball at the opponent. However, because of the armor, the creature doesn't suffer a single scratch. The boy is surprised because that golem really did have armor, but he remains convinced of his victory for having completed stage 1. After that, he summons another fireball, and says he knows everything about golems, even their weaknesses, and then he attacks the gorilla's leg, managing to completely destroy it. Because of that, Bahamut and his servant are knocked down. Siak tells his companions to take advantage of the opportunity and search for the core to destroy it. The participants begin hitting the fallen golem. The boy's attack method was a standard procedure. However, it only worked against one gorilla. Seeing that, the boy gets scared because there were too many of them, and his tactic wouldn't be effective against that whole army. For now, Siak suggests that they retreat to the ground level, but Bahamut appears behind him asking where his opponent thought he was going. With a sinister laugh, he says that once someone enters that place, there's no escape, and says the boy only has 2 options: become his master's slave or die. The boy, in turn, begins to wonder if he'll have to defeat that snowman to complete the dungeon. Then he fires a fireball again, but the shadow cat appears, protecting his companion. Upon seeing that, the boy is completely in shock, while his subordinates are surprised the feline managed to block their leader's attack. After that, a voice comes from behind the group saying they seem to be having fun. The rabbit appears, commenting that he was enjoying watching them fight too, but not anymore. Bahamut walks up to his friend saying there's no need for him to be there. But the rabbit says it's awful for servants of the dragon to watch blood being spilled. The snowman says something must be done. But the animal comments that his friend just likes cutting others. Siak wonders why the guide is even there. Right after, the rabbit recognizes the leader of the group. Stage 1 was quite traumatizing for all the participants, especially for the boy. Jung appears at the scene asking if the two knew each other. Siak asks who that boy was. The rabbit says that once again the young man was being unnecessarily aggressive toward people who aren't part of the group. After that, the protagonist comments that the opponent seems like a bad guy. The animal says that when the boy arrived there, he was nothing more than an idiot, and that if it weren't for the others, he would have already been eliminated. Jung, in turn, asks why they would want to kill him, and the rabbit explains that it was because he was an unbearable person and he hated people like that. After that, Siak starts wondering how that boy was talking so casually with the guide, and then decides to find a way to get out of there. Right after, he asks if the rabbit can let them go and says they'll leave without causing any trouble. And the animal comments that he has nothing to do with that and that you should ask the owner of the place. CF asks if the owner was the snowman he fought earlier. The protagonist then says that it's him. Upon learning that, the boy is surprised the regular guy is the owner of the temple. The people start commenting about the boy being the owner, making the young man embarrassed by them talking about him. Bahamut walks up to his master saying he's willing to eliminate those vermin and get his hands dirty for him. However, the boy wonders why he would kill such magnificent people, and his companions are confused about what he's saying. After that, the protagonist walks up to the guild leader and asks if he can aim his magic however he wants. The boy replies yes and becomes curious about why he's being asked that. Zhang then makes a temporary job offer. The boy had been thinking while the sanctuary of the skies was being built about the other purpose of the place, which is for the shadow cats, wondering who'd put them inside. Because they don't have a defined shape, finding a way to pay them was still a big question. In addition, the felines scare easily. After a long time thinking, the protagonist finally found the solution: to use fire as a trap. However, that was inefficient and exhausting. But Siak and his pyromania showed up at the right time, since his ability doesn't require much effort and can be controlled easily. Next, John introduces himself to the boy, but he remains silent. Siak was sweating from that sudden situation and wonders who that guy was, and why he was looking at him as if he were a gift. After that, the protagonist says he won't bother them for invading his temple and proposes a deal. Bahamut, in turn, suggests practicing slavery, but his master doesn't agree with the idea since they were people and he was only interested in a few days of help with production. Siak finally realizes why he was startled by the boy's expressions and wonders if he's being asked to work in production. Then he asks himself if he should take advantage of the boy's lowered guard to kill him, because if he eliminated him, the golems and the snowmen would no longer be a problem, and so he decides to attack him. The rabbit and his companion are shocked by what they just saw, but the boy wasn't hurt because he was wearing armor, and he comments that the item made from a two-headed ogre works really well. The production class members are impressed and say that the person who made that armor must have perfect hands because it was very well crafted. Jung smiles and says he never expected there to be people who appreciate that. The rabbit approaches, asking if they were just going to keep chatting, and the boy remembers it was a time for small talk. After that, he says the guild leader tried to attack him and walks toward him. Once he's close, he asks which class he thinks is more used to seeing blood, the production class or the fighters. Afraid, Siak thinks about how the person in front of him was incredibly dangerous. For fighters, their work ends as soon as they take down the prey. But for the production class, it's necessary to skin and dissect the monster. Sometimes the person's whole body ends up soaked in blood, and under John's cold gaze, the guild leader felt a chill down his spine. However, the protagonist says he needs the boy's help and that he's not a narrow-minded person. With a smile, the boy says Siak just needs to let him give him a slap, and they'll be even. The leader, in turn, doesn't really understand what the young man is saying. For those who use their power against others, that is the functional way to put them in their place. Activating the power of the boar, Jung asks him to stay still because a part of his body might break if he moves. With just one blow, the boy is defeated. After the end of the battle, a village was opened to everyone. Sueyeon and her group then enter the place, and in the middle, a market was established. The one in charge of commerce was the rabbit, who was exchanging food for enchanted equipment. A man approaches him asking for some food, but the animal says that this wasn't charity, and if he wants to eat, he has to give items. The deal was so good that the participants decided to give it a chance. A companion asks Sueyeon if she wants to go trade with the guide, and the girl responds that she'll just take a look. Well, when he sees the girl, the rabbit gets excited and gives her some meat on the house. Right after, the young woman asks why the guide left with the protagonist. The animal then hands over more food in exchange for her forgetting the past. Sueyeon was one of the participants to receive a favor from the rabbit. Possessing good combat skills and an open mind in the guide's eyes, she was a praiseworthy person. After that, the animal asks where the girl's boyfriend was, and she replies that he had died. The rabbit comments that they were really cute together. The guide wasn't the best person to pick up on the atmosphere created, but even so, he was good at business. Soon after, the group is flying on the octopus balloon, thus arriving at the sanctuary of the skies. Siak comments that the place looked like a farm because of the plantations. When they land, the boy asks where they were. Bahamut appears behind him saying that this was hell, the place where he would die. Then he comments that if it were like the old days, he would turn him into a spirit and torture him forever for attacking his master. Jung tells his companion to stop with the intimidation because they were already leaving. The boy asks where they were going since they had just gotten off the octopus. Then several golems appear after hearing their master's call, and they begin to lift the bottom part of the structure. The protagonist gets excited to see that it was moving. After that, a fish from the abyss appears. Upon seeing that, Siap decides to use his fire magic, but the ability doesn't work and he gets curious about what happened. Bahama hits the boy on the head and tells him to stop being a wimp and stay quiet. Jung once again asks his companion to stop picking on a new ally. Then he approaches Siak and asks if he was seeing what was above them. Looking up, he sees the shell tower and gets curious about what that thing is. The protagonist explains that it's the ruin of the dungeon he loves so much, a place where there are many shadow cats like the one that stays with his companion. The boy is shocked because it was that feline who nullified his ability earlier. After that, the young man says that his new colleague's role is to lure those creatures out of the dungeon. Siak asks how he's supposed to do that, and the boy says he should start by using his fire parasite ability. Right after, the protagonist explains to the boy how the cats were used to chasing light, but obviously, it won't be easy. Near the tower, Jung asks his companion to be more delicate, and that it's not enough to just make them follow him, he has to put more intent into it. Siak starts to get irritated by the fact the boy is yelling. With a smile, the boy asks if his companion is already getting tired. And irritated, the boy lies, saying he's actually having a lot of fun. Sometime later, Siak applies some ointment to his wounds. Jung walks up to him asking what that was, and the man explains it's a healing item made by the production class using their medicinal skills. The boy, in turn, is impressed by the fact that there are people capable of making something like that. He then tells Bahamut he's going to jump over to the village. In the Rift Village, a man is asked how you managed to make the hemostatic cream. The young man comments that he found the item pretty amazing, and the creator is grateful for the words and says he made the ointment using an herb he found in the forest. Then he explains that he has a herb collecting ability, so he can immediately tell if there's one nearby. Jung asks if that means anyone can make those ointments. The man replies that with the ingredients anyone can make it, and he decides to show the herb he used to make that item. Upon seeing what it is, the protagonist is startled and asks if that was a chili pepper. The man says yes and says every member of the production class should carry one. The dungeon peppers improve blood clotting. The bad part is that it hurts a lot when used. The young man is surprised after discovering the usefulness of those peppers. But the man says that if you eat it, you'll get a terrible stomachache because it's identical to a poisonous herb. Jung, in turn, asks if it tastes like a regular pepper. The man explains that the bigger it is, the spicier it'll be, and the toxins also increase. But the boy says toxins aren't a problem for him, and then uses his purification ability. After that, he decides to eat the pepper, being amazed by the flavor. Right after, he asks where they found those peppers. The man, in turn, says that in stage 2, they were everywhere. Upon hearing that, the young man understands why he never found any, because he jumped from stage 1 to 4. The man says he still has some left and asks if the protagonist wants them. And the boy thanks him for the seeds and says he'll be able to start a plantation with them. After that, the protagonist summons some food and says it's a way to show gratitude. And not just that, but also a whetstone and a torch. The boy also gives the man a better armor, and the man in turn says he can't accept it because he only gave him a pepper. But Jung says that with that, he'll be able to prepare some fried pork. A few days later at the Shell Tower, thanks to Siak's efforts, shadow cats were gradually captured. However, just because the cats were captured doesn't mean they can already be used as servants of darkness. The animals consume light and produce nightmares, so they can only be used as workers once they are properly fed. Alpha says the magic isn't so bad if they're drained, and the boy says the process is just a bit of a hassle. Right after, a second shadow servant appears. The rabbit wonders how long it's going to take to put the rest in the basement, since it took so long just to make one, and his companion asks him not to be so impatient. After that, Siak says he's already captured 60 cats and that at this pace he'll reach 100. The guy gets curious about why the boy is so cheerful like that, and Siak gets nervous because he realizes how fun manual labor actually is. Then the protagonist watches his servants working, saying he was fascinated by just one, but the speed at which the two of them can work is incredible, and he wonders what other ways he could use them. After that, he becomes curious whether he can copy other people's memories. The rabbit reminds his companion that he's level 1 in the shadow arts. Jung, in turn, comments that Serpa could also use it, and the animal says he was a mage. Soon after, the young man says he has other plans for doing things even if they don't work. In a Rift Village, a man is asked to give lessons on how to use a bow, and the boy says he won't pay cheaply for the teachings. People start asking each other if any of them knows how to handle a bow, and John wonders if no one can use that equipment. Suddenly, someone speaks up. It's Sueyeon, explaining that it's not her main weapon, but she's the best archer there. Romance in the dungeon is a common thing. The heartbeats stirred by danger often become feelings. Sueyeon is a beautiful girl with lovely hair, and Jong is the friendly type with a defined body. Two young people in a prime training alone. People comment that they make a lovely pair. The rabbit thinks about how, since the beginning of time, life always seems beautiful from afar, but has always been a disaster up close. With an irritated expression, the girl asks if there's something wrong with the protagonist's body and orders him to put more strength in those arms. The boy says he's trying his hardest. After that, the girl fires an arrow and says it was something simple. The people there enjoy themselves while watching the archery lessons. After a while, the protagonist keeps trying to hit his target. The rabbit asks if using a bow is really that hard, and the girl says they only showed her how to do it once and she learned. Then she comments that she heard rumors that the boy has skills to see targets. The animal asks if his companion can tell whether the arrow will hit or not, and he replies yes. Suehyun then proposes that he try aiming at something completely different. The rabbit laughs because his friend was giving up on training him, and she says she's just being realistic, and the animal says the only realistic thing there was how bad he was at using his body. After that, the boy hits his companion with a shot and says he'll practice a bit more. Sometime later, the rabbit asks if the boy had improved at all, but Suehyun says his posture is still wrong. The guide approaches the protagonist, suggesting he make a bow trap instead of just trying, and Alpha says he can't because traps can only be used for sanctuary protection. Jongnan says he'll keep training with his bow, and he only needs to hit the target once to learn from the sensation. However, his attempts are still in vain. The rabbit laughs at the situation and says there are things that don't work when you try alone, and he wasn't entirely wrong. But the image of someone giving their all is already enough to move another person's heart. Suehyun says the way he positions the arrow before launching is already a starting point, because if something changes, the result should also change. After that, she asks him to find the position that gives him a solid base. The girl comments that currently, every time he shoots, his posture is different from before, and insisting like that will only keep him from creating a foundation. If he gets perfectly when pulling to his chin, next time he'll also have to pull the same way. A simple movement and the arrow takes a different path. The girl says he always needs to be in position, and training aim comes afterward. The boy finally understands that once he adjusts to that, the rest will be easy. Then the rabbit asks if the boy has potential, and Suehyun replies that he'll have to repeat that process many times. The animal then smiles and says that repetition is the boy's specialty. After that, an arrow finally hits the target dead center. With his perseverance and effort, the boy finally accomplished his goal. Suehyun asks what those shadows with the boy were, and the animal explains that they were the reason he was so fixated on the bow. After that, the protagonist gives the girl some food as payment for the lessons, and says that he taught his servants how to shoot. After that, the rabbit suggests they tame another cat. But before they leave, the girl says she has something to tell him. In his shell tower, Jung fights a shadow that looks a lot like Suehyun, and barely dodges the attacks. Seeing that, the rabbit comments that his companion is going to end up dying if he continues like that. Before taking a hit, the young man orders his servants to protect him. After being struck by the arrows, a shadow returns to its cat form. A few days earlier, the boy receives information from an Imperial Lancer. The girl explains that he will help him and is also compatible with the Shadow Worker's abilities. Discouraged, the boy wonders if his companion was asking him to do all that training all over again. There were entities capable of simulating a real fight, and they were in the sky sanctuaries, specifically the illusions of the cats. Thanks to Siak, it was possible to use them. Additionally, the felines materialized their opponent's greatest fear. The protagonist's greatest fear at that moment was his teacher. On the ground, the boy comments that it was already hard to get used to the proper archery posture, but the spear is much worse. While drinking water, the girl asks him to take it easy. After that, she comments that his abilities resemble those of a summoner in game terms, and that no matter how strong his servants are, if he dies, everything ends. With a smile, the boy asks her not to worry about that because he would do his best. Then the girl asks her companion to rest a little. The rabbit comments that the girl's vibe really reminds him of Sung. Upon hearing that, Alpha says that Joan has a new message from his companion. The protagonist asks if everything was okay, and if there was any problem. Sung in turn says that everything was fine, just that the team was a bit tired. After that, he says he'll explain the situation of the fourth dungeon because they didn't have much time. The stage guide Baboon had appeared repeatedly. Jung asks what he was doing in that stage, and his companion says they didn't know but were bothered by one thing, which is the fact that the guide was holding a large cube in his hand that allows him to control the fourth dungeon as if all the monsters were under his command. Right after, the rabbit says he believes it's an altar. The boy asks how he could have an altar that fits in his hand, and the animal says he must have used some magic to make it smaller, and that was the only way to control the dungeon. Because Bamoon had always been jealous of the other dungeons, and he probably realized Serpa was dead, deciding then to take action. After that, the rabbit starts thinking about how he never noticed that before. The young man comments that he possesses the first two altars, and that the witch's home doesn't even have one. However, his companion says that from the looks of it, they had lost the fourth dungeon because it wouldn't be easy to take the item from someone's hand. Alpha says they had no other option but to eliminate Baboon. The rabbit says that analyzing the current situation, they had suffered a major loss, and that the fact the guide had the altar meant he had no intention of managing the dungeon. He could change monster spawns and activate traps whenever he wanted, Baboon was planning to take revenge on everyone before taking the dungeon for himself, and he also wanted vital energy, which meant he was going to kill all the participants. Sung, in turn, asked his friends not to worry so much because the guide had already flowed, and he says he and his team managed to land a few hits on him. The protagonist isn't too surprised by that information because his friend was basically the one who defeated Serpa. Sung says the battle wasn't easy, and because of that, the 4th dungeon was collapsing. Then his companion suggests they leave. Before they go, the boy says his companion should be careful with that cube because Baboon still has it. After that, Suyeon appears, rushing her student to train. In the Beast Forest, the guide is badly injured and wonders how a mere human managed to level up, deciding to retreat for the moment but promising to burn each of them. Upon realizing he was in the Beast Forest, he remembers that it was there where everything went wrong. A few days earlier, Baboon visited the 1st dungeon to take control of the stage because it no longer had a guide. However, he didn't expect it to be without its altar, so he immediately changed his plans, deciding to take control of the altars in reverse order. However, he doesn't find the item from the first one, so he assumes the second one has also disappeared, deciding to go straight to the 4th. With this thought, the Moon managed to obtain the altar of the 4th dungeon, but he had the misfortune of encountering Sung and his group. The bear appears staring at the monkey and charges toward him. However, with a single blow, the guide knocks down the beast and uses a magic spell, saying that it would help him. Right after, he says he advanced a little to already have the altar. After that, the moon sweeps through the entire forest and ends up finding a magic circle on the ground, realizing it has something to do with Serpa. Upon touching the circle, he discovers it was the hiding place of the former guide and decides to enter the portal, determined to see what kind of treasures Serpa was hiding. Baboon is frightened by what he sees because it was a room full of statues of the Dark Witch. The monkey then starts breaking the sculptures while saying that Serpa's death was more than deserved for not being able to overcome his past. Then he finds a purple stone on the ground, wondering if that was the curse of the mark. In a shell tower, the protagonist is tired of training with a spear. After that, the boy starts to remember the advice his companion gave him and wonders why he was remembering that. The rabbit suggests that his friend should give up already because if he had talent, he would have gained his skill by now. Bahamut tells his master that martial arts require total harmony between body and soul. After that, John lies on the ground and says he'd prefer if they stay quiet. The rabbit asks his friend if he really believed he could do what Suyeon asked with that attitude. Then the young man remembers that the girl had ordered him to strike 1,000 times with that stance. The boy then stands up saying he'll have fun and starts swinging his spear, saying he's going to play with it. His companion wonders how he does that. The protagonist explains that he was just using a technique he used when he couldn't focus in class. Curious, Animal asks if he practiced martial arts at school, and he replies that he just kept spinning his pencil. Jong then decides he's not going to attack at all, just keep spinning the spear in his hand. Excited, the rabbit asks if he can spin a shield too. The young man then decides to test it to see if he can. Even so, the animal doesn't give up and asks his friend to use both hands now, and he easily manages to spin the armor. Right after, he tests his skills on the rabbit too. With that, the boy receives the achievement Spin Master. Shoyam returns and asks what her student was doing, but quickly realizes that it might end up being more useful in battle than it seems. The girl then gives advice on how to use that skill in combat. The protagonist starts defending using the spin and attacking with thrusts. With that, the young man managed to master the style of the Imperial Spear in his own way. Soyeon praises her friend's good work and comments that he's much better than before. Jung, in turn, thanks her and says it was only possible because he had a great teacher. Then the group members start looking at the woman strangely because she had a number on her forehead. In the Beast Forest, Baboon discovers that the purple stone was the gem that curses all participants who stepped on the lands of corruption, and wonders if Serpa was trying to revive his master with that. After that, the guide says that over time, all those who were cursed would die and have their vital energy taken. In the Rift Village, the rabbit flies over the place. Upon landing, the protagonist asks what he found out. The animal says that apparently someone made the village turn back into a dungeon, and wonders what that means since the dungeon's automatic system was activated. Alpha explains that someone used the altar to proclaim that area as the territory of the Death Dragon. The boy gets curious if that means Serpa came back to life, and the rabbit replies that even if he were alive, there was still no altar in Stage 4. Zhang then assumes that the one responsible for that was Baboon. The guild members start wondering what the number on their foreheads means. The rabbit says that they were going to die. The participants couldn't contain their fear after hearing the guide's explanation, but the protagonist just remains thoughtful. A guy asks what they should do, and the animal says that if they manage to complete the dungeon in 29 days, they would be able to stay alive. People start getting worried since they didn't even know what the next dungeon looked like. After that, the rabbit whispers in the boy's ear asking him not to send the others through a portal, and that if he keeps helping him like that, they'll never evolve, just become weaker. However, the boy ants his companion and says he doesn't care about that. Then John approaches the participants and says they had two options, the easy and fast one or the hard and exhausting one, and he asks which they preferred. A man asks if there's any disadvantage to the options. The young man explains that he would suffer less since it would be faster, and someone comments that apparently If they choose the easier path, they would also be missing out on things. Sueon says that this means even if they manage to face the current problem, they'll lose the opportunity to improve. But the girl reminds them that they were on a tight schedule, so the appropriate choice was the faster path. She then asks what her guild members thought, and they respond that they would follow her decision. After that, she asks what Seok thought, and the boy in turn says he disagreed. Upon hearing that, the girl gets irritated. The protagonist starts thinking about the idea of forcing his companion to go along with them. Seok stands up asking to be heard, and says it's nonsense to worry about urgency and critical timing. Right after, he asks how they plan to evolve and finish the dungeons if they always come up with excuses. And he thinks that Jung wouldn't be doing that without wanting something in return. After that, he asks the protagonist what the fast option was. The boy explains that they would use a portal to get to the historical ruins, thus significantly reducing travel time. Seok remembers that the young man had already told him that the giant shell was a ruin. Sueon comments that they had no reason to refuse. However, the protagonist says that the faster path wouldn't be free and that he intended to charge a fee. The girl asks if he wants some enchanted items in return, but the boy says the payment would be the participants themselves because he needed manpower. After that, he says that Baboon would be coming there soon, and that they were going to defeat the guide. Upon hearing that, the whole group is in shock. Seok asks if the boy was really planning to hunt Baboon. Jung in turn says he knows it's madness, but there's no way to end the curse without killing him. The boy comments that that's the craziest idea he's ever heard. However, even so, it ends up catching his attention. Suena mentions that her companion was hating that idea just a few moments ago. The man wonders how he would refuse a chance to mess up the guide's life. Seok's guild members get excited and decide to support their commander. The girl comments that this was the first time they all agreed on something. Stating that the participants have already made their decision, the protagonist decides to share the plan with them. And to demonstrate his idea, he uses drawings on the ground. Sueon asks if that's really possible. Alpha says they've reached a point where they need new dragon apostles, and with the acquisition of the third sanctuary, they could do that. And from what it looks like, they have 3 people who meet the requirements. If the number of apostles and sanctuaries keeps increasing, the chances of battling the death dragon will also increase. The boy thinks about how it's not a bad idea to assign new followers, since it's very useful to communicate easily during a battle. Then the young man asks who were the people who met the requirements. Alpha then says that those chosen were Sueon and Seok, along with Minjun. The rabbit gets curious and asks who that last name was. That man who helped the protagonist with the peppers reveals that it was him. The girl asks her companion if he's sure that will be the name of the plan, and the boy replies that it was perfect. Right after, he asks the 3 who met the requirements to step forward because he was going to designate them as dragon apostles. Meanwhile, Baboon's level increased due to the rise in the number of dungeons, making the guide extremely hungry and deciding to hunt humans to feed himself. The monkey says that even though this is his dungeon, he has no connection to it. After that, the guide finds a bridge in the middle of nowhere and wonders where it leads. But Moon then arrives at Rift Village. However, the group is already watching from the top of the towers. Upon crossing the walls, the guide is disappointed because, judging from the outside, he imagined it would be much more impressive. Then he comments that he would devour the humans and turn that place into a historical ruin. But he starts thinking that a coliseum to make people fight monsters would be more interesting. However, before doing anything, he first needs to get rid of that tent. The protagonist watches the whole situation from a camouflage beneath the ground, and comments to the rabbit that the monkey looks more like a final boss than a guide. The animal, in turn, says that Moon wasn't that size and believes that as his level increases, his body must also grow. CF asks the protagonist if they could proceed with the plan, but the protagonist says it wasn't the right time yet. Baboon starts tearing the tent and comes across a portal on the ground. Right after that, the young man gives the signal for his companions to move forward. Steve activates his magic and says he's going to turn the guide into dust. The boy then fires his fireballs at the opponent. John comments that they got the upper hand and that the first part of the plan was a success. But Baboon ended up without a scratch after being attacked. The protagonist asks Seok to disturb the guide enough so that he can escape, and the boy then fires several fireballs, hitting the monkey again. Upon seeing that the flames had a life of their own, the guide quickly realizes that it was his skill. Recognizing that the one responsible for those attacks was Seok, Babu gets angry and slams the ground hard, asking where the participant was. The boy is impressed by that insane power and wonders if that's what Guy can do. Even so, he still really wants to hit his opponent. The man decides not to care about the consequences and continues firing at him. Upon discovering Seok's location, the monkey becomes furious and gets ready to go after him. However, Bahamut acts faster, using his ice ability, causing Bamoon to slip on the ground. Jung asks Sueon and her group to do their part. The people then start pulling the ropes that were connected to the center of the village. The girl is surprised by the fact that the protagonist managed to build those towers in such a short time, and also by having modified the terrain. Right after, the girl asks the young man when they should act, and he says he'll give a signal. But until then, the ropes will stay hidden underground. Stiak gets curious about what those ropes were going to do. John comments that the guide is going to be her guest, so he's going to give him a gift. The girl asks if the gift was those dirt balls. The young man says the enemy will pass out from the shock. Stuam grabs one of the spheres and throws it through the ropes. Baboon gets irritated upon realizing the participants were hiding in the towers, and that they thought those cheap tricks would work as traps. Upon punching the ball, it completely bursts apart. The monkey wonders why that sphere released oil all over his body. Siak shouts, asking the others to throw all the remaining balls. Upon being thrown, a huge river of oil forms in the crater at the center of a village. Holding a torch, the rabbit says his time to shine has come. The animal remembers the times he suffered at the hands of Baboon, and says those moments were really humiliating, just thinking about them drove him mad. After that, he throws the torch toward the river of oil, setting the monkey on fire. The first part of the plan was to get the guide into the hole and make him angry, and the second was to cover him in a lot of oil. All that preparation was to carry out the final part of the plan. Then the protagonist orders his plants to fire. The boy, who had been storing his energy until that moment, focused on controlling the P-traps he had planted earlier. The skeleton destroyer achievement that the boy applied to the traps was affecting Baboon deeply. The guy gets irritated because he won't be able to fly out of there. After that, the monkey suffers another attack from behind. Jung says he may not be the best with weapons, but he masters the art of track control. The people watch from the top of the towers. Sueyeon says what she's seeing can't be real. The guide thinks of a way to get rid of those flames, and then decides to grab his cue, to use his rain bath ability. After that, the sky begins to darken, and raindrops begin to fall. The rabbit says that's bad because the water will end up putting out the fire. John in turn asks if his companion knows what happens when water touches hot oil, and says that Baboon made a huge mistake. Right after that, as the raindrops touched the oil, several explosions occurred. After the rain stopped, the group found the guide collapse. However, even so, the beast stood up, saying that going through that situation felt like he was being cooked alive. The boy comments that he named that plant roasted baboon with peas, and says that cooking is what people from the production class do best. The monkey laughs and asks how a mere production class member was thinking of cooking him. John wonders how he still has the energy to laugh. The guide finally realizes that it was the young man who eliminated Serpa, and says the boy isn't someone from the production class, but rather a lost soul. After that, he tells the rabbit that he shouldn't have joined that boy. The animal, in turn, says the guide is talking too much for someone with one foot in a grave. Baboon gets angry because he's going to meet his end, even though he's immortal. Then he curses his own fate, and also the rabbit's future. The animal asks why he's being cursed if he wasn't even the one who set everything up. And the guide responds that it's because he doesn't know why, and that's his sin. After that, the monkey asks if the rabbit is happy to be the only one who forgot everything. The animal, in turn, says Baboon is talking a bunch of nonsense. Then the guide completely turns into stone, breaking apart right afterward. The rabbit, not understanding anything, wonders why the guide said all that just to vanish. A notification appears saying that the protagonist killed a dungeon guide with his power and overwhelming knowledge. The animal gets angry that the monkey died, because he doesn't remember what he forgot. John comments that it probably wasn't anything important, and that Serpa also said nonsense before leaving. The rabbit says maybe it has something to do with his birth, and his companion remembers he had said he was always just an animal. Right after that, the boy's nose starts bleeding, and he says maybe it's because he overexerted himself. However, the boy suddenly faints. Sueyeon says that apparently controlling so many peas came at a cost, and that Siak also isn't doing well because he overused his ability. At the top of the tower, the guild members are worried because their leader collapsed out of nowhere. The girl smiles and says they all did a good job. And days later, the cursed baboon casts their remain active even after his death. The rabbit finds it strange that the rain still hasn't stopped, and says it makes more sense for the dungeon's automatic system to have been activated than a curse. The participants who stayed in Rift Village due to the bad weather are staying in the protagonist's underground sanctuary. Then John wakes up asking how long he was out. The rabbit enters the room saying he's been sleeping for 2 days. After that, Sueyeon enters the room eager to see her companion, and says it's good to see that he's okay because the others were starting to get worried. The boy asks what they would have done if he had slept any longer. Then the rabbit asks the boy to stop being soft-hearted because they can only deal with the curse after being transported. Jung says they can rest for a while since they still have 27 days. Before leaving the room, the girl asks the protagonist to take care of himself. The boy asks his companion what Bamoon's memory was, and he replies that people would give anything for the answer. After that, the rabbit says the fire only went out recently, and that after the chaos, he made a point of retrieving something specific. Jung is surprised to see that it was the altar of 4th dungeon. Alpha says that's something to celebrate, because with that, they now have 3 of the 5 altars. After that, the protagonist becomes curious whether the item would stay that size, and the rabbit says probably yes because they're not capable of undoing Bedmu's magic. Right after, the cube starts to glow. Alpha explains that he tried to interpret the magic on the altar, and that there were still traces of Batmoon in that altar. After that, he says there are coordinates recorded in the item, and that they will be able to locate the 4th dungeon if they follow them. The rabbit gets excited and says that means they'll be able to find Sung. But he quickly becomes discouraged because their companion will probably end up going somewhere else as soon as he's found. The boy thinks about how the animal isn't wrong, since he barely got to see Sun. Then Alpha comments that he has an idea, which is to give the altar to Sun, because that way they would be able to locate him for the item. The boy in turn says that it might work, but first they need to find the coordinates and the direction they need to take to find their companion. Outside in the rain, the protagonist meets with a hooded person. It was Siuk, warning that he had found something. It was the purple stone the monkey had carried, and the boy assumes that might be his memory. After that, the item completely shatters, revealing a mini statue of a beautiful girl hugging a rabbit. The young man asks if that was some kind of reward. Alpha says that the object still holds traces of a curse, and that it doesn't belong to the guide. The sculpture appears to be the curse of corruption placed over Rift Village. The rabbit then asks if that means the object belongs to Serpa. Then the young man asks for the information to be checked. It was an old wooden sculpture. Upon seeing the details, the boy says it seemed to be something quite significant. And Alpha says that the object has already been fully used and unfortunately holds no value. The rabbit gets frustrated and says that if the item had at least 10 durability points, they could have sent it to the upgrade system. John comments that the totem was intact on the outside and yet it's broken. Alpha believes its magic was forcibly removed, so the chance that the power which was part of the sculpture itself was destroyed is high. Then the rabbit says Baboon probably removed the curse from the sculpture and placed it into the dungeon's automatic system, and then it's obvious it's broken. But even so, he asks the protagonist to give it to him. John gets curious and asks why, and the animal says it's because of the toy the girl was holding. Because the plushie looks just like him, and if you look closely, it's even wearing a tie. The boy comments that the item was well made and that he should start sculpting too. And the rabbit agrees, saying that way his companion could make a sculpture of him. After that, the young man hands the object to his companion. CF asks if he should continue his search. The boy starts thinking that maybe there's a sculpture of Baboon too, since the previous one belonged to Serpa, and then says he'd be very grateful if his friend continued searching. Right after that, Siak walks off into the rain. The rabbit, in turn, comments that the boy's change is very suspicious, and that he's nothing but a scoundrel who's strong among the weak. The protagonist says that people like that are easier to understand, but the animal asks him not to let his guard down. In a place where there are no laws, someone will always be stabbed if they're weak among the weak and trampled if they're strong among the strong. That's why Sun is a unique person. After thinking deeply to the sound of the falling rain, the boy asks what Siak's profession was. The rabbit comments that he heard rumors he was an office worker. Then Bahamut appears, happy that his master has awakened, asking if his fever had gone down and saying he made sure to put some ice cubes on his forehead. After that, the ghost notices the sculpture the rabbit was holding and the rabbit says it's his. Bahamut gets angry and asks where his companion found that item. Jong says that if his friend keeps acting that way, he's going to put him in timeout. Upon hearing that, the snowman quickly calms down. Right after, Bahamut explains that the sculpture was something the witch made while thinking about her time of happiness. The protagonist comments that the girl had great crafting skills, and that when you live a boring life, you end up leaving your mark. After that, the group assumes that the cat in the sculpture was supposed to be Serpa. Bahamut says he's not in the item because at the time they hadn't met yet, and that the rabbit in her arms was her favorite toy. Then the young man starts staring at the object. His companion asks what he's staring at. Jong then hypothesizes that the animal might be that toy. The rabbit, in turn, says it doesn't make sense for him to have been a toy in the past, and that he might have even been the witch. Bahamut gets mad upon hearing his friend compare himself to his master. While staring at the sculpture, the boy thinks about how it reminds him of his Groot. After that, he smiles and asks his companions to make peace. Sueden gets worried seeing the protagonist outside and asks if he wants a raincoat. However, the boy comments that he already has several of those. Then the girl ends up getting dirty with mud. Jong says that he's been so busy since waking up that he couldn't take care of that place. The girl asks if the boy was going to make an umbrella, but he replies that it's too complicated, and then decides that they will build a roof. After some time, a huge roof appears over the tent village. Siak, upon seeing it, is left speechless. That structure was made of floating stones. Some solar stones were installed in the construction, which ended up lighting the whole place. The protagonist feels quite happy from the warmth created by the artificial light. The water sliding off the roof created large streams, and because of the impact, they carve into the ground, creating a natural moat and further increasing the village's defense. Alpha comments that they will have leaks because the roof is made of earth, but the boy says he already has a solution for that. Right after, he installs traps all over the structure, because that way it would be easier to fix leaks and also consume less vital energy. And he explains that he only needs to remove a section when they need to plant irrigating only where he wants. The rabbit asks if his companion was thinking about planting again. Jung says that the situation in the underground sanctuary needed to be revised and that he thought about using that chance to move the rice field to the first floor. However, the animal doesn't understand his companion's plan. After some time, the boy comments that the ground had apparently already dried. Then Sueyan appears, handing something to the protagonist. It was a key. The girl says she managed to find it as soon as the ground dried. The young man in turn decides to check the information. It was Baboon's golden key. Jung then wonders if that was the guide's memory and becomes curious about the item's use. The girl supposes that maybe it's something like an inventory skill that reveals itself when a keyword is spoken. The protagonist comments that it's not far from his idea. After that, the boy asks the key to reveal the magic storage. However, nothing ends up happening. But even so, the boy doesn't give up and tries speaking louder. Upon seeing that it didn't work again, Jung gets irritated and throws the item to the ground. Right after, Alpha finishes analyzing the magic and says that the key is an artifact that opens a subspace, and if used to open a door, a hidden environment that only Baboon knew will be revealed. The boy gets excited and says he was right and that it really is a storage. But Alpha says his companion can't use that key because he's not a mage. Upon hearing that, the boy falls to the ground in disbelief. The rabbit in turn says that the monkey never changes, and as expected, his signature item was a key to his storage. After that, the protagonist asks if his companion isn't able to use the item, since he's also a guide, and the animal explains that they don't like people invading their secret space. Jung is surprised and asks if everyone has a storage, and his companion reveals that even he has one. Then the boy becomes curious why Baboon didn't use that space to hide. The rabbit comments that maybe it's because the guide didn't have enough magic and portals consume a huge amount of energy. After that, the boy remembers that Bahamut is a mage and might know something. But the snowman bows to the ground apologizing because his teleportation uses ice and snow, so unfortunately he has no idea how to use that key. The boy, in turn, comments that apparently the battle didn't yield many profits. But he ends up remembering that he was told he needed to open a door with the key and asks if he just needs to create a new door. The rabbit, in turn, doesn't understand anything his companion is saying. Jung says that if he opens a secret space using magic power, he'll be able to enter it whenever he wants. Then he says that he's going to use that curse magic he can't use against itself. Alpha supports his companion and says that if he manages to create a structure that matches the key, he might be able to get something. After that, he says that first the protagonist needs to connect the key and the coordinates of the magic circle, and that if he activates the magical sequence with the key, it's likely the subspace will be revealed. The boy is excited to see that his plan worked. Bahamut says he expected no less from his master. Alpha asks if he's sure he can create it. The young man replies that with a few adjustments, it might work, and says he just needs to make a lock for the key. After that, he gets excited and comments that the task will be fun. After some time, the coordinates from the mini-altar analysis were finally established. Alpha explains that the arrow will point toward the 4th dungeon, but Jom decides he won't leave immediately because he has a few things to resolve first. Right after that, the protagonist summons all the participants and installs a portal behind him, saying it was time to depart. At the witch's home, the rabbit escorts the last person through the portal. Stoana comments that she's not sure it's a good idea for them to advance in that way. The guide asks the guild members not to let their guard down, and says that for them to complete that dungeon, they need to annihilate all the monsters. Very smugly, the rabbit asks if everyone understood his orders. People get nervous and reply yes, but the boy explains that only half of the monsters were there as he had exorcised the other specters. The rabbit in turn whispers to the boy not to interfere because he was putting on a show, but the boy punches his companion on the head. And the animal returns to the others saying they were lucky because for some reason, the dungeon was easier than usual. Upon hearing that, the people feel relieved. Then Suyan bows, thanking the protagonist for everything he did for them. The others take the opportunity to thank him for the chance to rest and also for the supplies they received. Jung gets embarrassed and says he didn't do anything special. After that, the girl tells the boy not to stop training just because she's far away and hands him a spear so he can practice. The girl explains that the item's durability isn't good, so it won't be very useful in battle. The rabbit notices that the spear has a skill that makes the weapon return to the user's hand. Jung thanks her for the gift, and Suyan reveals she got it from stage 3, so it was kind of weak. Right after that, the protagonist says goodbye to everyone, and Siak is the only one who remains silent. The rabbit in turn comments that the boy is difficult even during farewells, and his companion replies that it's fine since he helped a lot. But even so, the boy thanks him for all the help. Upon hearing that, Siak is surprised, but ends up giving a small smile. Jung reveals that his next goal is the 4th dungeon. Then some flames pass by the duo, creating a beautiful path to the portal. The boy immediately understands that it was a sign of gratitude from Siuk, and thus ends a journey. But the end of one adventure is the beginning of another, because the dungeons and their resets continued. After that, the protagonist finally decides to follow the arrow. The rabbit says that thing is pointing to an infinite void. Because of that comment, the animal ends up getting smacked, and Bahamut says he needs to watch his words. After that, the boy says that void is what's filling his ambition. The golems begin to carry the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the young man is sitting alone in a corner. The guide asks what he's doing, and he replies that he was going to try forging something, and comments that an anvil and a brazier would be enough. The animal, not understanding anything, just agrees. Then the rabbit says that the problem with that place was the abyssal fish. The creatures start fighting at the structure. Jung stands up and opens his inventory, summoning his 2 shadow servants holding bows. After that, the 3 of them join forces and shoot at the fish. The protagonist orders them to block any monsters that appear. Upon seeing that, the guide is surprised and thinks about how proficient that really is. After that, the boy says he already has the brazier because he can simulate fire using a solar stone, and now all that's left is to make the anvil. The animal asks why he needs that, and his friend replies that shaping iron is the foundation of forging. Right after, the boy says they'll have to return to the mountains of death because he needs materials. Upon arriving at the location, the dude comments that the vibe was wonderful. The rabbit asks what exactly they came to do there, and the boy says he had seen some catacombs that might have something. After that, the guy gets startled by some rats on the ground. The gorilla transporting the group simply walks over the rodents. Jong laughs and says he feels like he's returned to his hometown after a successful mission. Upon arriving at the cave, the protagonist finds a lot of limestone, but what he really needs is gypsum. The boy's companions become curious about how he knows all that. The boy comments that those are useless things he ended up studying for the ENEM. Then the animal says that apparently there's no gypsum there and asks what they're going to do. The protagonist in turn replies that they're going to mine limestone because there are some things they can make with it. After that, the group finds cement. That material is used much earlier than people think. An example is the pyramids, which were built 5,000 years ago. After that, the boy hands a pickaxe to the rabbit and says he'll have to help him with the work. The animal and Jom, along with the shadow servants, mine the limestone that was present there. While mining, the protagonist placed signs for the future. The guide asks why they needed all of that, and his companion explains that caves are places where it's easy to get lost, so signage is essential. And he comments that it will make his life easier in the future. Soon after, the duo reaches a stinky place, and they end up finding a pile of rat feces. The boy says they're lucky, because all of that can be used as fertilizer. After that, the protagonist places another sign to mark the location. Jung says they found a variety of things there, and that this means they need to keep exploring. The duo then continues advancing into the darkness, and they end up coming across a cemetery. Alpha explains that this was an area shaped to honor those who sacrificed themselves in the name of Earthia, and reveals that the mountains of death are Earthia's grave, and that the dragon banished them to that place after they lost the battle. Then he finishes by saying that this place is a remnant of her defeat. Right after, the protagonist asks if his companion's grave was there. However, Alpha replies that it wasn't, since he was the first and last apostle, saying that he protected Earthia until the last second, offering himself as a sacrifice, and asks why the boy was curious about that. The protagonist says that the fact his companion doesn't have a body and can't eat his food bothers him. After that, he says he at least wanted to leave some flowers or something like that for Alpha. The rabbit laughs and comments that the boy is really good at caring about others, and Alpha thanks him for his kindness. Benjamin asks what they think about returning.